Please bow our head and put ourselves in the presence of the Lord. Thank you, Lord, for gathering us here today in seminar. May we inculcate our minds and the lessons learned today and apply them with the guidance of your love. May we realize that everything happened because of your all-abounding love. We thank the people who made this seminar a success, our reliable resource speaker, the diligent organizer of this activity, the generous administration, and all willing participants who had attended this noble endeavor. May we be able to pass on to other people the knowledge and the lessons learned. May we do so with the teaching that you taught us to love our neighbor as our own. In Jesus' name, amen.
Hindi, nakaano doon? Kaya nga, yung prayer. Hindi, nakaano doon? Nakaano din tayo naman doon. May sound na to. Good morning. Welcome to our second day po ng ating bookkeeping seminar. No? Parang lasing pa. Okay. Attendance sheet. Ano po ang apelyido nyo? Kalilaw? Kalilan. Kanilan? Kalilan. Okay. Okay, so shout out po tayo sa ating mga participants, no? Kahapon meron tayong 2 face-to-face, ngayon meron tayong isa, si Ma'am Jean Kalilan. No? And shout out dun sa mga YouTubers natin. No? Good morning. And hopefully ready na kayo. Ilan na yung nadyan, Hari? 67. Okay, so hopefully we go through this today. This is our second day. Ay, gumalaw ng ano. Gumalaw ng... Okay. Ng slides. Okay, andyan na. Andyan na. Okay, so our program of activities for today is about bookkeeping using new technology, and then we will have different accounting softwares, and then computerized accounting system rules and regulations in the afternoon. No, marami tayo niyan. Rules and regulations, not only yung 29-2002, bali tatlo yung i-discuss natin dyan, no? Ay itong iba na morning, so ikakat natin yung presentation natin na iba sa accounting softwares kasi doon natin yan i-discuss yung ibang about computerized accounting system. And then we have the last, yung record retention and management. Oh, very important. Okay. So same pa rin po yung gagawin natin. At the end of the day, 4:30, doon tayo mag-question and answer. No? Para yung discussion natin tuloy-tuloy. Okay. So let's now go to our first topic, bookkeeping using new technology. No? So when we say na new technology, ito yung kung ano yung nauuso ngayon. Excuse me, Hari. Dapat yun ang patayin mo na to. So when we say bookkeeping using new technology, we have to use the yung mga makabago na software, no? Kasi kung mapapansin natin, bookkeeping is just part of accounting. At wala namang software na solo lang niya na bookkeeping per se, no? Our softwares are accounting softwares, no? And if you try to look at the internet today, napakarami ng mga software developers na nagde-develop ng accounting. In fact, may mga accounting softwares na you can download, no? Tsaka yung iba, uso na ngayon, subscription, hindi na licensing, no? So, mas cheaper. Why is it that we want you to learn about the new technology? Kasi bookkeeping ito eh, no? So, why do we stick to the old way of bookkeeping? Samantalang pwede naman tayo na we can do it easier and faster, no? At isa pa, dito po sa Philippine School of Taxation and Research Inc., our aim is to have professional na globally competitive. So how can you be globally competitive kung hindi tayo updated in terms of technology, no? Kasi ang labanan ngayon global na po, hindi na local, no? Wala nang local ngayon. Kasi if you stick to the local na lang na competition, maiiwanan ka na, no? Why? Sa CPA pa lang, ASEAN na, no? Yung mga CPAs in other ASEAN countries can practice here in the Philippines. So kung ikaw, stick ka pa rin dito sa Pilipinas lang, you will not broaden your horizon. Hindi mo i-saturate din o i-make use yung ASEAN countries, may iwanan ka na, no? Kaya, ang kagandahan lang sa new normal today is you have so many opportunities. At saka you have the tool to explore that opportunities. Ano lang kailangan? Paghandaan mo lang, improve your skills, no? Saka yung, siguro ang number one talaga, yung belief mo, pananaw mo, yun ang baguhin mo. So if you still stick sa dati, wala na yun, no? Yung, wala lang. Ngayon iba ang labanan, it's battle of the brain, at saka global na, no? And even the multinational companies realized that long time ago. Tayo, naiiwanan lang tayo palagi, no? Long time ago. Why? Nakaposisyon na sila sa kung saan sila dapat. Ganon din tayo, no? Our competitiveness. Kasi competition ng sabay, ang iba ayaw nila nang sabihin na competition, no? Pero meron talaga, may competition po talaga. Ayaw nila i-recognize because they don't want to have competition daw. Anong gusto nila? Coexistence. Pero pag hindi ka makipag-compete, okay, you just coexist. Hindi ka naman competitive. What will happen to you? Maiiwan ka, no? So, bookkeeping is one avenue wherein you can offer it additional na income, additional na knowledge. Tsaka kung halimbawa ikaw yung business owner, it's a competitive advantage in your part if you know the bookkeeping at ikaw na yung gagawa. Why? Because yung compliance, alam na alam mo. Why? Because from the first time that you do business transactions, alam mo na yung documentation, madali na lang. No, ako, ngayon, nagbibideo ako dito sa YouTube. No? Alam ko na, pag hands-on ka, mas madali. Yung halimbawa, ikaw yung mag-video sa sarili mo, tapos ikaw yung mag-i-edit, mas madali kaysa ipa-edit mo sa iba. No? Why? Kasi alam mo kung anong oras, kung ano yung saan ka nagkamali, tsaka alam mo na yung flow ng video mo. Kaya ang dali-dali mo na lang ma-edit as compared sa iba na kung halimbawa 2 oras yan, aralin nila yan ulit yung 2 oras. Imagine, as compared sa iyo na alam mo na. No? So, it's an advantage talaga na hands-on ka at saka alam mo yung dapat mong gawin. No? So, one of which is bookkeeping. Ang sabi ko na sa inyo kahapon, bookkeeping is the heart of tax compliance. No? We're not just doing bookkeeping for the sake of recording. No, we are answering laws. We are following rules and regulations. Di pwede yung for the sake of bookkeeping lang kasi kailangan nagninegosyo ako, kailangan ko mag-record. Hindi lang tayo naka-confine doon sa ganung reasoning, no? Kasi unang-una ang bookkeeping is requirement, no? Ano 'yan, may batas ang bookkeeping. Nagtataka nga lang ako doon sa mga nagtuturo ng bookkeeping, why is it na hindi nila tinuturo yung bookkeeping rules and regulations when in fact there is. bookkeeping rules and regulations. Kasi hindi lang yan recording. Kung sasabihin mo na bookkeeping is part of accounting, accounting is an art, mas maraming tutok dapat ang gagawin sa bookkeeping. Why? Kasi ito yung pinakauna eh. No? Recording, summarizing of transactions. So, nandito na yung recording. Ano ba yung i-record mo? No? Hindi naman pwede na record ka lang ng record dyan. Kahit ano, makadampot ka lang dyan ng resibo, bigyan ka ng resibo, yun na yung i-record mo. Hindi naman pwede yung ganon. Kasi may sabi nga tayo, may batas tayo sa bookkeeping. So, dapat talaga sa pagturo ng bookkeeping, na-incorporate yung rules and regulations. No? Okay. So, let's now go to the computerized accounting system, no? Na sabi natin, nandyan yung bookkeeping. Why? Kasi yung bookkeeping is the recording. And the whole cycle of accounting, nandun na yung mga report, generation. So, sabi ko nga sa inyo, sa software, walang bookkeeping software lang. Kasama siya sa accounting. No? Kahit na ngayon yung easy, nagbago na eh. No? Sabi nila, hindi na sila nagbibigay ng about bookkeeping lang kasi bookkeeping is just part of accounting. So, sabi mo nga si ano, yung tea at saka kalamansi. Okay, so, sa components po ng computerized accounting system, pasensya na, dun sa mga marunong na sa computer, alam nyo na to. But for those na hindi naman pare-pareho tayo ng background, kagaya ko, hindi rin ako marunong sa computer, no? Nung nag-evaluate ako ng system, doon lang ako natuto, unti-unti. No? So, we start with the hardware. No? Ano ba yung hardware? No? Kung baga sa tao, yung hardware, ito yung physical na nakikita natin. No? Hardware. May physical na kikita mo, nasa salat mo, lahat yan. Physical yan. No? It's the hardware. So, electronic equipment that includes computers, disks, drives, monitors, no? Yung screen natin, printers, and the network that connects them. No? So, yun po yung sinasabing hardware. Okay. So, most systems requires network to link different computers sharing the same information. No? Yung architectural design po. Yung nandyan na yung connections sa iba't ibang computer kaya namomonitor. No? With a network system, the server stores the program and the data. No? Kasi kung naka-network ka, pero yung isang server, yun lang yung repository or warehouse ng mga records. No? Okay, so we have the hardware. Now, let's go to software. Picture ka na. Software is a set of programs that drives the computer. No? Kung sa katawan natin, ano yung software? Asan yung software? Software na sa utak natin, no? At saka actually, yung software, yun ang pinaka-importante. Kasi anong gagawin mo sa hardware kung wala namang software, no? Hindi siya gagana ng maayos. Kaya nga, yung software, mahal yan eh, no? Yung hardware mo, ganito lang yung presyo ng software, mas mahal eh. At saka, depende pa kung anong klaseng software yan, no? So, software is a set of programs that drives the computer. No? Accounting software reads, edits, or alters, and stores transaction data. No? So, actually, editing is also important. No? So, gawa ng computer. It also generates the reports managers use to run the business. Kaysa yung mano-mano na gagawa ka ng report, matagal sa computer, yung generation ng reports, napakabilis. No? So, many software packages operate independently. Small business may use software for employee payrolls. Yun yung sabi natin na module na lang, no? Iba yung payroll, iba yung accounts payable, iba yung sales, no? Other parts of the accounting software for automated. For large enterprises, accounting software is integrated into the company's database or computerized storehouse of information. No? So, depende na yan sa laki, depende na sa design, depende sa system. No? Kasi kagaya ng BIR, sobrang laki ng system ng BIR, yung Oracle. No? Sobrang laki niyan. To cater. Pero mo yung mga BIR forms lang. No? Saka yung iba't ibang mga system ng electronic filing. No? Company personnel, good personnel are critical to success. Employees must be both competent and honest. Why both competent and honest? Kasi marunong ka, and then honest ka. Bakit? Kasi dapat tama yung information na pinifeed mo sa computer. Why? Kasi pagka mga maling information, manipulate mo yung information na pinasok mo sa computer, then it will also generate a wrong report. No? So, very important. Bakit? Kasi ang computer is just a tool. Sino pa rin ang nagpapagalaw? Tao pa rin, no? Kaya nga, tao pa rin ang gumagamit ng computer. Ang computer, nagpo-process lang ng information, nagre-record. But it's the person na nagdi-dictate kung anong gagawin ng computer. No? So, ano ba yung pagkakaiba ng manual and the computerized books of accounts? No? Sa manual, siyempre, yung manual natin na books of accounts, no? Yung mga pinakita ko sa inyo kahapon. Ito yung mga libro ng mga manual. No? Manual yan ng mga books of accounts. Anong kaibahan daw ng computerized accounting system doon sa manual? Pagka manual, sulat-sulat ka lang dito sa libro. Pero pag computerized based na system, hindi mo na makita yung ganito na klase ng libro. Kasi sinabi mo kasi na computerized, iba na yung mukha. Hindi na ganito na naka-bind siya, hindi na ganito na may mga lines-lines siya na makita mo. Pagdating sa system, iba na yung itsura, no? Makikita nyo mamaya yan kasi magra-run tayo ng mga programs na samples, no? So, pag manual, sulat-sulat ka lang sa libro, but for the computerized-based system, the electronic speed, sobrang bilis ng computers and the accounting software. Ito na yung gives appearance that many of the bookkeeping and accounting tasks has been eliminated. Bakit? Kasi kung mano-mano lang yan, so sulat ka sa journal, ilipat mo sa ledger, magpo-post ka, no? Ilang accounts lang magagawa ng isang tao a day. Pero sa computer, halimbawa, fully computerized accounting system na yung meron ka, pag sulat mo pa lang ng sales, diretso na yan sa journal mo, diretso na sa ledger mo, and then nagpo-process na siya. Kung gusto mo nang mag-generate ng reports, pwede na. No? So, iba talaga ang computer. Kaya nga sabi ko, nagtuturo tayo ng bookkeeping, we will not teach only the manual. No? Kasi bakit? It's the choice na lang ng gagamit kung ano ba talaga yung gusto niya. Gusto niya nang mahira-hirapan pa siya, tsaka bagal, o gusto niya doon sa may investment nga siya, pero mabilis. No? Because in the end, kaysa susweldo kayo ng mano-mano na bookkeeper, pag na-computerize kayo, in the end, mas nakakatipid pa rin kayo doon sa computerized. No? Yung malaki lang doon, yung first na investment nyo. Kasi mag-i-invest kayo ng hardware and then the software. No? Bibigyan ko kayo ng tip on how to get a computerized accounting system na hindi kayo sasakit ang ulo. Why? Kasi yung iba, pagka bumili lang over the counter o bumili na, hindi alam kung compliant ba siya sa BIR or not. No? Minsan hindi napapakinabangan. Why? Kasi accounting system nga siya, but hindi siya compliant with the rules and regulations ng Pilipinas. Kasi sometimes bibilhin mo yan sa abroad. No? And then, once na nabili mo na, hindi mo na siya pwedeng i-enhance. Otherwise, bayad ka na ulit. No? Kaya yung iba napapalaki ang gastos. No? Okay. So, company transactions written in the journal sa manual, date order. The amount in the journal would be posted to the designated columns sa general ledger. So, yun yung matagal, no? Kasi, pa isa-isa, no? Pa isa-isa. Record sa journal per transactions, and then post sa ledger, no? Then kukunin mo yung ending balance at the end of the month, no? Sa accounting software, nandun na yung bookkeeping, lahat na yan. Ano mo na lang, command ka na lang dun sa computer kung ano mong gusto gawin, no? But caution naman po pagdating sa computerized accounting system, kung ano kasi yung ibigay mo na information, yun lang din yung process niya. No? Kasi kahit na mabilis siya, pero pag binigyan mo siya ng hindi accurate na information, hindi rin accurate ang ibibigay niya. No? Yun ang sa bagay, kung sa manual, ganun din eh. Pag binigyan mo ng wrong na information yung bookkeeping clerk mo, yun din yung i-record niya. No? So, ganun pa rin. Mabagal nga lang yung sa manual. Sa computer, mabilis. No? Okay, so adjusting entries, gagawa ka pa ng adjusting entries sa mano-mano. Pero sa adjusting entries, sa computerized, requires a person to determine the amount. Siyempre, sa adjusting entries, hindi din naman alam ng computer kung magkano yung i-adjust niya. Dapat may input pa rin yung tao doon. No? Okay. And then, mag-generate na ang computer ng financial statements. Just like yung anong ginawa natin kahapon, no? Yung 4 na financial statements. Ano ang panglima doon? The disclosure to financial statements. No? Although yung 4 lang talaga na statement, yung panglima doon na notes to financial statement, essay na yun eh. Explain nyo na lang eh. No? Pero part pa rin yun, kasama pa rin sa isasubmit natin, kasama ng financial statements. No? Okay. Okay, so what are the different accounting softwares? No? Kasi nga sabi nga natin, we encourage use of accounting system. Ano ba yung mga different na accounting softwares that pwede natin gamitin? No? So, accounting software is a fundamental application that allows organization to record the flow of money for internal and external review and auditing. So, accounting software, ito yung nagpapagalaw sa computer. No? Kasi hindi mo mapagalaw yung computer. Nasabi nga natin, ito yung utak ng computer. No? Kung sinabi mo na accounting software, iba yan. May command yan, may logic yan na bibilhin mo and then ilagay mo sa computer mo para gumana yung accounting system. No? So, software is very important. It is the primary tool for assessing the financial health of the organization. Yung accounting. No? Hindi yung software. For meeting legal compliance through such core financial tools. No? Sa general ledger, accounts payable, receivable. Kaya nga, iba-iba ang features ng software. No? Kaya kung mamili kayo ng software, see to it na yung gagamitin yung software will fit your purpose. No? Kasi halimbawa, malaking-malaki na kayo na establishment. May mga accounting software dyan na hindi na kayo kayang serve. No? Kung maliit lang, ibang klase din yung gagamitin ninyo na software. No? Kapag malakihan na talaga na mga business, just like manufacturing, mahal na yung software noon. No? Kasi sa manufacturing, ilan yung nandun? 3 yung inventory mo kaagad sa manufacturing, di ba? Meron kang raw materials, meron kang goods in process, meron kang finished goods. No? So, 3 na kaagad. Mas complicated, kaya mas mahal. That's why karamihan ng mga manufacturing na mandatory na sa kanila to be computerized, to adopt computerized accounting system. Ang dami pa rin hanggang ngayon na hindi nakapag-comply. No? They just keep on paying penalties. No? How much is the penalties? 50,000. No? Eh, sa mag-invest sila ng milyon-milyon, nagpe-penalty na lang. Okay. Alam nyo yun na experience ko noon pa, ginawa na rin nilang sa decision making, parang wini-weigh nila how much is the cost of compliance and how much is the cost of non-compliance. No? So sabi niya, sige, kung hindi ako magko-comply, magkano penalty ko? 50,000. Kung magko-comply ako, magkano yung exposure ko, magkano yung gastusin ko? Million. O so saan ka? Eh dito na ako sa magmumulta. No? So, ganun ng mga mentality ng iba, especially business. Alam nyo na, ang mga nasa business, yun ang mga matatalinong tao at saka masisipag na tao. Why? Because all the risk na nasa business, di mo kakayanin yun kung mahina ang personality mo. My goodness. No? Sobrang dami ng risk sa business. Pag hindi ka kumita, kawawa ka. Pag kumita ka, nagkapera ka, kikidnapin ka. Oo. Pati mga anak mo. Sobrang risk ng business. That's why, alam mo, kahit ano sa biyaya pa ako, talagang saludo ako sa mga negosyante. Why? Kasi kung mahinang loob mo, hindi ka talaga magninegosyo. You prefer to be an employee na utos-utosan lang at the end of the day, wala ka ng obligasyon. Why? Ang obligasyon ng negosyante, 24 hours a day. Hindi lang 24 hours, pwedeng 48 hours. Bakit? Dudublihin mo pa yung araw mo. No? Sa dami ng asikasuhin mo. Saka hindi lang yun, ang bilib talaga ako sa kanila. Yung isip-isip, pwede yan eh. Ang bilib talaga ako sa kanila, yung tatag ng damdamin na kahit malugi, tuloy pa rin. Sabi ko, ibang klase ang personality ng negosyante. No? Na kung tutuusin mo. Saka hindi lang yun. Pag negosyante ka, ang dami mo rin i-give up. Why? Ako iniisip ko na yun. Sige, full time ako sa negosyo. Ito yung mga hindi ko na pwedeng gawin. Dami mong hindi pwedeng gawin. Why? Kasi nakatuto ka sa negosyo mo. No? Doon ako believe na when it comes to self-discipline. Pag hindi ka disiplinado na negosyante ka, bagsak ka agad. Bakit bagsak agad? Pag nakabenta ka yung binenta mo, gastusin mo sa iba, hindi mo ibalik dun sa matitempt ka na kung ano yung bibilhin mo, hindi mo ibalik sa negosyo mo. Kinabukasan wala ka ng negosyo. No? So, salute to the mga businessmen. No? Kaya sila yung ang sabi nung OECD. Sino yung OECD? Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. Sila po yung in charge ng Center for Tax Policy and Administration of the World. They are based in Paris, France. No? Kaya talagang kahit na sila, no? Saludo din sila sa mga negosyante, no? Sa business. Okay. So, the modern implementation of the application expands to payroll modules, no? Electronic payment, timesheet, and expenses, among others, in order to gain a wider foothold in the market, no? Balikan ko lang sandali. Ito pala yung sabi ng OECD. Yung mga businessmen, the multinationals, are the architect of the world. Bakit sila architect ng world? No? So, very powerful na titingnan mo, bakit sila yung architect ng world? Sila yung mga nagninegosyo. Bakit? Because they have the money. No? Bakit na kahit tayo nagkaroon ng cellphone, nadamay lang tayo dun sa research and development na ginawa nila. Why? Because they have the needs. No? They have the needs to communicate all over the world because of their presence ng business nila all over the world. So, anong nangyari? Kailangan nila ng magandang communication tool na magagamit nila, na i-evaluate nila kahit na nasaan man yan sa part ng mundo. So, anong ginawa nila? Nag-invento sila ng mga gadgets ng telecommunication. So, nadamay tayo. No? Kung tayo lang, makakagawa ba tayo ng sarili nating cellphone? Oh, hindi. Hindi natin kaya yun. Yung research and development, trial and error yan. Sometimes, hindi pa successful. No? Gagastos ka ng milyon-milyon. Tapos, hindi pa successful. No? So, who can afford that? So, it's the business community because they have the money. No? Kaya nga ang sabi ng OECD, they are the architect of change. No? Bakit nagkaroon ng international financial reporting standards? Because also of the needs ng multinational corporations. No? Sila itong nagpapatakbo ng business ng mundo. So, bakit nagkaroon ng international financial reporting standards? Because of their needs na magkaroon sila ng report coming from all over the world. No? So, kung iba-iba yung standards coming from all over the world, mahihirapan silang mag-consolidate ng report. Why? Because cash in Africa is different from cash in US. No? Accounts receivable, accounts payable, treatment, recognition, measurement ng bawat account, magkakaiba yan. So, paano mo ngayon consolidate yung reports mo. You have so many adjustment. Adjustin mo lahat yan. Which is sobrang hirap. No? So, anong ginawa nila? International Financial Reporting Standards. No? So, adapt. Bawat country ngayon, di ba, nag-a-adapt na. International Financial Reporting Standards. So, ano ibig sabihin nun? Cash in Africa, cash in US, cash in Europe, cash in the Philippines means the same thing. Di ka na mahihirapan. Mag-i-interpret ka pa. Kasi iba pala yung ibig sabihin ng mga accounts na nandyan. So, International Financial Reporting Standards meets the need of the multinationals in making a consolidated financial statement. No? So, ganun po ang sabi ko sa inyo na believe ako sa mga negosyante. No? Tsaka they have the money. Yun ang pinaka, sa lahat. No? Kasi negosyante ka, wala kang pera. They have the money talaga. Okay. Why use accounting software? Bakit kailangan natin ng accounting software? No? Simplification. No? Accounting system put finance control in the hands of a non-accounting audience. Before I go on pala, excuse me. Ano yan? Ha? Ayong kahapon. Hello po, good morning. Akala ko sa bahay na lang kayo ngayon. Okay. Before we proceed pala, lahat ng participants na bigyan na ng software? Soft copy? Okay. So, nandyan na? Hindi. Nandyan na, nabigyan na lahat. Ngayon lang? Hindi. Maganda sana kung na-advance para nakakasabay sila. No? Ako kasi, ayoko yung ibibigay yung handouts after the lecture. Gusto ko during the lecture, may handouts na kayo. Kasi at least, nakakasabay tayo. No? Okay. So, i-check mo ha na lahat nabigyan na ng soft copy. Okay. Kasi iba pa rin yung may soft copy sila na nakikita. So, accounting system puts finance control in the hands of non-accounting audience. So, they are designated to give numbers a meaning while performing automated calculations. Kaya iba talaga ang nagagawa ng computer. So, with little to no training at all, business owner can complete all accounting operations. Alam niyo, yung may mga clients ako na nagninegosyo, hindi lang sa computer sila nag-aaral. Yearly talagang they learn new skills, no? Isa nag-aaral pa sa abroad, no? Anong inaaral? Management. Pati taxation, makikita mo, na dami ng pera, nakahandsuot talaga sila. No? Saka, they keep on expanding their business. No? Kaya yung tama yung sabi nila, pag mayaman ka daw, lalo yung mayaman. Pag mahirap, lalong naghihirap. Kasi, bakit? Pattern kasi yan, no? Pattern ang ginagawa mo. So, bakit naging mahirap? Siyempre, pattern yun. Walang ginagawa araw-araw, hindi ka hanap buhay. Paano hindi ka maging mahirap? Pero yung mayaman, pwede ba sisihin yung mayaman? Bakit sila naging mayaman? Naghirapan nila yun. No? Tsaka hindi yan natutulog. No? Sabi ko nga sa inyo, yung 24 hours, ginagawa yan 48 hours para magtrabaho. No? Kasi, hindi basta-basta ganun lang ka-simple mag-negosyo. No? Imagine pag nag-negosyo ka, you start with a capital. No? Tapos, you go into risk para maibalik mo yung capital na may tubo pa. No? It's not easy. Okay, so kahit na walang training ngayon sa computer, yung mga business owners, mabilis lang. Kasi, so kung halimbawa gagamit ka ng software, yung software na lang yung alamin mo. No? Meron akong professor noon sa doctorate na nagtrabaho siya sa US. So, pupunta niya doon, siyempre, iba yung mga softwares na gagamitin. Sabi niya, even if you don't have the knowledge about the software, sabi niya, within 24 hours, you will know the software. Alamin mo lang. No? Alamin mo lang kung paano siya nagpa-functions. Kasi all the rest, command ka na lang eh. No? Okay. So, cost savings, yan ang pinaka-ano natin. Akala mo, magastos pag naka-computerize ka, yun pala, nakaka-save ka. Why? Kasi ang sabi ko sa inyo, mahal lang ang software, hardware, at the start. Yung one time, kasi may one time ka talaga na gastos. No? So, akala mo, mapampamahal ka. Pero at the long range, baka makakamura ka. Bakit? Kasi yung gagawin ng 5 katao, gagawin na lang ng 1 tao. No? So, how much is the salary per month? No? Ba, yung 5 katao na yan, 10,000 na lang, so 50,000. So, ang cost ng computer mo, halimbawa, is 300,000. So, ilang months na lang yan na isisweldo mo sa tao. No? And then, ilang years mo pa kinabangan yung system mo. No? 3 to 5 years. So, nakakatipid ka pa rin, no? Kaya nga sabi dito, cost savings, no? So, accounting and finance system automate core calculations and administrative procedures, no? May na-evaluate ako na accounting system, fully computerized accounting system. Sino yun? ABCBN. Financial accounting system, fully computerized. Pati yung approval ng mga request nila for accounts payable, yung request ng mga acquisition or purchase, naka-computerize lahat yan. Pati yung electronic signature, naka-electronic signature lahat yan, no? Ganun pala yun pag nag-electronic signature ka at kailangan yung approval mo sa documents. May magpa-pop up dyan sa screen ng computer mo, no? And then, pipirma ka sa computer din, no? May electronic signature. Okay. So, system na yun are used by the group of companies. Hindi lang isa, no? Full financial transparency. Bakit full financial transparency? Sa computer, ang bantayan mo na lang doon yung input, no? Kaya yung talagang papasok ng mga information doon. So, yun yung crucial. Pero, pag nandoon na yung information, hindi mo na kayang baguhin yun. No? Kagaya ng, ito pala yung isa, na nag-evaluate kami ng, yung sa taxi, di ba yung taxi, ay metro yan. And then they were required to issue receipts, no? Sa mga taxi. Pinapabili sila, ni-require sila. There was a time na ni-require talaga maglagay ng meter at saka yung nag-generate ng receipts, no? So, nakahook yan doon sa metro nila. Kasi yung metro nila, kung magkano yung papatak doon sa metro, yun yung issue ng resibo. So, yung metro, nakalink doon sa parang nag-i-issue ng resibo, no? So, ano ginagawa ng iba? Di ba sinisira para yung pabilisin yung metro para mas malaki yung kikitain nila, no? Kaya nga mas maganda yung ganun. Bakit? Kasi pag sinira mo yung gadgets, yung machine mismo, parang sinira mo rin yung investment mo doon. Why? Kasi system yan eh. Pag sinabi mong system, process. Sinabi mong process, step by step, no? 1, 2, 3, 4. Isinira mo yung 1, sira na yung 2. O, sira na lahat ang system mo, no? So, pagka bumili ka, kaya nga sabi ng government, mas maganda computerized accounting system ang taxpayer. Why? Kasi they cannot afford na sirain yung system nila para i-manipulate lang, no? Kaya, mas maganda talaga na computerized accounting system kahit sa business, no? Why? Because there is full financial transparency. Once nandoon na yung report mo sa computer, yun na yung gagamitin niya. Yun na yung ipaprocess niya na information. Hindi siya magpa-process pa ng iba. O ano na yung input mo. No? Accurate forecasting. Siyempre, system na yung ano eh. Kaya alam niyo yung first time na nakakita ko ng computer, I was so amazed. Why? Sabi ko, napakatalino naman itong computer na to. Yung una ko nakita yung nag-game ng chess, no? Tapos pag nanalo siya, tumatawa pa. I was so amazed talaga yun. Sabi ko, grabe naman to. Nakakapag-isip yung computer, no? So, ganun pala. Logic pala yun, pinoprogram. Siguro sa tao, ganun din dapat, no? I-improve natin yung logic natin. No? Kasi, ano ba nagpapatakbo sa atin? Software din. Pag medyo kinakalawang yung software mo, di kalawang na rin yung takbo ng buhay mo. No? So, siguro magpa-reprogram. No? Mag-acquire ng bagong software, no? Yung mga medyo, kasi dahil sa pandemic, depressed na, di ba? Ang daming ganun. Nakikita ko nga, ang daming namatay na taga-BIR, no? Kasi yung mga may sakit na, pagdating ng pandemic, na stress, no? Siguro after the pandemic talagang kung we have ano tayo, software tayo, magpapareprogram talaga tayo. Ano yun? Siguro yung mga nandyan sa utak natin, yung hindi, yung mga negatives, palitan natin, no? Pero siyempre, hindi rin basta-basta madali yan gawin, ha? Mahirap din yan. I-align natin yan lahat sa goals, objectives natin in life. No? Kaya sabi dito sa computer, accurate forecasting. O tayo din, pina-forecast din natin yung buhay natin. No? Ako nga ngayon, parang inaano ko na yung, I'm 63 years old, so paano ko pa i-forecast yung buhay ko? No? Short term na ang forecasting, hindi na pwede long term. No? So anong forecasting ko? 5 years na lang. Hindi na pwede yung mag-forecast ka pa ng 20 years, o 20 years, anong gagawin ko? 30 years, anong gagawin ko? Hindi na ako doon. Sa 5 years na lang. No? So, sa computer, accurate ang forecasting when it comes to data ng business or whatever na data na gusto mo na pinasok mo sa computer. No? It's one of the main advantages of accounting software. No? And it understands the detail, the patterns, the trends of your financial performance. Kasi pwede na siyang gagawa ng analysis. No? Naka-built-in na. And something that would take ages to complete without a solid system. Ano yung pinaka-importante dyan na may aging na kagad sa computer? Yung accounts receivable mo, iba nagpautang ka, no? So, yung pautang mo, may terms yan. 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, no? Kaya gawin yan ng computer. Anong gusto mo makita? Yung account na 90 days na or over 90 days na. Kasi kailangan nakabayad na to, no? Saka singilin mo na siya. Nandun nun na. Pag pindot mo lang sa computer, bibigay niya sa iyo information, no? So, accounting software gives numbers a meaning, helping you understand where to cut expenses or where to invest more. No? Kaya ang accounting, nandyan din, may statistics yan eh. No? Ano iba yung statistics? Nag-i-interpret ng figures, no? Kaya nga sabi ko, hindi ka lang dapat accountant, statistician ka pa eh. Why? Kasi pagdating sa statistics, you interpret the data. Kasi sometimes you have the data, hindi mo naman alam interpret, no? Okay. So, with a clear overview of your current financial status, you will find it easier to develop smart strategies and allocate resources the right way. You have the ready information. Kaya alam nyo, multinationals are investing so much in information. Kaya ang labanan sa buhay, information. Why? Kasi if you have the right information at on time na information, you can make a good decision. Kaya pagka ang decision mo, i-base mo lang doon sa suntok sa buwan. Ang result niyan, suntok sa buwan din. Why suntok sa buwan? Kasi di mo alam kung ano yung basis. O kaya na-base mo doon sa wrong na data. Wrong din yung result niyan. Why? Kaya nga, yung good decision makers talaga, meron silang basis, no? And what are basis? Information. Kasi kung wala kang information, that's why ang dami na ngayon na mga commercial databases, no? Nagpaparenta sila ng mga information nila. Bumibili ng mga information coming from their databases. Why? Because it's a tool in decision making. No? Nasaan ka ngayon? Because of your decision. Oh, nasaan ka na ngayon? Ito ka na. Oh, Kagaya ko, ito na ako, nagtitraining. Bakit? It's my decision. Choice ko to. No? So, very important po yung information. No? Kasi, it will help you make a good decision. Minsan, bakit tayo pumapalpak? Kasi kulang tayo ng information tapos gagawa tayo ng decision sa buhay. No? Easy said than done. No? Kaya, pero iba na din yung alam natin. No? Hirap nito, Hari. Diyan na. Diyan na. Ha? Dapat pinalaki mo na. Kanina pa. Meron niyang malaki.
Ayun.
Dito. Dito yata. Ito ba yun?
Pero dito ako yung...
Diyan siya. Ako. Ito talaga. Sila lumaki, ako lumiit. Sakit sa mata. Yan. Nagbalit. Kayo naman maliit. Ako malaki. Kasi nag-swap. Sige, pwede na. Okay. Productivity. Siyempre, kung computerized ka, your productivity increases. No? Bakit? Kasi mabilis nga. Tapos nakaka-handle siya ng maraming information. No? Okay. Business owner have to choose a single suite of digitized services to improve performance. No? Bakit naging maganda yung performance ng mga airline companies, ng mga service businesses? Because of computerization. No? Bakit accommodate sila ng mga passengers, hindi nagkakagulo, yung queuing, nagiging mabilis na? Because of computerization. No? Dami nang nagawa ng computer. No? Na-improve niya yung maraming kind of services and na-increase yung productivity. No? Kahit sa mga manufacturing companies ngayon, nag-i-invest pa rin sila ng mga machineries na karamihan computerized na. Why? Kasi to improve production. No? Okay. So, first option should definitely be accounting software. No? So, parang binibenta lang natin sa inyo na you computerize. No? Tax compliance. Yun yung sabi ko sa inyo na when you buy accounting software, it should be tax compliant. Why? If you buy mga imported na software, hindi yan tax compliant dito sa ating local. Why? Kasi iba yung mga rates nandyan. Yung sabi ko sa iba, bibili ka ng accounting software, tanungin mo na kaagad yung vendor kung enhanced na yung system nila at compliant with the local regulations. Huwag basta-basta bibili ng software. Mamaya, sabihin natin, kasi sinabi mo, gagamit kami ng accounting software para mabilis. No? So, huwag basta-basta bumili. No? See to it na it is tax compliant. Why? Kasi iba yung rate natin ng withholding, iba yung rate natin ng VAT, iba yung rate natin ng income. No? So, see to it na yung mga vendor na enhance na nila yung system bago nila ibenta dito sa atin. No? Huwag basta-basta bumili ng accounting software. I-evaluate nyo muna kung tax compliant siya. Wala po. Independent. No? Although, pero wala silang accredited na mga suppliers. Unlike dun sa resibo na mga accredited yung printer. Sa computer, walang accredited. No? So, adhere to tax regulations automatically. No? Once you've activated them, they become your number one source of tax and audit information. No? May ibang company na bago sila i-audit ng BIR, nagpapatax audit na sila sa external. No? Kaya yung ibang mga external na accountants, practicing accountants, parang additional, nila yan, additional services nila yan, yung pre-tax audit. No? Papa-audit na sila in advance para makita nila kung compliant ba o hindi. No? Okay, so, computer also store all the important details for you to maintain a transparent workflow, no? Kaya ang daming uses talaga ng software. Okay. Improve relationships with customers, no? Improve relationship with customers. Why? Kasi kagaya sa mga financing companies, no? Instead of yung approval ng loan, 1 week, 2 weeks, di ba? Yung mga sinauna pa nga, 1 month. Bakit? Kasi daw, nag-BBI pa, background investigation, ang dami. Ngayon, in 3 days, 2 days, pwede ka nang ma-release ng loan mo, no? So, mas mabilis. Sa mga airline companies, sa mga transportation companies, mabilis na rin, no? Yung queuing. Why? Kasi, yung mga pasahero na kikita na may mga list na in advance, no? Which is accessible kahit doon ka sa back office o kaya doon ka sa mismo sa counter. Makikita mo na. Tsaka hindi lang yun. Yung ano ba yun? Yung pagsasakay ka na ng airplano, di ba, kukuha ka ng boarding pass, no? Pwede ka nang kumuha through online na hindi ka napipila pagdating doon sa airport, no? O kaya pagdating din sa airport, kung hindi ka pa kukuha, may mga machine na sila doon na pwede ka ring kukuha doon, no? So, those things are all possible because of computers. Kasi kung walang computer, posible magagawa yan. So, okay. Easy to personalize on the business behalf and thus make company performance appear more professional and credible. Siyempre, ibang dating pag computerize ka. Siyempre, no? Parang may dating pag computerize. Security, no? Very important. Kaya yung issue on the security of information, may client tayo, di ba? Yung nagmamarket ng trust condom, o DKT, no? So, yun yung hinire nila tayo to install their internal controls, no? Security, sabi ko, sige, kasi sama ko na yung security of information. Very important, security of information, lalo na pag computerize kayo, isang USB lang ang katapat, kuha na lahat ng information nyo. No? So, ano dapat yung gawin? Dapat secured yung ano nyo, yung computer nyo that has all the data, at saka ang dami yung backup, at saka yung mga in-charge nyo, no? Dapat control nyo lahat yan. Because the security of information, sometimes yung information mo can be a factor na maging successful ka or kaya kang lamunin ng competitors mo. Why? Kasi alam nyo, sabi ko nga sa inyo, the business ngayon, merong mga style, yung mga parang warfare, no? So, inadapt na ng business community yung mga strategies ng mga military nung mapagkikipaglaban. In-adapt na nila yun. Yung Sancho's Art of War, ina-adapt na yun ng mga businessman ngayon. Kaya ang labanan, pag sino ang number 1 mo na competitor, yun ang kalaban mo sa market, no? So, sobra na yung competition. Na yung sometimes, kung anong ginagawa ng competitor, inano mo yan, may spy doon yung yung kalaban. Bakit? Kasi kung ano yung mga strategies na ginagawa nila doon, tatapatan din ng kabila, no? Kaya, paanuhan sila ng mga strategies na hindi malaman ng kabila para mabulaga na lang, no? Actually, nung early ko na, bago ako nag-trainer, no? Kasi sabi ko nga sa inyo, life is a decision. Kung nasan ka ngayon, kasi ito pinili mo no? Kasi nakalink din ako sa gusto ko talagang mag-business, no? Pero yung love ko ng education at saka yung love ko, anong gagawin ko dito? Kasi yung training is the application na lang ng mga aral-aral ko no? But there was a time na nag-put up ako ng parang factory ko ng mga bag, no? Ako yung nagde-design, ako lahat. Tapos may mga dealer lang ako nagbebenta. So, ano yung strategies doon? Minsan, nakagawa ako ng maganda design na bag, no? So, nagpagawa ako ng ilang piraso pa lang. Siguro mga 1 week. Nakagawa ako mga 100 plus or whatever. Kasi, 8 lang yung mananahi ko no? So, anong ginawa ko? Nilabas ko na, ang ganda ng design. Parang shell siya na, ang ganda, para siyang bulaklak na may maraming malalaman yung bag mo, napaka-handy, napakaganda talaga. Kasi malapit kami sa dagat. Makita ko yung Shell, may Shell companies doon eh. Tapos makita ko yung Shell na gumaganon. Ginaya ko siya na bag. Napakaganda niya, no? Nakaganon siya. So, definitely, ang daming malagyan. Noong nilabas ko ng 1 week lang, the following week, ang dami ng kagaya. Sabi, hindi ko na gawa to. Sabi ko gano'n, ang dami na kaagad. So, gano'n ang strategy. No? Bakit? Kasi alam ng competitor mo kung anong ginagawa mo. Pagka may nagawa ka na alam nila na sellable, gagayahin ka agad dyan. Kaya sabi ko, ano pala dapat ang strategies? Pag alam mo makagawa ka ng isang design na sellable, mass production nga na bago mo ilabas. No? Kasi dapat pinag-aaralan mo rin yung market mo. Kahit i-patent mo pa. Alam mo, umate din ako ng seminar sa patent. Alam mo kung ano? You have the idea already of the product, improve it at ipapatent mo rin. No? Halimbawa, nagpapatent sila doon, yung product may, takore, may ganun siya. Ipapatent ka ulit, ibahin mo lang, dagdagan mo na yung ibang features. No? Ganun ang labanan sa business ngayon. At hindi yun. Pag nagpapatent ka, after 20 years of patent na yan. No? It becomes a public domain and anybody can use it. Kaya iba pa rin yung, kasi ang gusto ng gobyerno, yung nakapatent na yan, after 20 years, public domain na siya, anybody can use it. Para mass production and for humanity. So anong gagawin mo if you are the one na nagde-develop ng patent? Bago ka pagayahin ng iba, kumita ka na. No? Yan. Kaya nga sabi ngayon, today is battle of the brain. No? Hindi battle of the brainless. Si kawawa yung hindi mag-isip. No? So security of information is very important. That can be a determining factor na magiging successful ka o hindi. No? Kagaya sa sarili natin. No? CPA ka, napakaraming CPA ngayon. So, ano gagawin mo? You have to add value sa sarili mo para competitive ka. CPA ka, hindi ka nga nag-a-attend ng seminar. Hindi ka nag-a-update yung mga bagong financial reporting standards, hindi mo alam. No? Kaya yung ibang CPA na tinitingnan ko, para akong natatakot sa kanila. Why? Sabi ko, naniniwala pa kaya yung kliyente nila dito hindi naman to nag-aaral bagong accounting standards, hindi alam paggawa ng FS, mangupya lang, no? Pero ang daming pera. Sabi ko sa buhay natin, alam mo, ano talaga, yung, hindi mo alam ano talaga yung success factor, no? It varies. Kasi sila yung hindi nag-aaral, pero sila pa yung mas maraming pera kaysa doon sa nag-aaral. So, ganun ang buhay. Okay. So, security of information is very important, no? Hindi basta-basta binibigay lang yan, no? Especially sa computer. We are using the nanotechnology, so maliit lang na USB ang katapat, lahat ng information mo nakakuha na, no? Even sa internet, di ba, Hari? Sa internet lang, kung ano yung nakalagay mo dyan, pwede nila na i-hack. Diba? Pwede lang makuha yung information mo through the internet. Hindi na sila pupunta sa sa laptop mo. No? That's why the security of information is very important consideration. So what are the types of accounting software? No? So ito yung mga type ng accounting software. No? Iba-iba. Pwedeng billing and invoicing system lang yung bilhin mo, no? Billing and invoicing. Nagbi-bill sa client, automatic. And then, nag-i-issue ng invoice, no? Sa client. Pwedeng ganun lang. Okay. Ito kasi yung sa ibang companies, yung billing and invoicing system, ito yung pinakamarami nila in a day, no? So, pwedeng ganun lang ang i-computerize mo. Component lang yun, no? So, ano pa? Including check writing, informing customers about their due payments. Ang ano ba yung ina-outsource ng mga US companies dito sa atin na sa BPOs or business process outsourcing? Ano yun? Customer service, ang karamihan dyan. Ano yun? Product knowledge. Informing customers, no? Yung iba yung collection, yung nagawa ko ng transfer pricing analysis na isa. Collection ng accounts receivable, no? reminding the customers ng kanilang due payments, no? Ina-outsource 'yan. Yung iba, ano ina-outsource nila? Ano, halimbawa, yung business nila online na. Yung halimbawa, service business nila. Ina-outsource nila yung mag-i-entertain ng mga customers nila sa internet, yung mga sasagot, no? Kaya yung si ma'am, hindi daw siya nasagot sa amin. Hindi ko alam kasi may iba kasi po yung in charge na doon. Sila yung in charge ng mga invitations. So, bakit hindi nasagot, no? Kasi yung sa akin naman, yung iba numbers kasi dyan, number ko yun eh. So, ano ko naman yun, check, no? At saka pag sa akin pinapasa ko din sa kanila na sagutin nyo to. So, okay, so important to preserve control over the accuracy of accounting figures, make service look more professional and credible to the end recipient. Kakita na kayo ng mga letters of reminder na sinasabi na this is system generated, no signature required, no? Andun na yun eh. If payment made, disregard. Ganon. So, yun, computer-generated na mga correspondence. No? Okay. Payroll management system. Halimbawa, ang tao mo, 2,500, 3,000. Hindi na pwede mano-mano yan. Ha? You use payroll system already. No? But be sure lang also that your payroll system is tax compliant. Why? Kasi ang payroll may withholding yan. No? And how much is the rate of the withholding? Natin dito sa Pilipinas. So, dapat compliant yan with our local withholding tax rates. No? Kasi hindi na pwedeng mano-mano mo yung payroll, especially kung marami kang employees. No? Okay. Enterprise Resource Planning System. Ito yung ERPS, no? ERP. Most important accounting software categories. Why? Kasi ito yung system used for product planning, material purchasing, inventory management, control, distribution, accounting, marketing. O, ibalik ko lang doon sa tax audit. Lahat ng mga sinasabi ko dito ng mga samples, ito yung functions ng companies. At ang sinasabi ko sa inyo ngayon is economic taxation. Kaya, economic audit. So, pag economic audit, audit ng activities. No? So, dati dito ginagawa yung transfer pricing audit. Economic taxation po yan. No? So, anong tinitingnan dyan? Yung activities mo. No? So, iba na. Kaya nga sabi niyo ko sa inyo, iba na yung world ngayon. It becomes more sophisticated. So, sinabi dito, product planning, material purchasing, lahat yan goes through audit. Pati process mo, ina-audit na rin. No? Inventory management, ang dami, may bago tayong mga regulations about inventory. How to value ng mga obsolescence na inventory. No? How to report. No? Kasi kung halimbawa, loss ng inventory, paano mo i-report? Aside from yung 12-77, may bago sila pagdating sa inventory. No? Ng mga obsolescence. Saka kung sino yung present na, yung iba kasi dinidestroy talaga yung mga expired na mga product kasi hazardous na, no? Hindi pwede. Susunugin yun o kaya ibabaon sa lupa, no? So may requirement yan na may examiners talagang kasama at saka magdi-determine ng value because you claim it as a loss, no? Okay. So inventory management and control, distribution, accounting, marketing, finance, HR, no? So, ang dami niyang system. Kasi bawat isa to, independent na system yan ano lang yan sila. Kumbaga sa isang buong accounting system, ang daming softwares yan, hindi lang isa, no? So, latest ERP solutions offer modules for CRM. Ano yung CRM? Customer Relations Management, no? And business intelligence. Ano yung business intelligence? Ito yung mga, actually, dyan ako na invite ng WIPO, no? Yung sa mga artificial intelligence na tinatawag. No? Ito ang tawag business intelligence. So, ito yung mga softwares din na mga ginagamit nyo, and the ownership is being determined. No? So, the company can learn from its own practices and prepare better strategies in the future. Tingnan nyo ano na-anticipate natin? Bakit pinapaganda natin yung ngayon? Because we anticipate of the future. No? Kasi kung yung iba, ganun ang ginagawa nila, they anticipate the future, ikaw hindi lang, may iiwan ka. Alam nyo, may projection na in the year 2028, iba na ang Pilipinas. Because if you try to look at now, ano ba yung mga big infrastructures na ginagawa dito sa Pilipinas? No? At sabi pa nung isang contractor na nagpa-tax consultant sa akin, sabi niya, kung hindi lang nag-COVID sabi niya, we can have shortage of cement in the Philippines. Bakit? Sa sobrang dami na infrastructures na gagawin. Kung titingnan ninyo yung mga infrastructures na gagawin, napakagaganda. Yung mga bridges lang connecting our islands, napakagaganda. So, you can just imagine, sabi ko, kung buhay pa ako sa 2028, makikita ko pa kaya yun? No? Ganun na siya kaganda. Because they are constructing it now. Di ba yung Cordova, Cebu na, Mactan, Cebu na napaka-sophisticated na bridge connecting Mactan, Cebu at saka Cordova, napakaganda na. Bakit? Nandun ang MEPS, no? Yun ang pinakauna na Mactan Export Processing Zone, na PESA zone. Sino-sino ba yung nandoon? Mga multinational corporations doing business all over the world, nandun sila. Bakit? Sinapakaganda ng Cebu. No? Pag nandun ka sa Cebu, ayaw mo na ng Metro Manila. No? Yung Cebu is 3 hours drive from our place. No? Kaso lang, sasakay ka pa ng parang bars, no? Parang barko. No? Sa barko, mga 45 minutes. Pero, malapit lang. No? At saka sobra kahit yung airport ng Cebu ngayon, ang ganda na. No? Expand nila at saka inayos. At saka mas maraming foreigner na nasa Cebu compared sa Metro Manila. No? So, yun yung, balikan natin yung sinasabi na business intelligence. It's very important. Kasi nga sabi ko sa inyo, sino ba yung sabi ng OECD, the architect of change in the world? It's the business community. No? Kaya sila yung mga nagde-develop dyan. No? Hindi lang yun. If you try to look at Palawan can be another Hong Kong, no? Na business center. Why? 3 international airport din ang ginagawa sa Palawan. No? Kaya yung mga may notion talaga na for the future nag-i-invest, lahat yun. Lahat ng developers nag-i-invest na sa Palawan. No? 1,000 hectares yung mga binibili doon. In anticipation of the growth. No? Kasi one of the 7 wonders of the world na yung underground river. No? Ang daming turista sa El Nido. So, lahat yun, pag business ka kasi, lahat yun na ano pa, yung isa Cebu, Bohol, no? Which is just napakalapit sa Cebu. Ang daming mga Koreans, no? So you can just imagine kung walang potential ang Pilipinas, bakit ang daming foreigners na nandito, no? Okay. So tayo na nandito na, strategize na rin tayo. Okay, wala naman tayong pera, ourselves will become globally competitive. No? Paano yun? Ito lang ang computer, isa ng tool to become globally competitive. No? Hindi man kayo maka-aral sa school, sa internet, ang daming dyan. No? Ako, inaral ko lang yung YouTube, noong lockdown. No? Sa iyo ko ng YouTube, gusto ko face-to-face. Wala, it's the new normal. So, yung ginawa ko, inaral ko, ang unang aralin nyo yung batas. No? Kasi mamaya iba na kayo ng YouTube, hindi nyo alam kasi pindot kayo ng pindot, bawal na pala yun. No? So, importante yung batas. Time and expense management system. No? So, designed to help expedite billing cycles. No? May cycle ang billing. Bawa, every month. No? And approve expenses on the go. No? So, usually, configurable enough. Alam to ng mga IT, no? Yung kinoconfigure. For any business to adjust them to its operation place. No? Kaya, Ang laking tulong sa management. So, what does accounting software do? Accounting. So, it's the main component of the system. No? So, ano bang ginagawa ng accounting? So, kung anong ginagawa, purpose ng accounting, ginagawa yan ng computer at a very fast speed. No? Okay. Pag sinabi mo na accounting, bookkeeping, ano kaagad yung ma-imagine mo? Yung journal at saka ledger. No? Financial statements. No? Ako kasi, mahilig ako mag-imagine. Para hindi ko makalimutan. Ito, meron na akong tips for life na YouTube din. Kasi isi-share ko sa inyo yung paano mag-aral na mabilis mo siya maintindihan. Kasi ako kinukonek ko kasi yan eh. Saka pag nag-aral ako, halimbawa, practice ng sayaw. No? Kasi elementary, high school, pino-force talaga kami ng father namin na pagka may mga affairs sa school, kailangan you have to join, no? Kasi ganun ng mga Cebuano, may hilig sa sayaw-sayaw, kanta, no? Tsaka tuwan-tuwa yan sila na makita nila yung anak nila sa stage. Parang achievement, no? So, talagang kailangan you join, no? So, anong ginagawa ko? Halimbawa, today, nag-practice. Pagdating na ng gabi, ini-imagine ko yan. Tapos, kunwari, sinasayaw-sayaw ko yan, no? Pagdating na ng practice ulit, kabisado mo na. Tuwan-tuwa na yung nagtuturo sa'yo dahil marunong ka na. No? Kasi before you do it actual, you do it in your mind. Mas mabilis matuto. Kaysa pagkatapos na lang kalimutan mo, tapos pagbalik mo ulit, zero knowledge ka na naman ulit, magagalit ng instructor mo sa'yo. No? Ganon din sa teaching. No? Anong ginagawa ko? Kaya ako ngayon, yung style ko, kasi nagtuturo na rin ako, gusto ko, bigay ko sa inyo in advance yung PowerPoint. Aralin nyo na. Para nakakasabay kayo sa akin. Why? Kasi ganun ang style ko na mag-aral. Ayoko yung nakisabay ako sa teacher. Gusto ko advance ako sa teacher. Kaya I'm so particular. No? Nag-aral lang ng law. Particular talaga ako nung syllabus. Ano ba yung syllabus for the whole SEM? Kasi babasahin ko na yan. Para pag nag-lecture yung teacher, alam ko na. No? In that case, madali intindihin, madali maintindihan, saka hindi mo makalimutan. Pero kung nagsasalita doon yung teacher, wala kang alam, first time mo narinig, tapos pag talikod mo pa sa school, hindi mo rin aralin ulit, pagbalik mo zero knowledge ka ulit. Useless. No, useless. Kaya ako napupwersa ako na sa training kasi sa gusto kong aral-aral. Anong gagawin ko dito sa aral ko? No? So, isi-share ko. Kasi 63 years old, nasa pre-departure na. Anong gagawin mo dun sa mga inaral mo na yun, no? Sabi ko, i-share natin dun sa mga bata-bata pa para pakinabahan nila sa buhay. Okay. Tama pa ba yan? Billing and invoicing, bumalik? Budgeting and for... Oh, same. Okay. Dito tayo sa project accounting, no? Ang daming softwares ngayon na para sa project, no? Yung project team, mga ganun. It really helps, no? Kaya kung after na accounting, tuloy-tuloy kayo sa software, hindi kayo magko-confine sa accounting softwares lang. No? You have to use. Ito nga ngayon, nag-YouTube kami. No? Bumili na kami ng mga softwares, iba-iba. Tapos, bibili ka pa kung ano yung bago. No? Kasi cheaper lang eh. No? So, lahat yan makakatulong at mapapa-improve yung trabaho mo. No? Fund accounting, ito yung sa mga non-stock, non-profit organizations. No? Meron ako na-evaluate dito, binili nila abroad, 150,000 yung software. No? Pero ang dami mo pang i-enhance. Kaya very particular kayo, once bumili kayo ng software, i-open ninyo yung enhancement. Why? Kasi kung hindi mo i-open yung enhancement, every time you enhance the software, papaalam ka sa kanila, bayad ka ulit. No? So, ganun. Inventory management, malaki to. Kasi especially sa mga supermarket, no? Inventory management nila na software, that is very crucial to them. Why? Because their main business is selling of goods, no? And we try to look at the items na binibenta nila, something like 50,000 items, 100,000 items. Paano mo makontrol yan manually? So you have really to use the inventory management na software, no? So, pag nakikita niyo yung mga terminal dyan sa grocery, no? Pagdaan ng goods, di ba, isa-swipe lang nila yan? Diretso na yan dun sa inventory kung anong goods yan. So, itong inventory mo, halimbawa, noodles. Pag swipe ng isang noodles yan, bawas yan dun sa inventory. So, at the end of the day, alam na nila kung magkano yung balance ng noodles na inventory nila. So, madali lang para sa audit, madali din para sa decision making. Why? Kasi alam mo na how much is the balance na ng noodles mo, order ka na. No? So, yun yung reorder point na sinasabi sa accounting. No? Okay. So, what do you consider when getting an accounting system? No? Integrated invoicing module, depende na yan sa needs nyo. Kasi para sa large taxpayers, ito yung selected ng customer, no? Na based on their payments, ginawa silang large taxpayers, nakabukod sila, may sarili silang database, no? Sa yung registration nila, hindi kung where you are located, no? Where the large taxpayer is designated. Halimbawa, may large taxpayer sa Cebu, may large taxpayer sa Davao. So, lahat ng Mindanao na large taxpayers, sa Davao yan nagpaparegister, hindi kung saan located yung office mo, no? Sa kanila, require ang full accounting system. Hindi na pwede yung mga component or mga integrated na module lang. Halimbawa, payroll lang, pwede na. Billing and invoice, pwede na. Sa mga small taxpayers, pwede. Pero sa large taxpayer, mandatory na full accounting system from the issuance of the receipts hanggang sa generation ng reports, walang manual intervention. No? Kasi bakit? Computer na lang gumagana. Full accounting system. No? So, ito yung sinasabi niya na integrated invoicing module. Why? From the invoicing, issuance of receipts, hanggang sa generation ng reports, no? Hanggang matapos yung accounting process, computer na lahat ang gumagawa. No? So, customization, there is no one size fits all. Iba-ibang klase yan. No? Mamaya, ease of use. No? Ano yung ease of use? Madali siyang gamitin. No? Security, connectivity, yan. Kaya yung problema namin dito sa Zoom, sa online na training, yung connectivity. Minsan na yung ilang Zoom na ba tayo? 2? Nag-crash. No? So, kaya yung a day before, kasi yung mga first time, alam niyo yung mga first time, talagang mahirap yung mga first time kasi dami mo hindi alam, no? Alam mo yung kaba namin, baka walang connection, baka mag-brown out, baka yung mga kaba mo sa dibdib, no? But as you go along, alam mo na, may mga disaster recovery program ka nang gagawin, may mga backup, no? So, number 1 is connectivity, no? Kaya pagka nag-o-offer ka ng mga ganitong klaseng services, may backup ka, no? Hindi lang isa yung service provider mo dito, 2, 3, no? At saka hindi yung mabagal, kailangan doon ka sa mabilis, no? Connectivity. Mobile usage. Ano pa yung accounting ka, no? Computerized. Yung mobile usage, kahit nasa loob ka ng eroplano, kaka-access ka ng information, no? Kahit nasaan ka, 24/7, nagagawa mo yung report mo. If you want information, ma-access mo, meron ka, no? Bakit naging ganito ang world ng computer? Because yung mga nagde-develop, no? Yung mga software developer, araw-gabi yan, nagre-research yan, ginagastusan nila yan. And every time, may mga added features yan, may mga value added dun sa products nila. Kasi di ba sabi ko sa inyo, napaka-competitive ng market. So what are you going to do? Kung yung product mo today is the same tomorrow, then you will die. Why? Ano yung sabi nila? You have to innovate. No? Bawa, sa service business ka. Ito yung available na service mo ngayon. Bukas ganun pa rin. May iwan ka noon sa mga nag-a-update, no? Nag-a-upgrade. So, yung mobile usage na to, this is one na ino-offer nila na pwede. Dati, sasakay ka na aeroplano, patayin mo lahat yung mga cellphone, no? Bawal. Nangungulit, tapos chinecheck ka pa ng stewardess. Pag nakikita, bawal. Ngayon, di na. May airplane mode na. No? Ano yun? Added features yan ng mga cellphone, ng mga laptop. No? Kasi pag pinatay mo yung laptop, nandun ka, kung 4 hours yung flight mo, sayang naman yung 4 hours, wala kang magawa. So, ginagawa nila, airplane mode, na hindi siya nakaka-istorbo doon sa navigation ng piloto. No? So, yun yung mga sinasabi natin na nag-i-improve yung product. No? So, ganun din sa sarili natin. No? Mahilig kasi ako magbalik sa sarili. No? Kasi trainer po ako, no? Ng BAR for 17 years, values formation. We were trained ng BAR sa DAP, yung Development Academy of the Philippines. Yun yung pinaka-the best training in my life na naatinan ko. Pero sobrang hirap. No? Kasi bakit? Lahat ng bagay madali lang, pero yung tungkol sa sarili mo, yun ang pinakamahirap. Computerized accounting system, mabilis lang yan because it is not about yourself. No? Sinabi mo na ito na yun. Pero yung sarili mo, hindi mo talaga yan kilala. No? Kahit nasabihin mo pa kung minsan na, kailangan ko magbago. Pero ang hirap-hirap magbago. No? Pricing. No? So, pricing, software logic applies again. No? So, the more system can do, siyempre, the more it will cost. No? Sabi nga nung isang kasama ko na trainer din, sabi niya, kung gusto mo ng special na pansit, you pay more. No? So, ganoon din sa software. Gusto mo na maganda yung features, mabilis, no? You pay more. No? Kaya yung pricing, may consideration talaga yan. Gusto mo masarap na buhay, kailangan marami kang pera. Para marami kang pera, you work more. No? Reliable support, very important. No? So, accounting software vendors pride themselves with knowledgeable and fast-to-respond teams. Alam nyo, may na-evaluate ako na software na binili niya sa Spain. No? Nagsasapatos yun yung bumili nun. Pag meron siyang problema sa software niya na binili niya sa Spain, ano yun parang cash register machine or POS machine. Alam nyo, tatawag lang siya sa Spain, tapos sasabihin na kung ano yung problema. Through internet, nagagawa. Grabe. Right in my eyes, kaya doon ako nahasa sa mga software. Kasi naging evaluator ako Nung nakikita ko, sabi ko, paano yun? Through the internet, nakakagawa yung computer. Na-analyze niya kung ano yung sira. Tapos, may instruction niya doon sa may-ari na ito yung gawin mo, ito yung gawin mo. That's how sophisticated it is. Also, reliable support. Nandoon na sila sa Spain, pero nagagawa nila yung sira ng computer dito. Kaya sabi ko, very amazing talaga itong computer na to. No? Examples of accounting software, last gist na, puro kwento. No? But yung kwento ko po sa inyo, kung titingnan ninyo, may napapala kayo. Hindi yun kwento na kutsero. No? Kwento yan na may laman. Kasi, during my evaluation, alam nyo, yung evaluation very important. Nabibigyan pa sila ng evaluation? Yung mga previous natin nang bigay na, hindi ko pa nakikita kasi hindi ko alam anong evaluation doon. Kasi inaaral po natin. Inaaral po natin yung evaluation. Lalo na ngayon, online ito. We want to improve our service, no? Ano yung nilagay doon ng isang evaluator sa akin? Too many stories, no? Sabi niya nun sa akin. Sabi ko, hindi niya na-gets yung stories ko, no? So, kayo, gets niyo yung stories ko, May mga point tayo na ini-emphasize dyan, nilalagyan ko ng kwento para mas maintindihan nyo, no? Kasi boring ang taxation, boring itong subject natin, no? At saka yung sa totoong buhay, nire-relate ko talaga dito, no? Kasi, ang pinaka-importante kasi, kahit ano pang software ang gagamitin mo, ang pinaka-importante ikaw, no? Okay. So, what are the examples of accounting software? No? Bago tayo mag-break and then doon na tayo sa actual. So, we have the QuickBooks. Itong QuickBooks, there was a time na binan po ito ng BAR. Bakit? Kasi napaka-konti lang nung kaya niya na information na i-process. But now, nag-improve na rin yung QuickBooks. No? So, ito yung pinaka-sellable actually, yung QuickBooks. Kasi software package to Yung yari na talaga, gagamitin mo na lang. Kumbaga sa salpak mo na lang, gamitin mo na. No? We have Fresh Books, no? Fresh Books offers subscription-based product that includes invoicing. Oh, so, yan naman yung mga basic eh. No? So, invoicing, ano ba yung invoicing? Yung issuance ng receipts. So, yung Fresh Books, pwede na siya mag-issue ng receipts through computer. No? Accounts payable, ano yung accounts payable? Ito yung mga purchases mo. No? Expense tracking. Nilagay lang po dito na accounts payable. Sabihin mo, paano yung purchases mo na cash? No? System yan, na lahat ng purchases mo, dumadaan siya ng accounts payable. So, kahit na yung sinasabi mo na cash, papasok pa rin yan dyan. No? Expense tracking, time tracking, no? Retainers, fixed assets depreciation. Itong depreciation ng assets, very important to. May lapsing schedule to na standard na binibigay ang BAR saka ang ECEC. So, dapat yung software mo, yung ating software mo is compliant with that lapsing schedule para yung gagawa noon, yung computer na, hindi na yung mano-mano pa. Oh? Purchase orders, payroll integration. Ano yung payroll integration? Payroll system, no? Double entry accounting, industry standard business and management reporting, no? So ano yung mga industry standard business and management reporting? Yung pinakauna-unang standard natin, yung report ng financial statements, di ba? Ilan yun? Yung apat na na-discuss natin kahapon, plus the notes to financial statements, no? Dali lang, ilan na yung nanonood? 106. Okay, shout out po tayo doon sa mga YouTubers natin na nanonood dyan, no? Your questions will be entertained na ulit mamayang 4:30, ha? Okay. So, relax lang tayo, no? So, all financial data is stored in the cloud on a single unified. Ano yung cloud? Cloud. Kala nyo cloud na totoo yan na cloud, ha? Ano yan? Database, no? Allowing users to access the same set of books regardless of location. No? Bakit regardless of location? Di ba sabi ko sa inyo, the multinationals are the architect of change. No? So bakit architect of change sila in the world? Because of their presence worldwide. No? So anong ginawa nila dito sa sinabi mong cloud na database? Kahit nasaan silang parte ng mundo, they can access to the information. No? So bakit? Investment nila yun eh. Pera nila yun. No? So, they have to monitor. No? Okay. It offers a free API. Itong Facebooks, may free API siya. Ano tong API? Ito yung automated process integration. Na kung wala kang automatic na API, bilhin mo to. Ang mahal din ito, no? Kasi ito yung middleware. No? Halimbawa, payroll. Babato niya dito sa accounting system mo dahil nakaseparate siya. Gagawa ka ngayon ng middleware. Pero dito ginawa na nilang libre. No? Kasama na yung mga APIs nila. No? So, enables customers, third-party software vendors to integrate external applications with Facebooks. No? Yung may external na applications ka, madali lang siya i-integrate, ipasok doon sa system mo. Kasi kung walang API ang system mo, hindi makapasok yung external o yung ibang mga applications, hindi ma-process na software mo. So, with this Freshbooks, mayroon na siyang sariling API na mayroon kang mga external o iba pang applications, may papasok mo kaagad doon sa kanya at ma-process niya. No? May integrate niya doon sa system. No? Freshbooks also support multiple tax rates. So, pag sinabi multiple tax rates, ready na siya. Halimbawa, ang income tax rate sa Singapore, 16%. Ang income tax rate ng Pilipinas, 30%. Yung income tax rate ng Japan, iba rin. No? So, multiple tax rate, i-adjust mo lang, kaya na niya, compliant na siya. No? Meron ding iba na multiple currency. No? Nakaka-switch na kaagad kung anong currency yung gagawin. No? O, tama pala. Siya din, no? To. Multiple tax rates and currencies. No? Turing Freshbooks na to. No? So, incorporates payroll feature and project features. Zoho Books, cloud-based accounting solution. Pag sinabi mong cloud-based accounting solutions, available siya kahit nasaan ka, no? But for small organizations, no? Mayroon siyang contact management, invoices, expenses. Sa mga online sellers, pwede na yan, no? So you don't need to have a very sophisticated na software. Kasi ako ang advice ko talaga sa online sellers, mag-computerized accounting system kayo, no? Kahit i-allow pa kayo ng BR ng manual, mahihirapan kayo sa manual. Why? Because you have electronic records, no? Electronic records, tapos i-process mo manually, mahirapan ka. Yung mga retention mo, archiving mo, electronically. Paano may archive yan sila manually? No? So, sa mga online sellers, you really invest in computerized accounting system. Kasi may mga mura naman eh, no? So, Books comes with automatic bank feeds, collaborative client portals, accounting and taxing, online payment, kaya niya, no? Online payment, so kaya niya. Ma'am, paano namin padala yung resibo? Situated all over the Philippines yung mga clients, minsan abroad pa. You issue electronic receipt para hindi kayo mahirapan, no? So, kung hindi talaga, manual, kasi manual yung binigay sa inyo ng BIR, then, upon delivery of your goods, sabay nyo na yung resibo, no? Yung goods, sabi ko, yung goods nga na-deliver nyo, yung resibo pa, no? Okay, sometimes yung iba kasi naghanap lang ng issue, no? Pwede naman, naka-online ka nga ng business, yung resibo pa, hindi mo ma-online. Kasi you already have the facilities, no? Improve na lang, no? Kasi sometimes naman, alam nyo, nung nakita ko, kaya, why is it na nasa training ako ngayon ng puro taxation? Because during the time for 29 years, I do audit. Alam ko may gap between the taxpayer and the tax authorities, no? Ano yung gap na yan? Sometimes lack of information. Sometimes, gusto naman ng taxpayer to comply, pero hindi niya alam, no? Kasi very limited lang po yung resources ng BIR. Hindi yan nakaka-reach out sa lahat ng taxpayers, no? Hindi kagaya ng ibang bansa, kagaya ng Japan. Yung Japan naka-tie up with the certified public tax accountant. Meron silang ganun. Dito sa atin, wala, no? Okay. So, Books allows users to manage multiple timesheets of different projects and tracking of reimbursable expenses. Especially yung marketing, yung nasa field, no, na nakikip track yan. Also, connect bank and credit card accounts, no? Uso pa ba yung credit card sa Pilipinas? Uso pa ba yung mga credit card? Kasi sa totoong buhay, ganito na yung edad ko, hindi ko naranasan yung credit card, no? Kung naranasan yung credit card. So, okay pa ba? Kasi, ang dami hindi nagbabayad sa credit card. No? O, credit card, tapos mawawala na lang, hindi na masingil. No? So, kaya nga sabi ko. Okay. So, organizations can connect bank and credit card accounts. Why? Especially if yung medium talaga ng transaction is credit card. So, may facilities po. No? Ito, ang SAP, although ang daming negatives dito, no? Na pagdating sa post-service, no? SAP, ito yung pinakamarami sa mga manufacturing companies, sa malalaking businesses. Sa large taxpayer, marami ang gumagamit ng SAP, no? System Applications and Products. Germany po ito, eh. Saka, may iba-ibang version, no? Pero mahal ito. Pinakamura nila is more than 1 million. No? Pinakamura nila, yung business one is 1.2 million. No? So, SAP provides the right foundation for your accounting and reporting teams. No? So, financial accounting solution unifies robust. Robust, ibig sabihin, voluminous na transactions. Pwede nilang i-process. No? Financial accounting functionalities to help you manage the complexities of your company's global accounting, no? Kaya ito ang ginagamit talaga ng mga multinationals, no? For greater efficiency and transparency across the enterprise, no? Okay. Record all your financial processes into a comprehensive general ledger, no? So may general ledger siya, nandoon na lahat. Okay. Support multidimensional reporting and parallel accounting standards. Kaya nga, very powerful ang SAP, no? Get complete financial accounting by integrating assets, payables, receivables, and inventory. No? Remember ha, sa accounting software, hindi natin yan binibili. And we can never be an owner of an accounting software. No? Kasi sino may-ari niyan? The developer. Ano lang yung pwede natin gawin dyan? License to use. No? License to use lang. Pero hindi ka pwede na binili mo. Binili ko yung software. Hindi mo po yan binili. License to use lang yung binayaran mo. No? Use powerful management accounting tools for orders, project, cost centers, profit centers. No? Leverage, comprehensive, lahatan na. Functionality for closing automation, reporting, and audit support. No? So marami talaga na mga big businesses using this AP. Okay, zero. Itong zero, ang daming gumagamit dito ngayon. Kasi yung mga previous natin na face-to-face, natin na free bookkeeping, sabi, ba't pa kayo umatin dito? They're using zero accounting software. Ha? So magagaling na sila sa sa bookkeeping. Sabi ko, bookkeeping lang naman to, ba't kayo nandito? No? Ma'am, review lang. No? And I also learned from them. No? They are using zero accounting software. Meron akong kaibigan na CPA din, nasa Tonga, no? Republic of Tonga. Alam niyo, COVID-free sila. No? COVID-free sila. At doon sila sa gitna ng dagat, tapos lang kapitbahay, wala lahat. No? So, COVID-free. They are using zero accounting software. No? So, zero single unified ledger allows users to work in the same set of books regardless of location or operating system. Okay, just imagine, ha? Same set of books pero regardless of location. No? Nakaka-evaluate ako. Yung in-evaluate namin, yung kausap namin, yung isa nasa UK, yung isa nasa Thailand, yung isa nasa Singapore, kami dito sa Pilipinas. No? Same. No? Isang libro lang yung tinitingnan nyo, pero different location all over the world. No? It's possible because of technology. No? So, key features include automatic bank feeds, invoicing. Kaya meron tayo pong tinatawag na global na invoicing. No? Ina-allow din po yan ng BR. Bakit? Kasi hindi po pwedeng i-allow. System na yan. No? 001 na invoice issued dito sa Pilipinas, 002 na invoice issued sa Thailand, 003 issued sa Singapore. No? So, ganun yung global invoicing. Pero lahat yun, pag in-audit mo, lahat yun, hindi kasi bibigyan ng permit kung hindi mo ma-access dito sa Pilipinas. Lahat yun, ma-access mo. Expense claims, fixed asset depreciation, purchase orders, bank reconciliations, standard business and management reporting. No? Ito, Zero has more than 200 secure connections with banks and financial service partners around the world. So, network. May network siya. No? Free API. Ito yung sabi ko sa inyo na middleware. No? Also enable customers and third-party software vendors to integrate external applications. Halimbawa, meron ka ng payroll na system. So, madali mo na integrate. Hindi ka na bibili ng software. Alam niyo magkano yung middleware? 350,000. No? Dito, libre na. Kung meron ka na sariling applications, may API na siya. Ibig sabihin, meron na siya middleware. I-connect na niya doon sa subsystem mo na yun, o component mo na yun. No? So, gagana na. Zero's integrations with 700 third-party apps. Ano yung mga 700 third-party apps? Ito yung iba-ibang applications na ginagamit din sa accounting. No? So, yung 700 na yan, sobrang dami na yan. So, halos connect na siya, no? And there are over 50,000 users of Zero's API developer tools, no? So, maraming gumagamit ng Zero accounting software. Hindi ko lang alam kung magkano. No? Bright Pearl, omni-channel retail management, no? Ito yung specialization naman nito, retail management. So, pag retail management, ano ang pinaka-crucial dyan? Inventory. No? Kasi ano rin retail mo? Inventory, no? So dito naman siya sa inventory management, no? So, nandiyan na yung order processing, fulfillment, contact relationship, management, accounting automation. Alam nyo, yung mga nag-online sellers na malalaki na, meron na yan silang software. Yung ganyan. Especially sa inventory. No? Okay. So, Bright Pearl, headquartered in Bristol, UK. No? Kasi itong mga malalaking companies na ito, nag-i-invest po talaga sila sa software. No? Sage Intang, ito yung pinakamura yata sa Pilipinas. No? Pero, wala pa akong experience na kapag evaluate ako ng system nila. No? Sage Intang has a suite of subscription-based accounting products. No? Web-based application. Ang pinakamura yata nila dito, 15,000. No? So, hindi ko alam. Pero ngayon, hindi na kasi licensing ang labanan, subscription na. So, meron ng 1,000 per month, 1,500. No? No? So, yun na yung babayaran mo to use the software. No? So, wala nang licensing ngayon. Kasi, discover na mga developer na nahihirapan sila sa licensing yung lump sum na one-time payment. No? Especially 300,000, 160,000. So, ang ginagawa nila ngayon, mas affordable, no? Monthly basis, 1,000. Yung 1,000 na yan, meron kang 100, di 100,000 na, no? Oh. So, yung sabi ko nga sa inyo, yung nasa business, talagang nag-iisip yan, no? Oh. So, wala na silang licensing. Subscription na po yung tawag, no? Sage Intang application includes accounts payable, accounts receivable, cash management, collaborate, general ledger, order management, purchasing, and reporting and dashboards. Alam niyo, dati hindi ko rin naintindihan yan. Yung dashboard na yan. Pinipindot ko yung dashboard dyan sa YouTube. No? So, ito pala yung dashboard. Parang monitor ng mga information, no, na gusto mo malaman, nandoon. Okay. Casio, easy to use accounting solution for freelancers, small business owners, independent entrepreneurs to track income. No? Yung mga gusto talaga matuto sa computerized accounting system, magtiyaga po kayo sa internet, no? Wag yung pag-upo nyo sa internet, yung mga chismis ang tingnan nyo doon. No, although, alam nyo, doon ako naiinis. Kasi nakakonsentrate ka, may magpa-prop up sa iyo na mga kung ano-ano. Na kung hindi ka disciplined, mawawala ka for a while eh. And then, 3 oras na, iba na yung napindot mo, iba na pinapanood mo. Kaya kailangan, alam mo, pag upo ko sa computer, mayroon na ako nakalista. No? Pero saglit lang. May mapindot ka lang na iba, naka 3 oras ka na, yung nilista mo, nakalimutan mo na. So, discipline po talaga. No? Small business owners, independent entrepreneurs to track income and expenses, manage taxes, send invoices, and other functions. So, easy to use siya ng mga maliliit lang. So, no? Pwede kayong mag-download, may mga free na accounting softwares, no? Kaso lang, may mga expiration, halimbawa, 2 months, 1 month. So, tapos na tayo sa first topic natin. It's already 10:23. Now, let's have a break of 10 minutes, 15 minutes na lang. And then we start with, ipi-play namin sa inyo yung actual na talaga na accounting system. So, you have the idea. No? So, ang masasabi ko lang, if you are trying to look at the traditional na books of accounts, na ganito ang itsura, yung makikita nyo sa computerized accounting system, hindi na ganito. Why? Ano nang tawag doon? Electronic ledger na electronic journal. Iba na po yung itsura. No? Mandatory po. Ibig sabihin ng mandatory, hindi optional. Pero sa mga maliliit, marami din ang gumagamit. No? Kasi if you want to save, pwede. Huh? Okay na? Sige.
I-play ko na po ba?
Yung?
I-play ko na.
Huwag muna. So, hi, yung mga mag-i-exam pala mamaya, no, 12 to 1. Pinakita na namin yung price nyo kahapon na cellphone, no? 12 to 1 hour lang daw yun eh, yung exam. No, after that, check na nila. And then within today, malalaman na kung sino yung winner, no? Okay. Let's now go to, ano yung gagawin natin?
Video presentation ng mga...
Yung video presentation ng accounting softwares. Na yung sinasabi ko sa inyo, baka yung hanapin nyo yung mukha ng traditional na manual na books of accounts, ang makikita nyo electronic ledger. So kung ano yung ipa-flash sa screen, yan na po yung journal, yan na yung ledger. Depende sa information na ibibigay niya sa inyo. So yun na yun na. Okay. Yes.
Welcome to QuickBooks Easy Setup tutorial. We will be going over how to set up your business today and start using it on the desktop 2019. You can also use this tutorial for any versions going back through 2016. So let's get started. The first option we have is to set up the business quickly. We can use the Express Start. This gets the main information in there so you can start recording in your check register or invoicing. What I like to use is the Detailed Start. This way I put in the information once and I don't have to go back to it again. So this way I can set up the items that I need, customers, all in one sitting, which we'll do today. If you do have an existing QuickBooks, you'll go to other options and follow the instructions through there, or if you're converting your Quicken data and other accounting software, you can also look in the help menu to determine the software that does convert up into QuickBooks. First thing you want to do is get started by putting your company name, tax ID, and of course you can get this off your tax return or you're using your Social Security as a sole proprietor, your address, email address, and website, as these also show up on your invoices. QuickBooks gives you an industry type to choose from, and you want to choose the closest to your type of business. This way it sets up your chart of accounts for the most used chart of accounts in your industry. And it makes everything a little bit simpler because they've done all the hard work. We will be using a general product-based business chart of accounts today for you to review, but please select the one that best matches your company. In here, this will ask you for your type of tax form or business entity that uses, such as a sole proprietor, a 1040 form, or if you're a corporation, it's a Form 1120. So this can also be used to help guide you for exporting your books to TurboTax. You want to select the first month of your fiscal year. Some corporations, their first month is July, but in this case, we're going to use a calendar year, which is January. In here, it will set up your administrator password. This is very important because this is the one that can add users and has all access to the QuickBooks. So you want to make sure that you put in a password and keep that confidential somewhere. Now it's asking you where you actually want to add your file to. So it's saying you want to save it in company file on, you could say, your desktop or in your PC on your C drive. Usually it will give you a default folder, so you might just want to use that. Once you've selected the destination for your company, then it will ask you to customize QuickBooks for your business. In doing so, we're going to use both the service and products. I always say, why not get as much as you can in here in case I need to use it. But you can set up just for a service-based or a product only. It also will track your sales tax. If you are, you will select yes. In the sales, it will give you an option to create an estimate, and the estimate can be turned right into an invoice, so you don't have to type it twice. But if you are using estimates, you'll want to select yes. Okay, tracking the customer orders in QuickBooks. That's up to you if you want to use sales orders. Some businesses choose to use that, but that's an option for you as well. And then using statements in QuickBooks for billing. You may have some like a condo fees place that would want to charge a monthly fee. They could use statements for their billing. A lot of people use progress invoicing, and you can still just do an invoice every month and memorize it, or you can use a progress invoicing. That is an option mostly used by contractors. Managing the bills you owe. This is telling QuickBooks that do you like to enter the bills and pay the bills, so you would be creating accounts payable is what it's called. I just hit yes on this. Let's move through it. If you track inventory, we will be going over that in the next seminar, but for right now I'm going to say no, we're not tracking any inventory. And time tracking, if you do have employees that work on jobs of yours, you can track their time in here. And if you do have employees, they have a beautiful payroll system that will give you a full service payroll, or you can actually pay all the taxes yourself and produce the reports. But I have used that for many years. Great program. And then we're going to set up the chart of accounts and see the accounts we want to use, maybe take out some. We also want to select the date to start tracking our finances, so you might want to go all the way back to 2018. And here is where we'll select the income and expense accounts. Over here to the left is an option to check off the accounts that you would use. And in some cases, in this case, they didn't want to use sales discounts. They don't offer that, so they didn't want that extra piece in the chart of accounts. And as you see scrolling down, there are different options again for the expense side of it. Maybe they didn't want to select business licenses and permits, but I certainly would. And then I might add equipment rental as well. So you're not going to find everything in here, but you should find 90% of the accounts you need to use. And this all translates back to, if you want to use this for TurboTax, all these are GAAP approved and move seamlessly over so you can file your own taxes. And then once you've completed that, you get a nice congratulations and go to setup. The first screen, so this is your opening screen here. And it's asking you, do you want to go ahead and set up the detail on adding people you do business with, products you sell, and bank accounts? And I say, yes, we do. So the first one we're going to add is the people we do business with. Now, to the left, it's saying you can import from Outlook, Yahoo, Gmail, or paste just from an Excel sheet. A lot of times if you're importing the data in, you can use an Excel spreadsheet. Really simple here. This is the coolest thing, I think. When you're in here, you can determine if they're a customer, vendor, or employee. Now, you don't get to put as much information as you'd like, but you get the main information in here and can start using this system. And you'll notice we've got ATEC is a company that is a vendor, so people that we pay. And then we've got customer, which is our customer here. And of course, Tom Wade is our employee. Pretty easy to add all of that, and it adds it correctly into the system. Next up, we'll go to all the products and services you sell. In here, we're just saying that we're a service-based company, but you can also do non-inventory. That means you're not keeping a physical inventory of your parts, but you do sell a gadget. So in here, I want to go ahead and for a line item on my invoices, I would say I do labor, a consulting service, and I'm $150 an hour. I also have my products that I sell, so I'm saying gadget 1, gadget 2, and here's what I sell them for. So I'm adding all my products right here that I sell. I can also add them on the fly inside of the invoice that I'm selling, but it's really nice and simple because I can immediately start using these. And it tells me, all right, you've added 3 items. If they weren't correct, they'd make me go back and fix it. So it's a good way to make sure that you've done everything proper in QuickBooks. All right, last thing we're going to add is the bank account. In here, you want to add all of your bank accounts that will be going and bringing funds in for your business. So I've got my Wells Fargo checking, and the reason why I put checking on there is we may have a savings account. And then I have a PayPal account that also goes and has its own bank statement that I reconcile, and I have a merchant account. So I'm able to add all of these with the opening balance for my checking account. All these seem to get transferred into my checking account, so they all start at 0. But I've added all my bank accounts that quickly. Next thing we want to do is just start working. This is the dashboard or front screen of your desktop version. Very nice clear pictures here. If you want to enter a bill, pay a bill, here's the icons that you would select. We'll be going over that along with creating invoices, receiving payments, and also viewing our check register. These are main points I need to get started. I want to go over one more feature with you because I think it's very important. In these days, we can have a bank feed from our bank, and it's off to the left side of the QuickBooks, and you'll notice there's a little bank here called bank feeds. You can actually connect that Wells Fargo account by entering your bank's name here. It would be your login for your Wells Fargo, and it will download data daily, so you can actually use these bank feeds to bring all your information in if you're a really small company, if you're not using any of the invoices or bills. If you're just using a straight register, this is the way to go. So we're going to go into our register right now. There's an icon on here to the right, and this will ask you what account do you want to go into. We're going to go into the Wells Fargo checking. It will tell you at the top. And when we actually added the checking account, we told it the opening balance. So this is just like a check register in, at home that you keep, where you have the payments you've made and deposits brought in. This is the main place I go to make sure everything's recorded properly. I can add my transactions directly from this register. Again, just like your home register, you'll fill out the information, which is the name, the amount, and in this case, we're going to select the expense account, and this would be a cost of goods. I have now added this, and you can see this item at the top here. I can also add deposits in the same register, so I really don't have to go anywhere out into the forms. Here I'm going to select income account because these are the type of income accounts I selected on the chart of account. And now I can see my opening balance along with the transactions I just put in there, and the deposit. Again, this shows me my ending balance. Next thing we're going to do is use the forms. We're going to enter bills. These are bills that you owe. A bill form makes you put in the vendor name, a reference number. The reference number then tracks, so you can't duplicate having the same bill number in there. You can set the terms, and the main part you want to get is the account, which in this case, cost of goods. If I have a customer, the customer then can be selected here, and if I need to bill this charge back to them, I can select this box right here. Next, I want to pay bills. In here, I want to select to the left here the bill that I want to pay. It's telling me it's going to come out of my Wells Fargo checking, and I can print a check. I can also just assign a check number. Here's where I can print the check, or I can pay more bills. Next, we're going to go over on how to create an invoice. We select the customer Z Company, and Z Company is the one we just put those charges to. It will say, do you want to select outstanding billable time? If so, it will actually show me the item and bring it in, and I can charge the customer the 40, or I can change the amount. Also, I can add new products. Say I want to add a gadget, it's 50 and it's taxable. I can also put my labor in. I can also put in gadget 2 at 5, and we end up billing the customer with the items we just added. Now I want to receive a payment. In receiving a payment, I'm calling up the name of the customer that gave me the payment. I've selected that it's a check, so therefore I'm putting the check number in, selecting the invoice to the left with a check mark, and I'm only going to pay $100 because the check was only for $100, but it was on this invoice. You can record the whole amount. I'm just giving you the option here. And last thing you want to do is record your deposit. You may have multiple checks you received in a day. Say you receive 5 at $1,000 apiece, you would have a deposit going into the bank for $5,000. So you can record one deposit that matches for your bank reconciliation. When I go to make the deposit, it says, is this the only check you're depositing? And I'll put a check mark right here, and yes. It will then select the deposit account, in this case, the Wells Fargo. Now, a lot of times you may receive, such as like a retail shop will receive a register. So when the client comes in and buys the product, they're buying it right then, and you don't have an open invoice. So in that case, they've created what is a sales receipt, where you can do all the transaction on one receipt. So in here, I want to go ahead and charge this customer sales tax because we did set that up. The main things that I need are the sales tax rate and who I pay it to. And once I do that, I have my sales receipt where the client's coming in, they're buying gadget 1, 2 of them, and it is taxable, and I've set up my tax rate at 8 1/4. This will track my sales tax that I owe for a period of time. Now I can go over to my check register and verify that I have all my deposits in, and also it seems I have a check to print still. There are 2 main reports that I use in here, but there are well over 365. The main ones I use are from the drop-down reports. Company and financial, profit and loss standard is the first one. Profit and loss standard is a snapshot in time of your income and your expenses for a net income that you can pull and filter for date or if you're cash or accrual. The next report is a balance sheet report standard. The balance sheet report, again, is through a snapshot in time, and this shows your assets and your liabilities. So it has your checking account, and again, like I said, we had charged sales tax, so we owe that to State Board. It will keep track of all of that, keep track of, again, what's in my Wells Fargo bank and who owes me money. And the company had just paid $100, so they still owed $350. Shows my opening balance I started with. Last but not least, to make sure and double check all the entries in your checking account, you want to go ahead and reconcile. So you'll reconcile your bank accounts, your PayPal, your merchant accounts, and that will be your double check. You'll go through from your bank statement and putting the statement ending date and the ending balance and hit continue. You will select all the items that have cleared the bank statement. The main thing is that you want to come down here and come to zero. This will show you, just like on your bank statement, how many deposits and how many checks. So you can verify where you're off. If not, come to zero, you can hit reconcile, and you are done. And know that your information has been double checked by your bank reconciliation and feel most comfortable sending those reports to a bank. I want to thank you again for taking the time to go through this. Please get started on your own. If you need any help, I am available for personal training. Thank you again for watching.
Hello there, this is the Bookkeeping Master on YouTube. Welcome to this video. This is the first video of a series of videos that will give you a detailed tutorial on how to use Xero accounting software. So this is Xero in front of me. You may have Xero accounting software. You may just be interested in knowing how to use the software. This video and the following videos will teach you how to use the software. So a bit about me, if this is the first time you've watched my videos. I'm the Bookkeeping Master. I have around about 200 accounting and bookkeeping videos now on YouTube, but if you go to my website www.freebookkeepingaccounting.com, you'll be able to see all the videos that I have. They're all for free. You'll be able to watch them. I also offer an exclusive bookkeeping course, and the videos are very varied. If you are interested in accounting software tutorials, I have probably 40 videos or so on Sage Instant and Sage 50 accounts. I also have a basic course on QuickBooks online, as well as other accounting software videos. So in this video and the following videos, I'll teach you how to use Xero accounting software. We'll look at things like adding customers, raising invoices for customers, raising statements, adding suppliers, recording supplier invoices, adding bank accounts, and lots of other things, perhaps reports. We'll see how the videos go, but I want to make sure that you are aware of the many aspects of Xero so that you can use it for your business, company, charity, or whatever entity that you own. So this is Xero. In this first video, I'm going to show you how to add your business or company details, and it's important that you do this because Xero will use the information you put into the software for invoices. So if you put in your company address and contact details, then they will appear on your sales invoices as well as other places in Xero, such as reports. So let's start off by going to settings. You'll see we have a number of tabs at the top here. This is the dashboard, this is the home page, and there's some quick keys here to raise a new sales invoice, a new bill, which is a supplier invoice, add a bank account, but we might come back to the dashboard later on in this course. So let's go to settings and general settings. And once we're here, you'll see there's lots of different options in front of us, but the only two options that we need to be concerned about at this time is organization settings and financial settings. So let's go to organization settings, and you'll have this page appear. So we have the basic information about the business or company, and then the contact details. So let's start off at the top. We have the display name and legal and trading name. My business is called BPFS. That's the trading name for the bookkeeping master. So that has been entered there, BPFS. You can upload a company logo if you have one. It's worth doing so because it'll make your invoices look a bit more professional. So the logo you upload here will appear on statements and invoices and things like that. So all you do is click upload, find the file and upload the logo. What is the line of your business? I've put accounting or bookkeeping. You need to put your line of business in there. Organization type. You may be a limited company, you may be a sole trader, a partnership, perhaps a charity, not for profit. But enter your organization type, registration number if you're a limited company, and then a description about the organization. So that's all pretty straightforward. Just enter that information. Next we have contact details, and this is the information that Xero is going to use to allocate details on invoices. So the information I'll put here will appear on sales invoices. So postal address, will make something up. Let's say 485 BPFS Road. That's in Bookkeeping Master Town. State or region, let's just do Essex. That's where I'm originally from. Postcode, we'll make something up. CO119PO. Country, United Kingdom. It may not be on United Kingdom by default, so just click on the drop down list and find the country, United Kingdom. And then attention, I'm going to leave that blank, but if you want the postal address to include some sort of attention, you might want to put director or your name in there, then just put it there and then that will appear on the postal address. Now if your physical address is the same as your postal address, all you need to do is tick this box, same as postal address. But if you have a different physical address to postal address, then put the physical address in here. You may have a PO box for your postal address, so you can put that up here and then the actual address down here, but mine is the same, and for most of you the physical address and postal address is the same. So let's just tick that box and you'll see that this disappears. Telephone number, once again we'll just make something up. Let's do 01208 889, I'm just putting any figures in. Email address, that would preferably be the account's email address or the general inquiries email address for the business. So info@bpfs-online.com, and then website www.freebookkeepingaccounting.com. And then we have this special button down the bottom here that says add contact field. Now I really like this about Xero, because if you click this, you can add other details about the company, such as a mobile number, a fax number, LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook. So you can actually promote your social media on your invoices by clicking on one of these fields and then entering the information. So it's great. You can enter your Facebook details and then that will appear on invoices and other things raised by the company. So once we're happy with that information, simply click Save, and it will stay on this screen once it's saved. So you'll need to click Cancel once you've saved that data. You'll then be taken back to that general settings page. It's just loading. Okay, and let's look at the financial settings. And this is the page for financial settings. You need to enter your financial year end, so you can do that there. For a lot of you it may be the 31st of March, so that's why that year end has been put in by default. VAT, if you're VAT registered or not, you can put none. If you're not VAT registered, we have the accrual scheme though, flat rate cash scheme, the flat rate accrual scheme. Enter the VAT scheme that you're on, the VAT period, monthly, quarterly or yearly. For a lot of you, again, if you are VAT registered, it will be quarterly, and your VAT number can go in there. And then we have tax defaults for sales invoices and purchase invoices. So if you want your amounts to be tax exclusive, you can edit that here, or tax inclusive, or no tax. You may have a special business that only has VAT on purchases and not sales, or vice versa. So you can change that here, and it can save you later on having to change this with every invoice that you raise with Xero. If you set the default, then it's already set for you when you record or raise an invoice. So both of them are tax exclusive. We have some BACS details there if you're signed up to pay through Xero, and then your time zone. I'm London, so that's correct. Let's click Save. Okay, wonderful. That has been saved. You can return to dashboard, or if you click Cancel, you'll go back to that general settings page, like so. So let's go back to the dashboard. We've entered our company details, and we're ready to move on. So that's it for this video. For each video, what I'll try and do, if I can remember, is put a link in the description below for the next lesson. Otherwise, to the right of the video, there should be a next title or something like that, and you can just click that. Alternatively, if you go to my website, freebookkeepingaccounting.com, you'll be able to just see the list of videos and click on the videos that you want to watch. Thank you for watching. Please like, please subscribe. If you have questions about Xero, then email me directly, info@bpfs-online.com. I do generally charge for email support, but there's details about that on my website. Also, I'll speak to you in the next video. Thank you for watching.
If you're new to Account Edge, maybe coming from QuickBooks or Sage, or maybe you're a bookkeeper who's just not familiar with Account Edge, this review is for you. When you launch the Account Edge icon, you'll see the welcome window. From here, you can open up a pre-existing file, browse for a file, open your sample file, access support, or other company file maintenance options. Here we're going to launch the sample file. This comes with every instance of Account Edge, enabling you to play with the full feature set. There's no limitations on the sample file. When you get into Account Edge, you'll notice across the top various icons. We call these command centers. Within each command center, you'll see a flow chart which encapsulates all the processes that are involved in that command center. So for example, in the sales command center, here's where you'll do everything associated with sales. You'll see a register, you'll be able to enter sales transactions, receive payments, etc. At the bottom of each, you'll also see a transaction journal. Account Edge makes it really easy to see all the journals associated with your Account Edge company file. Since I'm coming from the Sales Command Center, here you'll see my sales transaction journal for the current month. I can scroll down, click, and drill into any transaction. That's what makes Account Edge so great. You don't have to print a lot of reports. You can go directly from a journal entry to the originating transaction. So again, you'll see your Accounts Command Center, which is really your general ledger, which is where you set up your account list. This is the heart of any accounting system. In Account Edge, your account numbering system is a 5-digit number. The first digit, the prefix, determines what type of an account it is. So all of your assets will start with a 1, liabilities 2, equity 3, income 4, and so on. You can then customize the 4 digits after the prefix, and that'll determine the sequence of your accounts, not only in your chart of accounts, but also in your accounting statements. So if you're coming from another accounting system that has its own chart of account numbers, you'll have to fit within this schematic. Keep in mind, you can always customize these numbers after the fact. You can change account names after the fact. You'll notice that our accounts are actually nested. That just helps you when presenting your financial statements, and you can determine how much of this nesting you want to use. So for example, if I drill into 4-1100 for coffee, this is my coffee sales account, you'll notice the profile information for this detail account, as opposed to the header accounts, which are in bold. You'll get more detail for this account. You'll notice that it's not linked. For example, your accounts receivable asset account would be your linked account for all accounts receivable transactions. You'll notice the current balance, and again, I can drill in by clicking the double arrow and get to a Find Transaction window, showing me all the transactions in this account for the current month. Of course, I can change that date range just by using the easy drop-downs. Back at my main command center, the banking command center is where you deal with everything associated with cash. This is where you'll set up your checking accounts, your bank accounts, etc., and you can manage your bank register. Oftentimes, our newest customers are familiar with this because they're coming from a computerized checkbook or spreadsheet. Within this bank register, in the bottom section, you'll notice that you can actually record almost any accounting entry. This is a great way for our newest, smallest customers to get started when they're just not familiar with putting in full-blown transactions, and I'll show you in a second. So I can enter spend money transactions, i.e. write a check. I can receive money, so maybe I got an insurance deposit back from my insurance company. I can enter a cash sale or receive a payment, enter a purchase, and pay a bill. And I can do it all directly within this window using the account that I need to offset and also splitting it across multiple general ledger accounts. As with any window in Account Edge, I can also set up transactions to be recurring. So if I want this transaction to happen on a frequency, I can define that. Like for example, my phone bill. I can go ahead and look at this transaction, open it up, and record it on the frequency that I want. My time billing command center is where I can set up activities. These are the things that I'll bill for using time billing timesheets or activity slips. I can define activities as being chargeable or not chargeable, and hourly and not hourly. So a non-hourly activity might be a photocopy or a mile or like an event like we have here. I can also manage non-chargeable, as you'll see in the status column. So maybe I want my employees to manage their full 8-hour day, including 1 hour for lunch, which would be a non-chargeable activity. And then, as I said, you'll enter an activity slip or timesheet and then use that information to prepare a time billing invoice. Purchases is where you'll record the bills you get in the mail or enter purchase orders that track through inventory. Payroll is built in directly into Account Edge, and you can use it using the latest tax tables. Of course, we recommend that you're on our support plans because then you'll get the latest payroll tax tables. Payroll can be created by using timesheets or just going directly into Process Payroll. And then here we'll give you a quick update window telling you what your status is as far as your latest release, your payroll tax table date, and if you're on a payroll service plan. So here you'll see I have an available tax table for January, and I can go ahead and load it. AccountEdge makes this really easy, and it only takes a couple of seconds. So again, if you're running payroll, you always want to be on the latest version of AccountEdge using the latest tax tables. From here, I can go ahead and actually process payroll for my employees and print their checks. At year end, I can print the W-2s and all the other tax forms needed. We have several tax table options to prepare your payroll tax forms. You'll want to get more information on that on our website. AccountEdge has a full-blown inventory module which is far and above any other inventory tracking system within any small business accounting app. Just by looking at our accounting list, you'll see that we have items, we manage the quantities on hand, the last cost, and selling price. So if we drill into a specific item, like a burr grinder, you'll notice that we have a familiar window, the information window, in this case the item information window. And here you'll see a series of tabs where we access additional information. So in this case, in the profile window, you see that we set this item up to be bought, sold, and inventoried. This way we can track how many we have to buy, and how many we have on hand, as well as anything committed or on order. You'll see the current value and the average cost. We can put in additional item information in the item details window like images, and we can also define 3 additional fields, which can be lists, in this case warehouse and strength, and I can drill in and see the individual items that I can check off within those customized lists. We also offer 3 additional custom fields that you could set up. If I click on the list menu and scroll down, you'll see custom lists, and here I can define them for my items. You can do the same thing for leads and customers, vendors, etc. Again, you can have 3 custom lists and 3 custom fields for each piece of information. We'll come back to more of that in a minute. Under buying details is how you determine how you purchase this item and the vendor's information, and optional restocking information that you can use our to-do list to help you manage. So when you need to buy more, you'll know how many you need to buy and the default reorder quantity, as well as who you buy it from and their part number. Here in the selling details is where you'll set up more information about how you sell your items, not only your base selling price, your unit of measure, because you might buy something by a case but sell it by the individual unit, and you can define how many units are in that case. And you can also define price levels. So here you'll see we have numerous price levels and quantity breaks. So in the end, you can set up this matrix that'll let you define pricing based on how many your customers buying and what price level they're in. And you can define these price levels, again, by going back to lists, go to customer lists and field names, and price levels. This is where it'll define those price levels for retail, wholesale, web, not-for-profit, etc. And you'll see those over here. You'll also see in the history tab how many you've bought and sold over the current fiscal year and last year, and going back several years before that. AutoBuild allows you to create items that you're going to inventory by taking other items out of inventory. For things like gift baskets, well, you'll take several items and create the gift basket and then track that separately. You can also manage multiple inventory locations, including in your Shopify store. Some items can be set up as variations. So for example, if I look at my tea item, you'll see we have a variations tab. This is where we can define the properties for this, and we can define the names of these properties. And then you can actually go in and create any items within those properties. So by creating the various properties, in this case tea flavor and type, we can then define that within the item list. Lastly, you'll see some items have a serial number icon on the far right. That's because those are items that actually have serial numbers attached to them, one of the other great features of AccountEdge. So if you define an item as serialized, you can then create the item serial numbers when you buy the items, or, that's optional, or when you sell them. At a minimum, you have to record the serial number when it's sold so we could track it, and then you can apply a warranty. And then you can set up the number of days, months, or years for that warranty. Finally, in the card file command center is where you're going to manage all your customers, vendors, leads, employees, etc. Leads can be set up and managed using some basic CRM capability and then turned into customers when you actually process a sales invoice. So that's a quick overview of the command centers and some of the lists in AccountEdge. On the right side of the window, you'll also see the recent windows you've been in, your favorited windows, as well as quick access to our Help Center, giving you access to help, the support center, our knowledge base, as well as our list of YouTube videos. Across the bottom, you'll see our to-do list, which gives you access to the various to-do lists in AccountEdge. Also, an ability to find anything in AccountEdge. So if you're looking for details about a customer card, you can just go to Find Card and look up the details of that card. You can also get access to any of the hundreds of reports in AccountEdge or customize your own. Analysis can be used to do some quick on-screen analysis, and syncing can be used to sync with some of our third-party apps. Our iOS app, Rerun, our recurring payments application, AccountEdge Connect, our optional web tool that allows you to record many of AccountEdge's transactions using a web browser and then sync them with AccountEdge. And you can use our link to Shopify and manage your store items and orders. And finally, lists is where you'll see all the lists that are associated with AccountEdge. These are the same lists that you'll see under the list menu, so you'll certainly want to spend some time here and get familiar with all the lists that you have to set up. One of the other options you can use in getting started is the Easy Setup Assistant. When you create your company file, AccountEdge will actually walk you through setting up your company file, helping you to customize the file, define your chart of accounts, put in your sales and purchases preferences, as well as payroll information. You can do that before you get started or as you're starting to use the app. You can also put in your opening balances. Again, you can do this after you get set up, just as long as you've got a date that you want to backtrack and create your opening balances as of a certain date. You can also put in your current customer and vendor balances as of that date, so it ties into your general ledger. All in all, you can go back to your preferences window and really start to define how you want to use AccountEdge in your own business. Many of these preferences are tied to the Easy Setup Assistant, allowing you to configure this before you even get started, or you can come in and define these things right from the preferences window. You'll also be able to find the reports under the Index to Reports under the Reports drop-down menu. So again, you'll be able to find your accounting reports, and all these reports can be configured and customized within AccountEdge. You can also view a sample of the report or click Customize and get more detail. Under the Help menu, you can get access to AccountEdge Help and view any of our terrific manuals, including the Getting Started manuals, the How to Upgrade manual if you're coming from an older version, and Accounting 101 document, which is great to help customers who just aren't familiar with accounting concepts, more details on Business Insights, one of the features within AccountEdge, and more information on using checks and forms in AccountEdge. All of the on-screen forms in AccountEdge, so for example, things like in sales, if you enter a sale, this on-screen form is fixed. You can't customize what you see here, but what you can customize is the output, meaning the actual PDF, emailed, or printed form that you send to your customer. So you can customize all the forms that come out of AccountEdge. Just simply go to the print or email, in this case invoices, and then from here you can click on to be printed or to be emailed, select advanced filtered, and then you can select which form you'd like to customize. So in this case, why don't we start with an AccountEdge plain paper invoice. This is the same for invoices and checks and purchase orders, etc. And then click on the Customize window. This will open up the AccountEdge Form Customization tool, which allows you to use the icons at the top of this window to customize by adding fields, text boxes, images, shapes, etc. If you click on Fields, you'll get a list of all the fields available in this form. The ones in bolded either have a drop-down allowing you to see more fields, and then if you see other bolded items here, that means that these fields are actually already on this form. You can then customize this form by adding your logo, etc. Select Save Form As, give it a name, and then save it as your form that you'll use going forward. You can have as many custom forms as you'd like. So here we'll look at one that's already been customized, and then we'll click on Customize. And you'll see in this case, we've actually got our logo already here. In this case, this is already going to show that it's paid when the invoice actually is paid. So now let's go through a couple of transactions, because once you understand how AccountEdge records transactions in one area, it'll be pretty simple to record them elsewhere. Since we're already in sales, let's start there. So we'll select Enter Sales. At the top of the window, you can record what type of transaction you'd like. You can record a quote if your business uses quotes that get turned into orders and then invoices, or you can just put in orders that get turned into invoices, or you can just create an invoice. Of course, you can also do progress billing and create credit memos in Account Edge as well. So in this case, we'll just go ahead and just create an invoice. We'll type in AC, and Account Edge will assume that it's Acme Sales because that's the only customer I have that starts with AC. We'll select Tab, and Account Edge will tell us that we've got pre-existing transactions, quotes, and orders that we can either use and update, or we can create a new transaction. So I'll click the New button, and we'll get a brand new sales window. In this case, it's an item sales transaction. If you look at the bottom of the screen, the layout, we can override that. The reason an item sales window came up is because we defined Acme Sales to be a customer that typically gets sold items. Therefore, when we do a sale, we're going to check off that we're going to use the item invoice window. We can override that for this transaction by using a layout dropdown and do a service invoice, a professional, time billing, or miscellaneous. But for now, we'll just do an item invoice. And next to the Ship To field is where we can select what address we're going to ship this to. Account Edge allows you to have up to 5 addresses. If I drill into the Acme Sales card, you'll see a window, much like the item information window for inventory, but this is the card information window for a contact. This is where I set up their various details and their full address information, which comes with it, all the information at the bottom of this window per address. We can also do direct UPS shipping from Account Edge just to send a contract, or when I go to finalize this sales transaction, I can use our UPS integration using my rates that I'm assigned by UPS to send a shipment. Much like item information, I can define card details, putting in pictures, using our custom lists or fields, and all the other information you see here. If this was a lead at any point, we can track the source and status as well. Account Edge also does departmental accounting, so we can also put this customer and assign them into a specific department. This will help if we want to run financial statements for departments. Under Selling Details is where we define all the information that gets used when we create a transaction. So here you'll see things like the item layout, which is where we define that this customer will use the item sales layout when I transact with them, the printed form that we'll use, how we're going to deliver it, their price level, etc. So all the information you see in the bottom of the sales window comes directly from the Card Information Selling Details tab. You'll also see payment details, and if you're using our integrated credit card processing service, you can actually accept payments via credit card. You can also use our customer portal, which means you can send an invite to the customer and allow them to pay their bill online using Account Edge Connect. Plus, you can have reminders, manage all of your jobs, and see history for this customer. So going back to our sales window, we're going to ship it to the default shipping address, which is address 2, and now we'll just tab through the fields. Based on their terms, the information will get put in. I can put in their purchase order number, and I can also get to the individual lines or the items that we're going to sell them. So in this case, you'll also notice in the upper right-hand corner, they have an $82 credit, which I'll be able to apply to this transaction when we go to process it. So now we're going to ship them an item. So let's ship them one of those blade grinders. We know we have 43 on hand. We can override the description, select the location it comes from, override the default price, put in a discount, assign it to a job or a department, and define if this item will be charged sales tax. In this case, our 4% sales tax code. Again, this comes from our lists, and we can set up our tax codes directly from our menus. Let's go ahead and sell them as another item, and we'll get to our inventory field, and we'll select an item. Because this item requires a serial number, you'll see that serial number icon right here. If I click on it, I can select the serial number directly from my list, or I can actually create an item serial number right from the window here. So let's go ahead and put in a serial number, select Create, and then we'll end up using that serial number. So at this point, my invoice is basically done. I can change any of the defaults that came from the card, and I can also define some other things in the bottom. Here you'll see the USD, which means we can do multi-currency accounting as well. so I can define whether or not this customer based in the US is going to pay in US dollars, or if they were based in Canada, for example, I'd be able to transact this in Canadian dollars and then manage the gain or loss on the foreign currency translation. I can see the profitability of this invoice or this line. And at this point, we can actually go through the process of printing using my default layout for this customer, or select another form. If I select preview, Account Edge will ask me if I want to apply the open credit, which I won't, so I'll hit cancel, and then we'll preview the transaction using the custom form that we've created. So here is that item, invoice, in our custom form. You'll see our logo at the top and all the other customizations we've made. Before I say OK, one other thing we'd like to show you is the way you can actually recap this transaction. So if you want to see what's going to be debited and credited in this transaction, you can do that as well by hitting Command R. So one of the great things about Account Edge is once you record a transaction, everything is updated automatically, which means in this case, my receivables will go up, my inventory will go down, and it all happens automatically. So that's how I'll record a sales invoice in Account Edge. Purchases works the same way. I'll just select Enter Purchase, and I'll see my purchase window. I can enter a quote, turn it into an order, receive my items to manage inventory, and then to make it into a bill. In this case, we're just going to go directly to a bill. We'll select our drop-down menu to select the vendor we want to work with, and we'll select Ken's Coffee Equipment. Again, if I have pre-existing transactions, I can use one of those or select New. Again, in Account Edge, I've defined Ken's Coffee Equipment to be a vendor that I purchase items from. This means I'll get a new item purchase. And again, I can come in and put in my details of the item, select the item I'm going to purchase, define the location, the price I'm buying it at, and any discount. Command R will show me the recap for this transaction. If I'm going to pay freight to get this item, I can define it right here. I can put other comments and shipping information as well as a promise date, define the delivery status of this transaction, whether it's a sales or a purchase. I may print, email it, or do both, or neither. And I can also define as a category. So if you're using QuickBooks, this is the same way QuickBooks manages categories as well. So we'll go ahead and record this transaction, and automatically, and we're not going to use the outstanding debit we have for this vendor, automatically our inventory transactions will be updated and our vendor balances will as well. So that's a quick walkthrough of how to work with Account Edge and how the similarities are with other accounting apps. We think once you get familiar with using any of the screens in Account Edge, finding your way around the Account Edge app, whether using the drop-down menus or the command centers and the familiar buttons on screen, will make it easy to manage your business using Account Edge. If you have any questions, drop us an email, give us a call, visit our YouTube site or our other help options. Thanks for choosing Account Edge. We know you have options and we appreciate your business.
Hello and welcome to our Xero overview video. In this video we're going to take a look over different parts of Xero, such as the main menu, invoices, bills, payroll, and more. By the end of the video you should have a good idea of the functionality Xero offers and whether or not it is right for your business. Once you've finished, if you would like to learn more about Xero, please check out the links to our Xero courses in the description below. And of course, if you got some value out of this free video, please like it or share it or subscribe to our YouTube channel. Finally, I just want to let you know to view this video at 1080p for maximum sharpness. So without wasting any more time, let's get going. Let's start off by having a look over the main menu. Xero's main menu runs along the top of the screen and gives you access to every part of Xero that you'll need to do the bookkeeping for your business. Let's start on the left hand side of the screen where there's a drop down menu, and from this drop down menu we can get access to a few crucial areas of Xero. The first one here is the Files section, and in this Files section we can store files directly in Xero without having to store them anywhere else. This includes files such as PDFs or images or spreadsheets or whatever else you like. There's a few different ways you can get files into this section. You can upload them by clicking on this button. You can take photos of documents by linking up your webcam and pressing this button. And you can even email files in. And as I said before, this section allows you to store files in Xero on the cloud without having to store them anywhere else. So let's go back to the main menu and have a look at the next section, which is the settings section. The settings section is divided up into a few different subsections, and when you first open your Xero account, you'll need to go into these subsections and set up your business properly. For example, you'll need to go into the organization details section and add details such as the name of your business, the type of business you run, such as a company, and the ABN number if you have one. And if you will be processing pay runs for your business in Xero, you'll need to go into the payroll settings section and make sure everything is set up correctly there before you do your first pay run. Likewise, if you send out sales invoices, you may need to go into the payment services section and set up accounts such as PayPal accounts or Stripe accounts so you can receive money from your customers. So that's a quick overview of the settings section, which you can find through the drop-down menu here on the left. The other items that you need to be aware of in this first drop-down menu are the link here to the app marketplace, where you can go if you need to buy third-party software that connects with Xero that you can use to manage things such as expenses or fixed assets or inventory. And also a link to the My Xero section, where you can go to access the demo company, to reset the demo company, or to change organizations if you're managing more than one live organization. So moving along to the next item in the main menu, which is a link to the main dashboard. If you click this link, you will be taken back to the dashboard no matter where you are in Xero. So now let's have a look at the other drop-down menus in Xero's main menu. The first one here is the business menu, and from here you can see that you can access areas of Xero to do with invoicing to your customers, bills that you need to pay, expense claims, and products and services, which is another name for inventory. On the next menu item, accounting, you can see that you can access your bank accounts, you can access certain reports, and you can go to certain advanced functions such as the place where you go to manage the chart of accounts, your fixed assets register, and also to post manual journals. The next menu item is payroll, and if you have a Xero subscription with payroll, then this item will show up for you. If you do not have payroll in your Xero subscription, this menu item won't show up in your live account, but it will still show up in the demo company. So you can still practice doing payroll in the demo company even if you don't have it in your live Xero account. And here you can see that we're provided links to all the different things that we need to do to set up and run our payroll. The next menu item is for projects. And the final drop-down menu here is for contacts. And in here you can manage the contact details of your customers and your suppliers and your contractors, and you can also create groups of customers that you can use to bulk send invoices. The final part of Xero's main menu are these icons off to the right. The first icon here, which is a plus symbol, just gives you quick links to certain things that you might use quite a bit when you're doing the bookkeeping for your business, such as creating invoices or bills, or going in and managing your contacts, doing quotes or purchase orders, or posting manual journals. And there's also links there to create spend money, receive money, and transfer money transactions. The next button along here is a search button that you can use to search for anything in Xero. And you can see here that it's not available when you're in the demo company, but it will be available in your live account. So if you need to search for anything in your live Xero file for your business, you can click on this magnifying glass here. The next icon here is a link to the notifications area, and this is the area where you will receive notifications from Xero if there's anything that they need to notify you about. And the second last icon here is to get to the help section. So if there's something you need help on, if you want to try and find an article on it, you can type some keywords into here, and you can see if you can find an article on it. If not, you can access the help center down here. There's a link, and if you're really stuck, there's a link here to find a Xero advisor. And the final icon on the main menu just gives you a link to your profile and your account, and also a way to log out. So that was a quick overview of Xero's main menu and how to access all the different parts of Xero from the main menu. So now let's have a look at some of those parts in a bit more depth. Okay, now let's have a look over the invoicing section of Xero. To get there, you just need to go to the business drop-down menu, and there you can see the top 3 menu items relate to invoices. There's invoices, quotes, and the sales overview screen. Let's go to the sales overview screen first. And as the name suggests, this screen gives us an overview of all the sales invoices that we have created and either sent out to the customers or are still waiting to be sent out. So if we start from the top of the screen, we can see there's a few buttons there. This first button you can click on to create invoices, quotes, or repeating invoices or credit notes. The second button you can press if you want to send statements to your customers for their outstanding invoices, to let them know just in one statement all the invoices that they've got outstanding with you. There's also a button here to import invoices. And over on the right, there's a search button where you can search for invoices or quotes by the number or the reference number or the customer's name or anything else. So I'll just close that. The next part of the screen is a panel that shows the various stages of invoices and how many invoices there are at those stages. So the first panel here you can see is for draft invoices, and we can see here in the demo company there are 4 draft invoices worth a total of $2,200. The next panel along tells us that there is 1 invoice that's awaiting approval from someone who is allowed to approve invoices. The next panel shows us that there's $16,000 worth of invoices that we're waiting for customers to pay us for, and there's 10 invoices in total. And of that 10, 3 of them are overdue to a value of just over $7,000. You can click through to the invoices in these sections from these panels. So if I click on the draft panel, for example, we're taken to a screen where you can see all 4 of the draft invoices that total $2,200. And you can also see that a lot of the buttons and links on this screen are similar to the sales overview screen. So let's go back to the sales overview screen and continue to have a look at the sections on this screen. So the next section down is a little chart that just shows you the timing of money that you're expecting to come in, which is based on the invoice due dates, and you can see there's quite a lot there in December. And then to the right of that, there's another chart showing you the customers that owe the most. So we've got Ridgeway University there owing us more than any other customer. And the final section on this screen is for quotes. There are no quotes created here in the demo company, so I can't really show you around that, but you may use quotes in your business, and if you do, then you can access information on those quotes via those panels down the bottom of the screen there. The next thing I want to do is quickly show you how to create an invoice. So you can do it by clicking on the button here and creating an invoice from here like we saw before. But instead of doing it from here, I'll show you how to do it from the main invoices screen, which is basically the same way anyway. So let's just go up to the invoices screen through the business menu there. And this is the main invoices screen. And from here you can see this is a list of all the invoices. So along here there's different panels that you can click on to see the invoices that are at various stages along the way, just like I showed you before on the sales page. So this panel shows you all of the invoices no matter what stage they're at. And then you can click on these panels to look at draft invoices, awaiting approval invoices, awaiting payment invoices, invoices that are paid, and also repeating invoices. So from here, let's have a look at how to create a new invoice. And to do that, we just click on the button at the top of the screen here that's similar to the button on the other screen that we looked at before, and click on New Invoice. And this takes us to the New Invoice screen that we can use to create an invoice. So let's just do a very quick example. So in the first panel here, we just need to type in the customer's name. So if we just type in A, it'll bring up all the customers that start with A. So we'll choose ABC Furniture. This is the date that we're creating in the invoice. We just need to select a due date as well. So let's do in 2 weeks' time. The next box is for an invoice number, which has been automatically generated by Xero, which is fine. And then we can choose different ways of branding our invoices, and there are a few different branding templates set up in Xero, so we'll just leave it on the standard one for now. And if we click on preview, we'll be able to see the invoice at any stage, so we won't do that yet because we haven't finished creating it. And this button here, you can click on this button if you want to upload files to attach to this invoice, and the files will be saved in Xero. So if there's anything that you want to remain with the invoice forever, you can simply upload it through this button. So let's just quickly finish creating our invoice, and we'll do it for services rendered, the quantity of 1, and then we'll just put a unit price of $100 in there. There's no discount percentage. You can see Xero has defaulted to put it in the general ledger code sales. Sales has a default tax rate of 10% GST on income. We're not going to assign it to any region. So there's the total amount of $100 at the end there. And up here you get to choose whether you want the amount to be inclusive or exclusive of tax, or if there's no tax. At the moment you can see it's inclusive of tax, which means that when we put $100 in, that includes GST. So it calculates the GST down the bottom as 1/11 of the $100. If we change that to exclusive, we're saying that the $100 does not include GST. So now Xero calculates the GST on top of the $100, and the total invoice is now $110. So let's put it back to tax inclusive. And then from here, all you need to do is decide what to do next. So if you're an invoice approver, you can go straight into approving the invoice by clicking on this button. Or if you're not an invoice approver, or if you want to save it as a draft for any other reason, you can just click on the save button, or you can click on the drop down here and choose any one of those options down here. So let's just approve the invoice. And you can see there that we get a success message at the top saying that our invoice has been approved for $100. So let's go back to the invoices screen and see where it is. So I'll just click on invoices. So we're back on the invoices screen, and because we approved the invoice, it's in this awaiting payment section, and there it is at the top, ABC Furniture for $100. We didn't email the invoice to the client, so it's not marked as sent like these invoices down here. If we did email it to the client, then that would say sent. If you do want to email an invoice to a client, there's a couple of different ways you can do it. The first way is from this screen. You can just tick on the invoice here, and then click on the email button, and it brings up a little send invoice box where you can put in the email addresses. You can put in more than one address there if you like, and then there's just a normal subject line and message area for the email. So I won't send it from here because this is the demo company, and you can also include files as attachments, and you can include a PDF copy of the invoice with the email. So I'll just cancel out of there. I'll just show you can also print the invoice from here after you've ticked it, and that will download a PDF version of the invoice in case you want to email it some other way or print it out. And the other way you can do both of those things is if you go into the invoice itself, and you can see there's an email button up here and a print PDF button, and they do exactly the same things as you could do from the other screen. So that's a basic overview of invoicing in Xero. Okay, now let's have a look at the purchasing and bills section of Xero. So to get there, we just go to the business drop-down menu, and these three items in the middle are for purchases and for bills that we need to pay. So the first one we'll have a look at is the purchases overview. And this is a screen that just shows us a summary of the current billing situation for the demo company. So if we start from the top, we can see there's a few buttons here. The main one is this new button that you can click to create a new bill, a new one-time bill that is. You can also create repeating bills, you can create credit notes, and you can create purchase orders. Over on the right here, there's also a search box. So if you need to search for a bill by reference number or a contact name or something else, you can use this search box. Next, we have this group of panels here that shows the timeline of the current bills that are sitting in the demo company. And you can see on this first panel here that we have one draft invoice for $115.20 that's been created. And then as we move along, there's one that's awaiting approval, and there's 12 that are approved and awaiting payment. And of those that are awaiting payment, 8 of them are overdue to a value of $5,600. And as we continue to move further down the screen, we can see that there's a graph here that just shows some dates and the amounts of bills that are due on those dates. So we can actually adjust that chart by just moving this along so we can see further into the future. And the way from the bills they have set up in the demo company here, you can see that there's nothing past due from the 24th there. If we slide along further into the future, there's nothing there, so you can adjust that if you like. And then down the bottom here, we have some similar panels to the bills section. These are for purchase orders. So if you use purchase orders in your business, you can have a look here on the purchases overview screen and see what the story is at the moment. So there's one draft purchase order, there's none that are awaiting approval, and there's 5 that are approved. The next thing I'm going to show you is how to create a one-off bill in Xero. You can do it from this screen if you click on the new bill button up here, but I'll show you that you can also do it from the bill screen. So this is the main billing screen where you can see all of the bills that are in the system, whether they're awaiting payment or draft or paid, whatever else. There's tabs along the top here that you can click on to see the bills that are in their various stages, just like you could from that main purchaser screen. So if we have a look at awaiting payment, we can see all the bills that have been approved and still haven't been paid. So let's go and create another one by clicking on the new bill button at the top here. So let's just create a bill for purchasing some office supplies. So I'll type in office here to bring up one of the contacts that we've already got in the system, and we'll choose the due date. You can put a reference number in if you like, and you can also attach files to this bill if you if you have anything that you might need to reference later on for this bill. So it could be a purchase order, or it could be an Excel spreadsheet, or an email, or anything else. So let's just put in the description of supplies for the office, and we'll say that we purchased 10 and they were $50 each, and they should go to the printing and stationery account. And you can see that that's automatically set up to have GST on expenses, which will be at a rate of 10%. So because we have this set to tax exclusive, the amount that we've got in here as the total is exclusive of GST. So Xero has added 10% GST onto it to make the total bill $550. If we change that to tax inclusive, it means that this amount is already inclusive of GST. So Xero will calculate 10% of that total, being 1/11, which is $45.45. So you can see the total bill is still $500. So that's the difference between the two. There's also no tax in there, but that's not relevant to this because stationery does attract GST. So once you've got it set up, you can save it as a draft by clicking on the save button over here, or you can approve it for payment right away if you are authorized to do that. So let's click on approve, and Xero has given us a success message at the top to say that our bill is approved. If you do need to, you can click on this button here to print a copy of the bill as a PDF. And if you've made a mistake, you can either void the bill or you can just edit the bill. So if you needed to change the amounts or the account code or something else, you can click on edit and go in and make changes. But we're happy with this bill, so let's go back to our billing screen. And here you can see that we're in the tab for bills that have been approved and are awaiting payment. And here's our bill at the top for our office supplies for $550. So that's how you successfully create a bill in Xero. So that's a one-off bill. If you have bills that you pay regularly, you can create repeating bills in Xero to save you from having to create the same bill over and over again, say monthly. So to do that, you just go up here and you just click on new repeating bill, and you can create a bill for your phone bill or your rent or whatever you like. But let's just have a quick look at any repeating bills that are already set up in the demo company. So we'll click on the repeating tab, and here we can see that there are some repeating bills set up. So this first one here is for the monthly bill to pay Xero for using the software. So if we click into that, we can see that all the relevant details are in, the description and the amount and the GL code. And we can see at the top here that the bill repeats every month, and when the system creates it, it goes straight into the approved bucket. So it doesn't need to be approved by anyone. It's already automatically approved, and it will show up in that approved tab ready for payment. So let's just go back and have a look at another one. So we'll just cancel out of here. And you can see what I mean here, that first bill is auto approved. If we have a look at another one that's saved as draft, so this particular repeating bill here, so this is for the monthly ADSL or internet connection. And you can see that instead of this one being automatically approved when Xero creates it, it actually saves it as a draft instead. So it still needs to be approved by someone. It'll end up in the drafts tab. So if we cancel out of there and go back to this main page, so that Xero bill will automatically show up here in this tab every month, and the bill for the ADSL will automatically show up in this drafts tab every month, and then someone will have to go and approve it. So that's how you manage repeating bills in Xero. And that's also the end of our look at the purchases section of Xero. So let's move on now to the next section. Okay, let's have a look now at the expense claims section of Xero. To get there, just click on Business in the main menu and go to Expense Claims. So the first thing we'll do is just have a quick look at some of the settings. So if you click on this cog up here, it'll take you to the expense settings section. And you can see here in the General tab, there's an option here to enable receipt analyzing. So if you click that,
Okay. So you have now the idea or meron na kayong overview kung how an accounting system works. No? So ang ganda niya, di ba? Andun na yung report. Saka yung sabi ko sa inyo, hindi siya yung traditional na manual na yung mukha niya iba. Yung makikita nyo electronic records, electronic journal, electronic ledger, yun na yung hitsura nung nakita nyo kanina. So, bakit siya maganda? Siyempre, high-tech. No? And yung isang requirement po talaga, pag gamit kayo ng accounting software, you have to train yourself. No? Requirement yan. Kahit na yung QuickBooks, mga 1 week yung nire-require. Kung sino yung user, you really have to train yourself. Hindi to yung bibigay lang sa'yo, alam mo na. No. Hindi pwede yun. Kasi, ano to system. So, pag-aralan nyo. Saka yung iba, yung halimbawa, mag-hire sila ng bookkeeper, mag-hire sila ng accountant. Yung iba, kasama yan sa requirement nila na marunong na sa computerized accounting system. So, if you want to add value to your services, then you must know, no? Mag-train kayo. Tsaka may bayad po yung training ng accounting system. No? May bayad yan. Pag nag-request ka, bawa, kagaya namin, nag-request kami dito, magpapatrain kami ng tao, may bayad po yun. No? From the kung sino man yung representative yung developer dito sa Pilipinas. Binabayaran po yan. No? Okay, so mamayang hapon, it's already 12 o'clock, mamayang hapon po, we will start with the computerized accounting system, rules and regulations. And then isama ko sa discussion yung 16/2006, yung diba, during tax audit, ano yung mga i-require ninyo or what are the documents that you are going to submit when it comes to computerized accounting system, no? Yung mga electronic records, kasi may guidelines po tayo. Kasi iba po yung guideline ng manual, iba yung guideline ng computerized accounting system, no? Ano yung computerized accounting system? Ang isasubmit mo kung manual, mga hard na documents. Pero pagdating na sa accounting records na computerized, software or electronic records yung sasubmit mo. So, anong klase yung files, paano, ano yung media o yung medium na gagamitin mo. No? So, iba yung requirements. Saka iba yung mga format. No? Kaya, pag-aralan natin yan. So, let's have a break of 1 hour and then we will be back at 1 o'clock. No? Kasi yung iba mag-i-exam pa, di ba? May exam kayo na 12 to 1. No? So, okay. So, yung sasali dun sa exam, no? Mag-exam na kayo, pa-flash na lang dyan sa screen nyo. Okay, so let's call it a day, no? And hopefully, na-enjoy ninyo yung accounting system. No? Because, yun na, sabi natin, yun ang ipopromote natin. Kaya doon sa mga online sellers, I would really recommend na you go on computerized accounting system. Kaya tingnan nyo, wala kayong kahirap-hirap. No? The moment na gawin nyo na yung invoice nyo sa computer, i-email nyo na diretso sa taxpayer. And then you maintain the electronic records. No? What you have to do is to, hindi na nga license ngayon subscribe to the accounting system. Magkano yun? $20. So how much is that? 1,000 with all the, nako, it's really the best decision that you can have. No? Online sellers. Mag-subscribe na lang kayo, 1,000 pesos lang. No? Yung accounting system. No? Wala ka pang problema na maintenance. Yung subscription niyo kasama na maintenance doon. No? So, wala na kayong hassle na you issue receipt electronically. No? So, yun talaga po ang dapat. Kaya kami nga, ganun din yung gagawin namin. Kasi nag-online na rin kami. Di ba? Online na itong training. No, hari. No choice po tayo but to adapt the computerized accounting system. O siguro, we start with the cheapest. How much is the cheapest? $20 a month. So we can afford that. No? Kasi kasama na yan sa gastos mo eh. Okay, so let's call it a day and then let's be back after 1 hour. No? So yung mga mag-iisam, good luck po sa isam ninyo. 100 items. Tama ba? 1 hour. 1 hour, 100 items. Naku, ano yun? Magic. Sige. Thank you. Hindi nakabukas? Bukas. Wala pa?
Ayan.
Okay. Sige. Hello, welcome again to our half day, no? Ito yung remaining natin sa second day natin na seminar, no? And we will be discussing about computerized accounting rules and regulations. But before that, yung mga kumuha ng exam, no? Mga kumuha ng exam, hindi pa natin kasi ma-announce yung winner kasi hindi pa natin na-collate lahat, no? But this is your prize, no? Pero feel ko parang meron na eh. Pero mamaya na natin i-announce, ha? Okay, so thank you very much sa mga nag-participate. Okay? Okay na yung sounds?
Ginagawa sa konti yan.
Oh, ano eh. E-echo. Hello, mic test. No? May mic tayo kasi meron tayong kasama na face-to-face. No? Okay. So, you've seen kanina kung paano ba talaga yung accounting. Pangit yung buhok ko. Hindi lang. Ko lang. Okay, so you've seen kanina yung actual, no, na computerized accounting system, no? So na-appreciate man natin, iba ang itsura, iba pagka nasa computerized accounting system tayo. Mabilis at saka yung accessibility na ngayon maganda, no? At ang sabi ko nga sa inyo, yung mga computerized accounting system ngayon, instead na you'll be paying a lump sum amount of license, no, or license fee. Kasi pag nag-license ka, aside from na magbabayad ka ng lump sum na amount, may maintenance pa yan, no? Hindi yan nagtatapos na magbayad ka ng lump sum amount for the licensing. Tapos na, mayroon pa yung maintenance na monthly na sinisingil nila. But if you subscribe, ngayon, ito na yung ginagawa ng mga developer. Pag nag-subscribe ka, mag-monthly payment ka, kasama na doon pati maintenance. So, cheaper. No? It's cheaper, but syempre, hindi yung one-time payment ka lang. Monthly yung payment. But cheaper in a way na hindi ka magka-cash out ka agad ng malaki. No? Okay. So, our computerized accounting rules and regulations is this Revenue Memorandum Order number 29-2002, which is the procedures in the processing and approval of applications for permit to adopt computerized accounting system or the CAS, no? Anong sabi dito na or components thereof? Or hindi siya fully computerized accounting system, pwede na part lang nung accounting system, but of course, kumbaga sa ano, meron niyang basic, which is hindi pwedeng mawala doon yung journal at saka ledger, no? Sa yung mga sales account, no? So pwedeng wala yung CRM, yung customer customer relation management, no? Pwedeng wala yung payroll, pwedeng wala yung ibang module, but yung pinaka-basic, which is the journal at saka ledger, dapat meron, no? So, na component, yung sinasabi dito na component. Or, pwede rin na nandoon yung sales invoice, and then, pero wala yung ibang component, no? Okay, so, what is the objective of this memorandum? Itong 29-2002, 2002 po ito ginawa, tagal na to. This is the, inamend niya yung 21-2000, no? Yung 2002, kasama po ako sa gumawa dito. No? May deliberation, may mga taxpayers na involved dito. Yung kasama namin during the deliberation nitong RE na to, SM, no? Sila yung invitee kasi sila yung may IT department or yung computerized accounting department na nagkikater sa lahat ng stores nila. No? Matagal po gumagawa ng ganitong mga regulations, memorandum orders, no? Kasi kung may mga opposition yan, i-settle nyo muna bago nyo ma-finalize, no? Okay. So, objective, issued to further prescribe policies, guidelines, procedures, define duties, responsibilities sa processing and approval of the applications for permit to adopt computerized accounting system. Ano po sinasabi dito? Permit to adopt, no? Permit to use accounting system. No? So, let's start with the definition, no? Kung ano yung meaning ng mga terms. Why? Kasi very important po kasi na i-define natin so that alam natin kung ano ba yung sakop ng memorandum order, no? So, when we say affiliated corporations, two or more organizations are allied with or closely connected with one another, no? Closely connected. Pag sabi mo affiliated corporations, related companies, no? So, yun yung favorite ngayon na ino-audit ng BIR, no? Kasi pati sa accounting system nila, pag affiliated corporations, pwede silang gumamit ng isang accounting system, no? That affords or posible na isang system lang ginagamit ng halimbawa 40 group of companies, no? Posible 'yun. Kasi yung affiliated corporations connected with one another with a central body, but its organization continues to exist. Yung 40 corporations na sinasabi ko sa inyo na group of companies, ang tawag dito sa Pilipinas niyan, conglomerates, no? Group of companies. Gaya ang pinaka-example natin dyan, yung San Miguel, no? ABS-CBN, yan sila, malalaki yan na group of companies. But belongs to the same organization. No? May central body sila. And then they exist independently with each other. That's why when it comes to taxation, they are taxed separately. No? They are taxed as a separate entity. Kaya during the operation, posible na yung isang company just doing service to another company. But for purposes of taxation, you have to compute how much tax na dapat bayaran ng isa. Kaya, sa totoong buhay, labo-labo na yan eh. Imagine 40 companies, iisa lang yung may-ari, iisang operation. No? So, labo-labo na yan. But during the tax audit, talagang you really have to define. Kaya dapat well-define yung functions, yung mga assets ng bawat corporations. That's why, ang ina-apply na dyan is the arm's length principle and the economic taxation na sinasabi natin. No? So, affiliated corporation does not bear the construction that one of the affiliated organization is in all particular identical with or covered by the parent or main organization with which it is affiliated. No? Pwedeng iba siya. Bawa yung parent company mo or kung ano man yung main na company wherein the company is affiliated. Pwedeng manufacturing, pero itong affiliate, pwede siyang distributor, pwede lang siyang marketing, or pwede siyang delivery, no? Pwedeng transportation. Not necessarily na pareho sila. Branch is a fixed establishment in a locality which conduct operation of the business as an extension of the principal office with at least one tax type. Ano yung at least one tax type na yan? Registration fee, no? Kasi pag nag-branch ka, wala kang ibang tax type. Why? Kasi yung ibang tax types mo nasa main office. But, since registered ka, no, considered ka na branch, meron kang at least isang tax type. Ano, what is that? The registration fee na 500 pesos. Yung iba, yung mga district, nakikiusap, pati yung withholding, no, sinasama nila, expanded and compensation. Pero yung totoo talaga sa regulations, dapat lahat ng taxes nandoon yan sa main office, hindi sa branch. No? Kaso lang, nakiusap yung mga RDOs noon during the deliberation with the commissioner na lahat sila may goal. No? Halimbawa, yung isang district, ang dami niya malalaking establishments doing business in the place na sakop nila. Pero puro branch. No? Pagdating sa branch, ano makukolekta mo? 500 pesos. No? So, kawawa. That's why, during the deliberations with the commissioners, marami ding RDOs na nakikiusap, no? Kung pwede, yung VAT, wala kang magawa dyan because the value added tax should be paid at the head office. Yung mga withholding na pinayagan naman sila, no? Na pakiusap sa taxpayer. Pero pag umayaw yung taxpayer, because centralized talaga sila, walang magawa yung RDO, no? Pakiusapan lang. Okay. Computerized accounting system is the integration of the different component system. Ano sabi dito? Integration. Why? Ini-integrate. Iba-ibang system yan, iba-ibang module. No? From the sales, to the accounts receivable, to the accounts payable, to the property, plant, and equipment. Iba-iba yan na module. Ini-integrate lang. Kaya nga ang isang accounting system, napakarami po modules niyan. No? Kaya yung zero accounting system, kaya maraming gumagamit sa kanya dahil marami siyang APIs. Ano yun? Yung automatic, ano ba yun? Yung processing, ano yung integration. No? Bakit? Hindi ka nabibili ng software na pang-connect mo doon sa mga existing mo na module, no? Meron na siyang sarili. No? Pero mo, yung sabi ko nga sa inyo, bibilhin mo yun, 350,000 para makonect lang. Sa zero, meron na siyang mechanism na hindi ka nabibili. No? I don't know lang kung yung zero may subscription din. No? Okay. Kasi kung may subscription yung zero, mas marami po yung gagamit ng zero. No? Siguro pwede rin, depende sa needs mo, mataas-tas lang ng konti yung subscription. Okay, so, integration of different component system to produce computerized books of accounts and computer-generated accounting records and documents. When we say computer-generated accounting records and documents, ito yung topic din natin na isa mamaya na i-insert ko lang dito, yung submission ng electronic records during tax audit, no? So ito na 'yun kasi kung ano yung i-generate na mga reports ng computerized accounting system, yun yung sinasabi natin na computer generated accounting records, no? Coming from the electronic records. Okay. Component of computerized accounting system, any system application adapted to generate accounting records, reports, and or documents. No? Computerized books of accounts, no? Pagka nagpa-computerized accounting system ka, hindi ito nawawala. Pwede na mawala yung ibang system, pero ito hindi pwede mawala, otherwise hindi ka na computerized books of accounts, no? So we have the general ledger, pinaka-importante yan. The general journal, the sales book, purchase book, disbursement book. No? So, ano na mangyayari? System generated na sila. Hindi na yung traditional na manual books of accounts natin. No? Computer generated accounting records, official receipts. Ito yung mga examples. Official receipts, sales, invoices. Kasi 2002 pa ito na regulations. So, pag tinignan nyo, meron pa cash invoices. Pwede pa noon. Oh, pero noong 2013, ano na lang, sales invoice for sale of goods and official receipt for sale of services, no? And then another kind of computer-generated records, cash vouchers, no? Journal vouchers, billing statements, sales tickets, and other accounting records, no? Computer-generated subsidiary. Ito subsidiary na to, meaning specialized na to na mga books. Refers to cash receipt book, cash disbursement book, accounts payable book, accounts receivable book, debit credit memo book, and other underlying subsidiary accounting records being system generated under a computerized system. Ano yung mga mandatory na mga subsidiary accounting records na discuss natin doon sa VIDAS 1, no? Yun yung mga special books of accounts depending on the industry. Yung sabi ko sa inyo na pagka doktor ka, ano yung kailangan mo? Yung book na special books of accounts mo na nandoon yung mga pro bono mo na pasyente. No? Yung sabi mo na libre lang yan, di nagbabayad. No? Nandoon yung subsidiary books mo for sale to senior citizen and persons with disability. Ito mandatory yun, statutory. Why? Because may mga batas tayo that you have to comply. No? CRM POS machines linked to computerized accounting system. Ano to mga CRM? Cash register machine, point of sale machine. No? There are CRM kasi na yung mga lumang-luma na, although na phase out na yun ngayon, yung mga may tape pa sa gitna, no? Yung tape roll, ngayon wala na, computerized na rin yung mga stand-alone na cash register machine at saka point of sale machines. No? Yung nakikita ninyo na naka-screen na sa mga supermarket, no? Saan dadaan yung mga groceries na binabayad nyo? Hindi po yan cash register machine. Ang tawag dyan, terminal. No? Terminal lang yan. Ano yan? Computerized accounting system yan. Nakalink yan doon sa database nila sa likod. No? May malaking database yan. Why? Kasi nandun na yung inventory management. May software yon. So, hindi yan yung sinasabi natin na cash register machine na mag-generate siya ng resibo tapos ibigay sa inyo. No? Iba yun. Iba yung cash register machine. It looks like pareho lang sila, pero magkaiba po yung features. Ang pag-terminal, hindi yan ang binibigyan ng permit. No? Ano ang binibigyan ng permit dyan? The computerized accounting system. Pero pag cash register machine, ang binibigyan ng permit yan, yung cash register machine mismo. Kaya may mga dikit-dikit yan sa likod. No? Although yung terminal meron din because part din siya ng accounting system. No? Okay. So, cash register machine, point of sale machines, electronically connected to computerized accounting system or to a central server via network. No? Kaya ito yung mga sinasabi natin na cash register machine na ginagamit ng mga supermarket. Ang tawag na doon is terminal. No? Kasi sila na lang nag-i-issue ng resibo, nag-generate ng machine, pero yung resibo na yan, hindi yan galing doon sa machine, galing yan doon sa computer na kung saan naka-connect lang yung terminal. Okay, so database, collection of information organized in such a way that a computer program can quickly select desired pieces of data. Ano itong database? May mga software din yan, di ba? Ano yung software para sa database? MS Access, SQL, no? Pag gagawa ka ng database. At meron na ngayon yung mga tinatawag natin na commercial databases wherein talagang sila nag-gather ng information and then binibenta nila. Yun ang tawag na commercial databases. No? Malalaki yan. Kagaya ng Bloomberg. Halos yung mga network companies, meron na rin sila mga databases na commercial. No? Ano yun? Yung ibang database, naka-satellite pa yan. No? Anong silbi ng satellite na nandun sa outer space natin? Ginagamit yan sa communication. No? Yung mga cloud reporting natin na accounting ngayon. Kaya hindi yan pwedeng sirain. Bakit? Nandun yan sa labas ng Earth, ang database mo. No? Kaya yung sabi natin na cloud reporting, nandoon yun. No? Kaya yung sa susunod na mga, sabi ko nga sa apo ko, kumuha ka ng kurso na astronomy. Bakit? Doon ka titira sa labas ng planeta. Kung gagawin mo doon, ikaw yung magmaman ng satellite. No? Di ba yung mga nakaman na mga scientist na satellites yan sa labas ng Earth? Dadala sila doon ng mga halaman, tinatanim nila, bubuhay din. No? Kaya, tsaka akala mo, ibang akala ko pag nandun ka sa space, yung mahulog ka o kaya mapunta ka kung saan nahihigupin ka nung ano. Wala pala, magpo-float ka lang pala doon. Kasi walang gravity, parang ano lang, wala ka ng weight, no? Wala lang, hindi yung buong akala ko na parang ang bilis-bilis mo, ano yung parang hinihigop ka na matatakot ka, mahuhulog ka. Wala man palang ganyan, no? So, ang dami na pong mga commercial databases. Nagbabayad lang din sila sa commercial satellites, no? Kasi I have one client noon. Kaso lang gusto nila, meron silang the most expensive satellites, meron sila the most modern, no? Pero gusto nila assign ako Asia Pacific. Ako pumayag kasi kaya ako umalis ng BR, ayaw na mag-travel, no? Kasi naranasan ko na muntik ma-crash sa aeroplano. Naranasan ko na yung muntik mataob, yung lulubog yung ship, no? Naranasan ko na lahat yun sa katatravel ko. Kasi nasa field ako eh. So for 29 years, nag-audit ka, nasa field ka. Ayoko na. No? Sabi ko, ngayon, kukunin ako ng multinationals. Name your price, ha? You draft your contract. Sabi mo, magkano sweldo mo. Ayoko na mag-travel, no? Kasi, sawa na, no? Yun, at saka masakit na yung likod. Pag sumakay ako sa aeroplano, parang puputok na yung dibdib ko, no? Yung sa pressure ng aeroplano. Hindi na kaya. Kaya para sa mga bata lang yun. Kaya yung mga bata aspiring for a better job, a better career, no? So, galingan ninyo yung computer skills nyo kasi yun na yung kailangan ngayon, no? And then, maintain your physical fitness, no? Kahit anong talino nyo, kung may sakit kayo, no? Alam nyo, may nagsabi sa akin sa BAR while I was still active, Elsa, kahit matanda ka na, if you are healthy and if you have money, you will still enjoy life, no? Alam nyo, namatay na yun, yung nagsabi sa akin nun. Yung asawa niya, Japanese, no? Taga-BAR din. Siya namatay na. Hindi ba wala talaga sa isip ko yun? Because that sinabi niya is very striking to me na kahit pala matanda ka, you will still enjoy life. Basta healthy ka, saka may pera ka. So ano i-maintain mo? Maintain mo yung financial stability mo at saka yung physical mo, no? Otherwise, anong silbi nung nagpe-pension ka na, nakahiga ka na lang, hindi ka na makagalaw, sakit lahat ng katawan mo. Hindi mo yun maiwasan habang tumatanda ka, no? Kaya yung mga may strength pa, mga bata, 20, 30s, no? Make the most of your life. Kasi later on, napakabilis lang ng 20, 30 years, no? Sabi nung mga iba sa akin, namumulot ako ng nara ha, sa tapat ng BAR. Paglipat ko dito, galing ng Bacolod. Tinatawanan ako ng mga kasama ko sa BAR kasi, naku, 30 years yung nara bago mo pakinabangan, hindi mo na yung pakinabangan. Sabi ko, never mind, kung hindi ko mapakinabangan, iba makinabang, wala problema sa akin. No? So, nung nanguha ako, tapos bumili ako ng lupa na rights dyan sa Montalban. No? So, ngayon, yun, naupuan ko na yung mga chairs made out of that woods na ano ko. Saka yung nara, sobrang laki na. Sobra. Napapakinabangan na. At the snap of your finger, no? 30 years na pala. 20 years na pala, no? So, equip yourself. At ang pinaka-importante po talaga sa lahat, kilalanin niyo yung sarili niyo, sino ba talaga kayo? Kasi kung akala niyo kilalanin niyo na yung sarili niyo, it's a big, big mistake. No? Hindi mo kilala yung sarili mo. Bakit? Pangalan lang na inassign ng parents mo sa iyo, yun lang alam mo. But as to yung kung sino ka talaga, hindi mo kilala. No? So, anong dapat mong gawin? Kilalanin mo talaga yung sarili mo. Why? Para alam mo at kaya mong dalhin yung sarili mo kung saan mo gustong dalhin. Kasi pag hindi mo kilala yung sarili mo, yun yung mga frustrations natin sa buhay, yun lang pala yung dahilan. Unang-una, hindi mo alam anong gusto mo sa buhay, paiba-iba yung gusto mo, hindi ka nakafocus. No? Gusto ko accountant. Tapos, third year pa lang, nag-shift na ibang kurso. Gusto ko, ito yung mga pangasawa ko. No? Tapos nag-asawa na. Anong nagsama na? Ayaw ko pala to. Ay, nako. So, kilalanin mo muna yung sarili mo, ano yung likes mo, ano yung dislikes mo. Why? Because as a person, you are very dynamic. Anong dynamic? You change every moment of your life. No? Yung masaklap bakit nag-change ka wala yung nature yun ng tao. So, ano ibig sabihin nun? Kung kilala mo yung sarili mo ngayon, bukas pwedeng hindi na. Why? Kasi ngayon, iba gusto mo, bukas iba na. No? So, ano yung gagawin mo? Since dynamic nga yung tao, ano mo na, aralin mo na. No? Tsaka para sa akin, ano ang pinaka-importante dyan? Once nag-set ka na ng ito yung dapat mong gawin, then stand by it. No? Wala nang, alam nyo kung sino ang nagbigay sa akin yan ng lessons that I learned? Taxi driver. No? Kasi yung unang time ko dito sa, during my stay talaga, no? Hindi ako nagkukotse. Sakay lang ng sakay sa taxi. Kaya yung oras ko, yung buhay ko, palagi yan nasa taxi. Natatakot ako lukuhin ng taxi driver. So, ano ginagawa ko? Kinukwentuhan ko yung taxi driver. Technique ko lang yun. Kasi baka mamaya iligaw-ligaw ako. Hindi ko kabisado yung Manila eh. So, kausapin ko siya, taga saan po kayo? Yung mga ganun. May mga taxi driver na madaldal. No? Dami din kwento. Mas marami pang kwento sa'yo. So, mas gusto ko na yun. Nagkukwento siya kasi hindi siya makapag-isip kung saan niya ako ganun-ganon na. Dadalhin ka sa malayo. So, mas gusto ko na yun. No? It's the taxi driver who told me that na sa buhay daw natin, hindi pwede na paiba-iba tayo ng desisyon. No? Pag nagdesisyon ka, isa lang at panindigan mo na. Pag sinabi mo daw na lumiko ka sa kaliwa, lumiko ka na. Bakit? Babanggain ka ng likod mo, maaksidente ka. No? Yun yung, kung baga sa span of the moment lang yun nakwentuhan, pero hindi yun mawala sa isip ko. No? Bakit? Pag paiba-iba ka ng desisyon, pag paiba-iba ka ng gusto, ang lawak-lawak ng mundo, no? Meron pang indefinite, pag tumingin ka sa taas, indefinite yan. Pero hindi lang lahat ng bagay para sa iyo, you set limits. No? Saka ano yun, mamili ka lang. Pag namili ka, yun na yun. Kadang paiba-iba, ma-aksidente ka, madisgrasya ka. Pinili mo na maging accountant, be the best accountant that you can. No? Bago ka na naman, nagpunta ka na naman sa, engineer ka na naman. Wala kang, yun yung sabi ng taxi driver na ma-aksidente ka. In the middle of your decision, nagbago ka. Sabi niya, biro mo yun ha, driver ka. Yung sabi mo, liliko ako sa kanan. Bigla kang kumaliwa. Ma-aksidente ka talaga. No? Okay. Back to computerized accounting system. So, development software, ano yung development software? Programs used to compile, interpret, and assemble many sort of programming languages. No? Ano yung programming languages? Yun yung sabi ko nga sa inyo na akala ko kung ano yung computer software na i-evaluate ko. Yung pala, naka-program lang pala yung mga logic. No? Kasi yun yung nagre-receive ng command natin, anong gusto natin gawin. No? Okay. Disaster recovery procedure, backup and recovery strategy. Ito yung pinaka-importante na if you have an accounting system, hindi kayo ma-approve ng BIR pag wala kayong disaster recovery procedure, backup and recovery strategy. Sa bagay, built-in na ito pag bumili kayo ng system. No? I-require kayo ng provider nyo. Okay, so this is a procedure na halimbawa, mayroong brownout. No? Dapat mayroon ka ng recovery or mayroon ka ng gagawin na pag brownout, anong posibleng gawin mo para hindi ba interrupt yung computer mo na nag-ooperate. No? So halimbawa, brownout, yung iba nung ginagawa nila, may mga elevator, matatrap during the brownout. Pero meron silang ready na yung generator, no? Mga sophisticated na ngayon, wag yung mga generator na, yes, may generator nga, pero 3 oras naman bago ka makabalik doon sa dati mo, no? Yung gusto ko doon sa College of Law sa New Era, hindi mo alam, nag-switch na pala, no? Brown out, sabi na iba, nasa elevator ka, brown out, naramdaman nyo may brown out, hindi. Bakit? Pag brownout, automatic nag-switch, hindi mo ramdaman, ang bilis. No? So, ganun dapat yung gagamitin natin na backup. No? So, ano pa yung mga backup and recovery strategy? Yung halimbawa, may database ka, o kaya may information ka na generate everyday. ano yung backup mo, isi-save mo yan sa hard drive, no? Kailan mo yan isi-save? Every end of the day, no? Dapat every day nagba-backup ka talaga. Kasi mawala man, nakawin man yung mga gadgets mo dyan, meron kang na-save talaga. And requirement po yan. Dahil hindi tatanggapin ng BIR na sabihin mo na wala yung files ko, na wala yung computer ko. Hindi po yan tatanggapin. Kasi unang-una, hindi ka bibigyan ng permit kung wala kang backup or mga recovery strategy. No? Kung naranasan ko yan, may hinire ako na 3 programmer noon, no? I-request ko pa yun sa isang provider. Tapos, meron akong mga laptop, pinahiram ko pa sa kanila. Sabi nung isa, ma'am, iuwi ko yung laptop. Pumayag ako. Sabi ko, masipag to. Dadalhin yung laptop sa bahay. Siguro gagawa pa to sa bahay. Alam niyo, pag nasa Timog pa yung office namin noon eh. Pagbaba lang sa Timog, pag akyat daw nila doon sa may overpass, may sumunod na tao sa kanila. Kinuha lahat yung mga laptops nila. No? Dinala pa daw sila sa malayo. Imagine. Mo alam kaya ano dapat gawin mo. Lahat ng laban ng laptop noon may backup ka. No? Kasi kung wala, ano gagawin mo? No? So dapat ganun ang gagawin natin ng mga strategies. No? Requirements din po yan. Okay. So, ano pa yung mga strategies natin? Describes how an organization deal with potential and or actual disasters. What are the actual disasters? Nakaw, undoy, earthquake, sunog, no? Lahat yan, kaya mo i-handle yan. So, there are plans consisting of precautionary and remedial actions to be undertaken to minimize, maintain, immediately resume, no? Mission critical functions in case of potential and or actual disasters, no? So, ano na to? Mga sensitive information kasi ano sa computer mo, no? So, it is a must that you have to protect it. Electronic archive. Copy files in a long-term storage medium for backup retention purposes. Requirement na naman yan, no? Electronic archive. Archiving, ibig sabihin, isi-save mo doon yung mga data mo or information. Functional description. Document showing high-level description of the functions, features of computerized accounting system under evaluation. Alam nyo, during the time na nag-evaluate ako sa BIR, nakakatawa, no? Bakit? Pag pumunta ka sa taxpayer, no, sa business owner, cash register machine lang noon yun, simple lang, no? Punta ka doon mag-reading. Mukhang dami lang sinasabi, ma'am, hindi ho pwede. Bakit? Kasi ma'am, wala dito yung in charge, wala dito yung mga... Ang dami sinasabi. Pag tinignan mo yung functional description, nandun yung features, nandun lahat. Imposible na hindi alam. Ano lang pala yun, dahilan, kasi ayaw magpa-reading. No? Okay, so global system, yung sinasabi ko sa inyo kanina, na yung 001 issue dito, 002 sa Thailand, 003 sa Singapore. No? System is simultaneously used by taxpayer for its head office and branches worldwide. No? Kaya tingnan mo ulit, ano yung ibig sabihin ng worldwide na yan? All over the world. Why? Sino nag-initiate nito? The business community. Why? Because they have presence. They have business all over the world. No? Kaya sino nag-invento nitong mga computerized accounting system na to? Siyempre, the business community because of their needs. No? Kaya ang sabi ko nga sa inyo, they are the architect of change. No? Sila yung architect of change ng mundo. No? Okay, so head office, principal place of business. So, nandoon na lahat ng filing ng income tax. No? Pag corporations ka, asan yung head office mo, yun yung nandoon sa articles of incorporation mo. Sa individual, yung designated mo naman na head office. Pagdating sa BIR, ano yung head office mo? Yung TIN mo na may 000 sa dulo. No? Ano naman yung mga branches mo? Yung may 001, first branch, 002, second branch. No? So, yun po yung TIN. No? Indicative of the branches at saka head office. in-house or customized computerized accounting system, no? Develop internally in accordance with prescribed user requirements. Siyempre, pag ikaw develop niyan internally, ano bang use mo? So, kung accounting yan, and then manufacturing ka. Kasi may mga kilala akong client na kumuha lang sila ng programmer. No? May sarili silang programmer, manufacturing companies sila. Hindi sila bumili ng over-the-counter na yung mga tapos na computerized accounting system, nagpagawa sila ng sarili. No? In that case, pwede naman. Pero yung kanilang computer programmer, hinire na talaga nila yun as employee. And then araw-araw pumapasok na sa kanila. Nagme-maintain ng system. Okay. Large taxpayer, ito yung sinasabi ko sa inyo na designated ka as large taxpayer, padala ka ng sulat ng commissioner, and then iba na yung place of registration mo, tapos nakahiwalay na yung database ng large taxpayer with the non-large taxpayers, no? May under na sila ng office ng commissioner. Hindi na sila under ng regional director, ng RDO, hindi na. Directly under the office of the commissioner na po yan. No? In our case, meron tayo sa Luzon, yung large taxpayers natin, nandyan sa BAR dito sa Agham, no? Sa head office. National office ng BAR, nandyan. So, kahit nandun ka sa Baguio, pag large taxpayer ka, dito ka naka-register, no? At ng kailangan mo, nandyan ka, pupunta. And then, meron tayong isa sa Cebu for the Visayas, and then isa sa Davao for Mindanao. No? Yung iba, ayaw mag-large taxpayer. Yung iba naman gusto. So, hindi ko maintindihan. No? Yung iba gusto mataba. Yung iba naman, yung payat, gustong tumaba. Ang mataba, gustong pumayat. No? Parang large taxpayer. Yung nasa large na, ayaw maging large. Yung mga non-large naman, gusto maging large. May iba nagre-request pa na gawin silang large taxpayer. Meron po tayong memorandum dyan na, although ang sabi ko, the number one criteria talaga, piliin ka ng commissioner na large ka. At least meron kang payment na 1 million for income tax for the year, 1 million for value added tax, 1 million for the withholding taxes. No? At least meron kang ganong payment. Wala man sinabi na, at least ang sales mo, billion. Wala sinabi. Wala po. Hindi, yan sila large. No? Ang large taxpayer na Luzon, no? Kasi yung large taxpayers na Cebu, sa Cebu naman sila, na Visayas. Yung Mindanao sa Davao naman. No, I was assigned kasi sa large taxpayer sa Cebu. At that time, wala pa yung Davao na large taxpayers. So, ano nangyari? We only have 200 taxpayers sa large taxpayer Cebu. But, ang sakop namin, Visayas, Mindanao, no? Kaya ayaw ko na yung bigyan ko ng trabaho na magta-travel. Ayaw ko na. Why? Kasi minsan, kahit na may bagyo, sasakay ka ng eroplano. No? Doon ko naranasan. Kasi sa akong Visayas and Mindanao. So every time mag-audit ka, sasakay ka ng eroplano. May isa-serve ka na notice, sasakay ka ng eroplano. No? Kasi sabi ko, napaka-dangerous. No? Yes po. Annually, one taxable year, at saka hindi isang examiner lang ang nag-audit ng large taxpayer, 4 na examiner at saka isang supervisor. No? Kasi bakit? Very voluminous yung transaction ng large taxpayer. No? Kagaya sa Mindanao, pupunta ka ng Davao, yung large taxpayer mo doon, may mga pier, may mga eroplano. No? Kagaya ng Dole, Del Monte. No? Ang lalaki ng mga businesses nila, hindi mo kayang i-manual. No? Tsaka pag sinabing large talaga. As in, malulula ka sa mga yaman nila. No? Kaya requirement na sa kanila talaga na computerized accounting system. No? Okay, national system refers to system simultaneously used by taxpayer nationwide lang. No? May head office siya, may branches nationwide within the Philippines. No? Siguro ngayon dahil open na rin tayo with the ASEAN countries, pwedeng ASEAN. No? ano ba yung ASEAN natin? Southeast Asian countries natin. No? We have Indonesia, Malaysia, ano pa? Vietnam, kasama pa yun sa atin. Cambodia. Okay. Off the shelf, no? Also called as package software, no? Ready-made na sila na software, bibilhin mo na lang kaya ng QuickBooks. Yung sinabi natin kanina, ready-made na yun, no? Kasi yung okay. Yung hindi ready-made, yun yung ipaprogram mo at ikaw yung magpapagawa, no? So, off the shelf, bibilhin mo na lang yung over the counter. No? Okay, so pre-printed invoices, mali ito hindi pa rin na palitan. Pre-printed invoices, ito yung kukuha ka ng authority to print sa BAR, and then meron kang sample, no? At then ipiprint mo, and then manually issued mo. Yun yung tawag na pre-printed. No? Yan, nagkapalit pala sila. Yung process flow, ito yung pre-printed. Sequentially pre-numbered receipts with ATP. No? Ano naman tong process flow? Ito naman yun. Flow of procedures presented in diagram form. No? Kapalit lang. Okay. Regular taxpayer, regular, hindi siya large. No? Kaya nga ang tawag sa kanila regular taxpayer or non-large taxpayer. No? Has not been notified as large taxpayer. Pero ngayon ang tawag sa kanila non-large. No? Okay. Sales or commercial invoice. Ito na yung sabi natin na sales or commercial invoice. Under Republic Act 9337 na nangyari noong 2005, we only have 2 receipts, no? Official receipt for sales for sale of goods, no? Sales invoice, official receipt for sale of services, no? So yun yung sale or commercial invoice natin. Ano na yung nangyari dun sa mga cash invoice, acknowledgement receipt, collection receipt? They are just secondary invoice. They are not primary, no? They are not proof of sales. No? Secondary lang sila. Pag halimbawa nag-issue ka ng acknowledgement receipt, dapat may corresponding niya na official receipt kung services or sales invoice kung goods naman yung binenta mo. No? Okay. Wala na yan yung mga cash sales invoice, charge invoice, no? Stand-alone CRM o POS machine run independently from computerized accounting system. Bakit sila stand-alone? Kasi meron na silang software na sarili, no? Sa CRM. Dati kasi yung cash register machine may tape roll yan sa gitna. Every time ginaganyan-ganyan pa ng kamay mo, no? And then pipilasin mo siya. Bibigay mo sa resibo sa kliyente mo or sa bibili sa customer, no? Ngayon computerized na, no? Kaya nga ang tawag sa kanya stand-alone, no? Ano na lang ginagawa diyon? Nagre-reading, no? Ito pala, reminder ko lang sa mga may cash register machine. Although hindi na natin kaya na hari, no? I-discuss kasi very limited lang yung time natin, no? Reminder na lang po sa may cash register machine, meron kayong tinatawag na e-sales reporting that you are going to report your sales ng generated ng cash register machine at the end of the month dun sa facilities po ng BAR na tinatawag na e-sales or electronic, no? Electronic recording. So, ano yung stand-alone cash register machine? So, meron na siyang sarili na software sa loob niya, nakaka-generate ng sales, no? Ito, bago mo naman ito magamit, mag-apply ka muna ng permit to use cash register machine. No? May mga requirements yan. At ito pa yung isa na mga pagkukulang ng mga may cash register machine. No? Never na yung cash register machine nyo, galawin nyo, halimbawa nasira, na walang permit sa BAR. Pag nasira yan, i-report mo agad sa BAR na nasira. Why? Kasi i-reading yan ng examiner. Why? Kasi may laman yan na sales mo. No? ginalaw mo na ng ginalaw. Tapos sabi mo, sir, nawala yung sales. Lagot ka. Penaltyhan ka talaga. No? So, sabi mo, nasira na, wala na. Okay. Ano nangyari ngayon? Since wala na, nasira na yung cash register machine mo, bili ka ng bago, kukuha ka ng permit. Hindi ka bibigyan ng permit. Unless na magkaroon ka ng clearance dun sa previously issued mo na cash register machine. No? O, sabihin mo, sige, mag-affidavit ako, nasira, nawala, ano. Kasi ang dapat talaga dyan, pag nasira yan, i-report mo sa BIR. At i-reading yan ng BIR kasi nandun yung sales mo. Isabihin mo lang na wala na, o sige, wala na. Anong ginawa mo during the time na nasira yung CRM mo? Nag-issue ka ba ng manual na resibo? Wala ka rin ipakita. So ano, dagdag na naman sa violations. Bakit? Non-issuance of receipts. Oh. So be careful, no? Kasi lahat ng idadahilan mo, may katapat yan na, anong ginawa mo? No? During the time na sira yung cash register machine mo, wala ka namang hard copy ng mga resibo na ini-issue mo. So, ibig sabihin, marami ka talagang violations. Hindi ka bibigyan ng permit. No? Cash register machine. Not unless nabayaran mo lahat yung penalties. At malalaki yun. Kasi mga subsequent offenses na yun, hindi lang yan first offense. Kasi months na. No? So, hindi lang yan first offense. Nang babayaran mo, medyo mahal na. Okay. System demo, ito yung walkthrough. Pagka may system ka, nagpapa-approve ka ng permit, titingnan yung system mo kung compliant with the regulations. Ano yung mga regulations na tinitingnan? Yung mga rates ng taxes, especially nag-train law tayo, ha. Kaya nung train law, alam nyo, ang daming nagbago na system, no? Additional cost yan doon sa may-ari. Why? Kasi iba na yung rate ng tax, no? Iba na yung rates na withholding. So, kung gamitin mo yung dati mo, hindi na siya compliant. So, you have to enhance your system. No? Kuha ka ulit ng permit sa BIR. Okay. System enhancement, do not enhance your system without permit coming from the BIR. Okay, so system flow, which is a requirement pag nagpa-approve ka ng permit, the inputs, outputs, and processes ng system. Sinong gagawa nito? Yung service provider nyo, hindi kayo, ha? Kasi hindi nyo to alam. No? O, mamaya, sige, gagawa na lang. Hindi, hingin nyo to dun sa kung sino man yung nag-provide sa inyo. No? System generated number, no? Bigay ito ng BIR. Number generated automatically by computerized system. But of course, kung ano din yung ang nasa system ninyo, no? Kasi sequential lang naman yung number, eh. Pagka computerized accounting system ka at approve na, halimbawa yung computerized accounting system mo, including the invoice, no? Kasi sa large taxpayer, full computerized accounting system ang requirement. Ibig sabihin from the issuance of receipts, no? So, bibigyan ka ngayon ng system-generated number, yung range na tinatawag. Hanggang saan? 19 na 9, no? 999999 hanggang 19 na 9. Yun yung range ng numbers na pwede mong i-issue na resibo, no? So, yung 3 is 1,000, di ba? 4, no? Kasi 1, tapos 3 0, halimbawa, 1,000 yan, no? Magdagdag ka ng 2 0 pa, 1 million, no? 3 0 pa ulit, 1 billion. 3 0 pa ulit, trillion, no? And so on. Hanggang sa 19 digits yung ma-generate mo, no? 999, 19 na 9, no? After that, kung nagamit mo na lahat yung range ng number na yan, balik ka na naman sa BIR, approve ka ulit, resetting ng number mo. Kasi na-consume mo na lahat ng numbers na binigay. No? So, ganun po ang requirement. Scope of implementation. Taxpayers engaged in business classified as regular or large who have computerized accounting system. Hindi po, sabi natin, mandatory to sa large taxpayer na large taxpayer lang pwedeng gumamit ng accounting system na computerized. Pwede rin po yung hindi large, no? Or the regular taxpayer. Pwede rin. Pero hindi mandatory sa kanila. Optional. Okay, so component of computerized accounting system, ito yung general journal, general ledger, no? Purchase, sales, purchase, accounts receivable, accounts payable, inventory payroll, no? So lahat yan. Any application system which generate reports as required by the BIR. Ito na, pagka meron na kayong application for permit to adopt computerized accounting system, hingan pa kayo ng sample of the reports that can be generated from your system. No? Kasi may mga format yan. So, ibibigay nyo lahat yun. Kung ilang reports yan, no? Ibibigay nyo lahat yan. Point of sales machine, cash register machine, connected through a network or linked to cash. No? Meron akong na-evaluate noon eh. Yung sulit.com pa yun. No? Ngayon, wala na yun. No? OLX. OLX, wala na rin. Yan yung nireview ko ng nakaraan. No? Wala na rin yung OLX. Ano na naman ngayon? Bago-bago yan eh. No? So, meron silang sale through the internet, no? Meron silang cash register machine. So, papaano yung cash register machine i-link mo sa internet, no? So, yun yung sinasabi ko na bibili ka ng middleware, 350,000. Pero doon sa zero, hindi ka na bibili. Why? Meron siyang API. Yung automatic niya na mag-interface na kaagad yung system niya doon, makakapture na niya, no? So, yun yung, that makes zero talagang ano sa mga users, user-friendly. Taxpayer applying for e-invoicing system shall apply for complete cash, no? Hindi pwede na resibo lang yung apply mo ng computerized accounting system. Hindi pwede. Kasi kung pag-resibo lang, hindi yan system. No? Ano yun? Mag-i-issue ng resibo yung system, tapos i-manual mo na pagdating sa resibo. So, hindi pwede. Pagka may i-invoicing ka, complete accounting system. Sabihin ng complete, wala na manual intervention. From the issuance of receipt, diretso na siya sa journal, diretso na sa ledger. Pupost na, and then generate report na. Okay.
Carousel na daw pala yung linya yun. Oo, carousel.
Ngayon?
Pumalit sa ONX.
Sabi ko na eh, but the same owner yan. Kaya dyan yung transfer pricing comes. Okay. Okay. So for purposes of this order, computerized system evaluation team, no, kami yung una talaga sa CSET, no? Kami yung unang nagbuo sa mga ano na yan, no? Computerized system evaluation team. Sa amin yun nag-umpisa, no? Although hanggang ngayon may CSET pa rin naman yung mga nag-i-evaluate, no? CSET pa rin ang tawag? Yes po, CSET pa rin ang tawag, no? So yun yung mga members, no, sa national office, no, kung sino yung head, may mga members, no, lahat yan, pipirma sa report nyo, no? And then we have yung internal sa BIR, hindi na natin i-discuss, kasi procedure na nila yun, hindi naman natin, ano yun, concern, no? So, doon tayo sa, kasi marami pa to policies, no? So, all application for cash, whether by head office or branches, shall be filed by the head office sa large taxpayer, kung large taxpayer kayo, or sa RDO, kung saan kayo registered, no? Yung may jurisdiction over the head office, no? Pero may exception yan, kahit hindi head office, kung halimbawa yung branch, pwede rin ang branch na magpa-approve ng sarili niyang computerized accounting system, especially if the head office and branch have different kind of activity. Halimbawa, yung branch, supermarket siya, yung head office hindi naman supermarket, no? So, yung branch ang magpapa-approve ng computerized accounting system, especially sa inventories niya, no? Kasi ang dami. So, posible na ang branch, computerized accounting system, ang head office hindi. No?
Pero ma'am, excuse me naman. Yan ma'am yung receipt nila, yung pwede nila gamitin ng branch.
Ay, hindi po.
Ng branch.
Hindi po. Ang ibang ang resibo ng head office, iba ang resibo ng branch, no? So bawal po 'yon na yung resibo ng head office gagamitin ng branches. Bawal na bawal po 'yan. Why? Kasi pag may branch ka, di ba requirement na pati yung branch pa-register mo rin as branch. At then paggawa ka rin ng resibo. But the procedure is kung saan yung head office, doon ka magpapa-imprenta ng resibo ng branch, no? Bakit? Kasi ang branch may sariling TIN, may sariling address, no? So, yun yung gagamitin, hindi yung head office na resibo.
So, mag-identify mo na branch yun.
Yes.
002.
Yes. Iba ang TIN, no? Tsaka, siyempre, yung address, no? Iba.
Paano kung nagamit yung branch? Kasi wala kang resibo.
Penalty. No? Penalty yan. May penalty po yan. No? Pagka hindi naman nakita ng examiner at saka hindi ka na-audit, pwede pa, swerte pa. Kaya yung ibang magtatanong sa akin, ma'am, paano ganito? Meron talaga akong participant na lahat ng problema, pag sinagot mo, problema na naman, sanga-sanga. Alam mo, yung sagot ko na lang sa kanya, mag-pray ka na lang na hindi ka ma-audit. Yan na lang yung pinaka. Kasi lahat ng isagot mo sa kanya, may problema siyang isasagot din eh. Paano ma'am kung hindi? Ay, i-pray mo na lang na hindi ka ma-audit. No? Kasi pag hindi ka na-audit, hindi mo naman babayaran, hindi makikita, hindi i-assess eh. No? Daming na may violations dyan na hindi naman na-audit ng BAR. No? Alam nyo yung maliliit, kung magbabayad lahat yan ng mga violations nila, sobrang laki niyan, no?
Ano bang yung hindi pa nakapag-gamit? Wala pa yung resibo. Pero
Oo, correct na siya.
Penalty po talaga yan, no? Kaya sabi ko, kung hindi mahuli, para yan yung may nag-apply daw ng trabaho, no? Tapos, di ba sa pag-apply ng trabaho, interviewin ka, o kaya mayroon kang pinipill up doon na ano ba yun, yung resume? Parang sa application mo. Tapos may question daw doon na, have you been caught of any violation ng law? Sabi niya, have you been punished ng mga violations ng law? Sabi niya, no. Tapos yung question, why? Sabi niya, because I have never been caught. Hindi pala siya nahuli, kaya hindi siya napanis ng violations, no? Okay. So, may mga ganyan na sitwasyon, eh, no? Pero, nasa ng gobyerno natin when it comes to enforcement. Kaya, yung mga nape-penalty, mga sobra-sobra na lang talaga. Pero yung mga hindi naman talaga intentional, hindi lang alam, o kaya willing naman na mag-comply, hindi naman ganun din ka sobrang stricto yung gobyerno natin. Basta wag lang kayong ma-mapping, kasi pag na-mapping na at mayroon ng report sa opisina, hindi na pwede yun. No? Kasi may accountability na yung examiners doon. No? Okay, so yung mga actual system demo, hindi ko na ito i-ano sa inyo. No? Doon na lang tayo sa yung mga stickers na yan. Ano na yan eh. Doon tayo sa how to fill up the application for permit and then yung mga requirements. No? Alam ko yun talagang concern nyo. Okay. Mga submit report na yan, ano na yan eh. Doon tayo sa application. Ayun, procedures. No? Okay. So, require the taxpayer to submit the following requirements. No? So, accomplish BAR Form 1900. 1900 po, hindi ito napalitan hanggang ngayon. Application for authority to use computerized accounting system and components thereof. or yung sabi natin na loose leaf books on accounts. Yan din. No? Company profile, no? Huwag nyo sabihin na hindi nyo alam yung company profile nyo, ha? Kung individual, kung ano yung nature ng business, no? And then we have photocopy of BIR Certificate of Registration or your COR. Ang ibigay nyo, Xerox copy, huwag ibigay ang original, no? Mortal sin yan. Kung binigay nyo original. No? Photocopy of previously issued permit, if applicable, no? Kung merong ng previously issued. Photocopy of current registration fee payment, yung 0605, no? Location map of the place of business, no? Yung ipadala nyo na representative, yung alam yung location map ng business. Kasi minsan alam nyo, nakaka-encounter kami. Sige, gawan mo na ng location map. Hindi alam. Bakit? Kasi halimbawa, accounting firm yung nagpa-follow up o kaya yung law firm. Hindi alam kung nasaan yung opisina ng kliyente. No? So, be sure. So be sure na alam ng representative nyo yung location map, no? Inventory of previously approved unused invoices and receipts, no? Ano yung sabi na inventory? Yung mga unused. You start with kung ano yung series na hindi pa na-issue, no? Huwag nyo isama yung mga issued na. Okay, so list of branches that will use the computerized accounting system. What are the technical requirements? Hindi ko ito i-discuss sa inyo kasi may mga technical requirements dun sa form na doon ko i-discuss siya. Ha? Sa technical requirements. Yan, mga system flow, process flow, backup procedure, sworn statement, may sample din tayo niyan. No? Itong system flow, yung provider nyo ang gagawa niyan, saka process flow. Ha? Kasi trabaho yan ng developer. Hindi nyo alam yan. Paano mo gagawin yung process flow? Hindi mo nga alam. Kung ano yung process, makikita mo sa computerized accounting system mo, yung ano lang, yung screen na lang. Eh, paano mo i-drawing yung process flow at saka system flow? No? So, hingin nyo yan sa kanila. Kasi meron yan silang parang brochure na ibibigay sa inyo. No? Pag hindi kayo binigyan, mag-isip-isip kayo. Kasi bakit sila yung developer, wala silang ganyan. No? OP yan. List of reports and correspondences that can be generated from the system with their description, purpose, and sample layout. No? Marami yan. Kasi ang ma-generate na report ng computerized accounting system, napakarami. Facsimile of system-generated loose leaf books of accounts. Kung loose leaf books of accounts yung ina-apply nyo. Pero yung discussion natin is computerized accounting system. Okay. So, additional requirements, photocopy of previously issued permit kung meron. No? Certification from the CSET na na-evaluate na sila doon. No? Wala yan. Ito na tayo. Yung mga coordinate with CSET, ano na yan. Sa internal na yan ng BIR. No? So, doon tayo sa form. No? Verify authenticity, trabaho na yan ng examiner, no? Trabaho na yan ng BIR. Doon tayo sa mga attachment, no? Okay. Yan, no? So that is our, ang liit pala ng screen nila, ikaw talaga hari, hindi mo. Ang haba-haba, tapos na yung regulations, hindi natin alam na. Talaga, ang liit ng screen. Yan, no, talaga. No? Okay. Sensya na po. Okay. So, BIR form number 1900. Kailan siya na-enhance? Tingnan nyo, 2002 pa? Tama ba? Yung mata ko? September 2002. Ah? Kasi ano na yung mata ko, malabo. Malabo din yung screen. No?
18 years na siya.
2002. Yes. No, hindi pa siya na-enhance. Bakit? Kasi same lang din naman yung requirements eh. No? Kaya nga yung 2002 na RR 29-2002, hanggang ngayon ginagamit pa rin eh. No? So, application for authority to use computerized accounting system or components thereof. No? Or pwede rin kung mag-apply ka ng loose-leaf books of accounts. No? So, ano yung kailangan dito? The taxpayer identification number for line number 1. And then the RDO code. Wag kayong magkamali ng RDO code nyo ha. Bakit? Nasa COR yan, nasa Certificate of Registration, no? Taxpayer's name, and then the business address, no? And then the type or nature of application. Ano ba yan? No? Check nyo kung para yan sa branch, para sa loose leaf, yung complete computerized accounting system, no? Or computerized books of accounts lang, so kung journal, ledger, no? And then, yan, perbahan na yung authorized person. Okay, so ito yung mga attachment, no? Kaya ayaw kong, kanina, i-discuss yung mga requirements, kasi nandito, and this is complete also, no? Attachments, general requirements, we have the company profile, no? Company profile. Gawa na yan, yung mga companies, may gawa na yan sila na profile, no? Yun na yung i-attach nyo. Alam mo yung ibang company na nagpapagawa ng company profile, they really hire an expert, no? Yung expert in writing, expert in, yung mga, nakikita ko sa UP no? Sa UP, dito. Yung mga writers dyan na iba, talagang hinahire sila ng mga big companies just to make this company profile, no? May mga milestone, may mga yung mga achievement ng companies, no? Especially kung may mga events sila na mga anniversaries nila, golden anniversaries halimbawa, no? Nagpapagawa talaga yung mga companies nag-hire ng magagaling na writers, no? So yun na yung i-attach nyo. Company profile, photocopy of BAR certificate of registration, photocopy of previously issued permit, kung meron, photocopy of current registration fee, yung 500, location map of the place of business, inventory of previously approved, unused invoices and receipts. No? Unused, ibig sabihin hindi pa nagamit. Medyo, alam nyo kung gaano katagal itong application for permit to use, adopt computerized accounting system, umaabot to ng years. Yes, ma'am. Lalo na kung ang system mo may kulang or for enhancement, maabot yan ng taon. Kaya nga sabi ko, ang dami pang large taxpayers na hindi computerized ngayon. Ang maganda lang recently, Commissioner Dulay issued, no, memorandum na hindi na kailangan do away with the CSET, no? For large taxpayers lang naman. Kung ano yung ginagamit nila na system, yun yung gawa nila ng mga requirements and then bigay sa BAR as is na, good as approved na yung kanilang computerized accounting system. No? Bigla, kasi nagbabayad lang kasi ng penalty, pero sa totoong buhay, mga computerized yan. Kasi you have a big business, pwede bang i-manual mo yan? No? Okay. So, for computerized accounting system or components thereof, the list of branches that will use, no, the computerized accounting system, the technical requirements, no, pero may technical requirements pa ulit mamaya, yung sa RDC, yung sa data center, no, meron pa yan. Application name and software used, no. Anong pangalan ng software? Kung SAP yan, Soho yan, o kaya Zero, no. So, functions and features of the application, no? System flow, process flow, sworn statement, and proof of system ownership, no? Sabi ko sa inyo, wala yung system ownership, license to use lang yan.
AE1, AE3, o lahat yan?
Lahat po, lahat. Lahat po yan. Kasi meron naman yan, pag meron na kayong system, meron yan. Automatic po yan, no? Sworn statement and proof of system ownership, no? Meron tayong affidavit mamaya na sample. And then the backup procedure, disaster and recovery plan, kayo ang gagawa niyan, no? Paano yung backup nyo? Meron kayong hard drive na nagba-backup kayo everyday. and then store nyo doon sa malayo, not in the place of your business. No? Yung, alam ko, yung airline companies na number 1 dito sa Pilipinas, 4 yung database niya na mga backup niya, no? 1 in India, 1 in Australia yata, 1 in US, no? Kaya nga sabi nila, ma'am, mas mura kung sa India ka kukuha ng ticket. Sabi ko, ano kaya yung matching na naman yan? No? Bakit mas mura doon? Eh, same lang yan. Saka dapat dito yan sa Pilipinas. No? List of reports and correspondences that can be generated from the system. Kasi nakapag-evaluate ako ng airline companies, no? Ang daming violations. Bakit? Pag kumuha ka ng ticket through the internet, putol, walang resibo, no? Hanggang itinerary lang, tatanggapin nila yung pera mo. Pero hanggang itinerary. Although ngayon daw meron na, nag-i-issue na ng official receipts, no? Yes po. So, computerized accounting system yun. Pagka e-receipts ka. No? Na dapat ganun din yung mga online sellers, no? E-receipts, electronic receipts. So, list of reports and correspondences that can be generated. Facsimile of system-generated loose leaf, kung loose leaf. No? Kung mga affiliated companies, photocopy of previously issued permit, kung meron na, certification from CSET, kung na-evaluate na, no? Application for permit to use cash register machine and point of sale machine. Ang form na gagamitin mo is 1907. No? Okay. So we have the back, no? Sa Annex C tayo. Ito po yung sample ko na sinasabi ko na sworn statement na gagawin o fill upan yung may-ari, no? Pag nag-apply sila ng computerized accounting system, no? So, name of the affiant, nationality of the affiant of legal age, position, representing the name of the corporation with business address located at, ito do hereby voluntarily depose and say that the company is engaged in, kung huwag kayong basta gagawa na lang ng line of business, no? Sabihin nyo, ito naman yung line of business niya eh. So, lagay nyo dyan. Kopyahin nyo kung ano yung nandun sa Articles of Incorporation at kung ano yung nandun sa BIR kasi dapat magtali yan at kung ano yung nandyan sa mayor's permit nyo, no? Kasi mamaya, nag-iba ka na ng line of business pero yung mga dokumento mo, same pa rin. Magkaka-problema ka po dyan, no? Lalo na sa easy. Pero mo, yung company mo, holding company, tapos nagre-restaurant ka na. No? Pepenality ka dyan. No? And existing under business name. So, yung business name nyo din po, mahigpit na ngayon yung rules natin on business name. No? That is regulated by the DTI. No? And not only DTI, those business name na protected are registered with the IPO or the Intellectual Property Office. Oh? So, napakaigpit. Tapos yung business name ngayon, di ba binigay na sa'yo? 5 years lang, hindi na sa'yo. No? At saka don't expect na in-apply mo ngayon, binigay sa'yo. Pag re-apply mo sa iyo ulit, hindi na bibigay. No? Kaya nga, ang dami ng mga kung ano-anong business name na ginagawa ngayon, no? At saka ang dami din na ina-approve, stricto na sila. No? Kasi I have one client na tatayo siya ng restaurant. Ang pangalan ng restaurant niya, I have 2 eggs. No? So, anong ginawa ng DTI sa kanya? System, di ba? System yun pag nagpa-approve ka. Hindi na-approve ng system. Bakit? Malicious. No? Malicious. I have 2 eggs. Tingnan mo, I have 2 eggs. Ano kung may 2 eggs ka? No? Kaso lang, iba ka agad yung mga makunot sa mind ng tao. Kaya hindi po siya malicious daw. No? Sa bagay sabihin siguro nag-apply, kayo lang yung malicious, ako hindi naman ako malicious, no? Okay. So So, bawal.
Computer naman issue.
Okay. So, yung business name po natin, sabi natin, huwag basta-basta maglagay dyan. Diba yung business name mo, expired na, hindi na sa iyo yun, no? So, ano yun? Maging misrepresented naman tong form mo.
So, bago lahat yun po, pag-receive.
Yes po. Yes po. Kasi lalagay mo rin yan sa resibo mo. No? Mamaya, nabigay na yun sa iba, didimanda ka. Bakit mo pa ginagamit? No? At saka hindi lang yun. Pagka sinabihan ka na ng easy or ng DTI na hindi mo gagamitin yung business name na yan, ang dami mo na dokumentong pinagawa, kagagastos ka. Kaya dapat sigurado bago mag-apply. No? So, software to be adopted is computerized accounting system or components thereof is customized in-house. Customized in-house, pinagawa mo lang off the shelf yung binili mo na package software na. To. For customized accounting system, kasama dito yung gumawa, no? Thereof, the company thereby contracted the services of, no? Sino yun? Yung name ng supplier or ng programmer mo or ng developer mo. Bakit? Kasi later on, pag may mga system yan na ginawa na in-insert na to defraud the government, ipapatawag pati yung system developer mo. No? With tax identification number and business address at, no? To develop the computerized accounting system. Yan. That the above-mentioned contract was entered into without intention of defrauding the government. Bakit defraud mo yung government? Kasi records ito eh. No? And in pursuance to existing rules and regulations of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997. Yung Internal Revenue Code po natin ngayon, CTRP pa yan, Comprehensive Tax Reform Package Program noong 1997. Itong Republic Act 10963 natin na train law na noong 2018, hindi niya in-overhaul yung system. Kaya, ang dami pa rin provisions ng tax code natin under the 1997 po natin na CTRP still existing. No? Nag-amend lang yung train law. Hindi lahat. Mas marami pa rin yung 1997 natin. Kaya pagka naglagay dito, 1997 pa rin. No? So that the system is secured, can provide information and generate unique control number per transaction. Ha? Hindi yung nagdoble-doble yung number. Dapat sequential yan. No? That the system is equipped with effective mechanism to keep track of canceled transactions and adjustments. No? Bawat canceled na transactions dapat nakikita yan, nakikip track yan. No? Kasi baka mamaya mga legitimate transactions na yan na kakancel pa. No? That the system can generate and print report. No? That access to operations, manual application system, and database for system demo shall be allowed if necessary. Dito if necessary, talagang requirement, no? Pagka hindi ka nagpa-demo, hindi ka maaprobahan. That no changes, yan no changes, upgrade, enhancement will be made on the original system covered by the approved permit, no? No changes. Talagang upgrading and enhancement dapat may permit yan sa BAR ulit, no? That in the event that the foregoing be discovered to be in violation of the existing rules and regulations, I hereby undertake to face, ayan pinahin mo na yung sarili mo, to face any legal sanction and pay corresponding penalties thereof. No? Sabay, ang dami din namin na-evaluate na nagbayad kasi may violations na, especially yung ginagamit na yung system na wala pang permit. No? As provided for under the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997. I hereby declare under penalties of perjury that the foregoing attestations are true and correct to the best of my knowledge. No? So under the penalties of perjury din to. Why? Because all of the information should be accurately and correctly supplied. No? Kasi pag may mali dyan, accountable ka. No? So this is the name and signature of the affiant or the taxpayer. No? President or authorized representative, the TIN, and the address. No? So yun yung ating sample na affidavit. No? Ito naman yung functional and technical evaluation appraisal checklist. Kaya nga ayoko yung technical kanina na requirements. No? Kasi ito mas specific. Okay. Functional and Technical Evaluation Appraisal Checklist, sino may hawak nito? The RDC. Yung member ng team na sila yung nanggagaling sa Revenue Data Center po ng BIR. Ito yung mga technical persons, no? So, functional or approval criteria. Number 1, can the system provide information on a per transaction basis? Can it be viewed? Can it be printed? Sabi ko sa inyo, misleading yung ibang mga questions. Bakit? Di ba nakalagay dyan, yes or no? Pag nag-answer ka dyan na no, hindi ka ma-aprobahan. No? Kasi dapat yes lahat yung answer mo dyan. No? Okay. Is the system equipped with effective mechanism to keep track cancellation of transactions? So dapat nakikip track yung cancellation ng mga transactions. No? 2.1, can the system deny cancellation of transaction? No? 2.2, can the original entries be retrieved, viewed, or printed? No? Can the source document be cross-referenced and retrieved? Can a report be printed on all cancelled transactions? Ayun. Ay, sabi ko, dapat yes lahat yan. Otherwise, pag may answer ka dyan na no, made-delay na naman yung system mo, hindi ma-approve, no? So, is the system equipped with effective mechanism to enable or track adjustment, no? So, can the system generate and print report, no? So, requirement yan talaga sa system. Regular, ad hoc, exception. Does the system generate unique control, no? Number per transaction? Dapat talagang meron yan, yung control number. Okay. Requisites, yes or no. Are all technical specification adhered to? Yun. Issues and concerns kung meron pa. So, tingnan nyo ha, 4 na evaluator yung pumipirma dyan. Well represented yan. Isa dyan, taga-assessment. Isa dyan, taga-legal. Isa dyan, yung sa taxpayer assistance, no? Then ang isa dyan, the data center, no? Sa RDC. Technical person. Okay. Permit to use computerized accounting system or components thereof. Ito yung hitsura niya, no? Isang page lang siya. Nakalagay yung date, yung pangalan ng taxpayer, the TIN, tapos kung ano yung klase yung permit na hiningi niya. No? So, yun lang. Isang page lang yan. Signed by the RDO kung sa district. Assistant Commissioner ng large taxpayer kung large taxpayer. Ito naman yung schedules ng attachment ng permit. No? List of branches using the same computerized accounting system. List of documents or reports generated if applicable. No? Number and description of POSCRM to be used kung meron, yung naka-attach sa computerized accounting system. And then approve range of serial number from, yung sabi ko sa inyo na 19 digits, no? So from 001 to 9999999, 19 na 9, no? So yun yung the highest range na pwede ibigay. No? Approve method of record keeping. Books of accounts and other accounting, records, documents, or manual or electronic. No? Okay. Branch permit, same lang yan dun sa head office. Schedule of attachment na branch permit. So, same lang din yan. No? Permit to use cash register machine. No? So, yan yung kalahating bond paper lang yan. And in the form of sticker, nilalagay yan dun sa likod ng cash register machine. No? Sticker yan. Ito yung mga denial application sa ano na to. Internal na po sa BIR, no? Sa ano na to, no? Sa... Anong oras na? 2:30. So, let's have a 10 minutes break before ko po i-discuss sa inyo yung electronic records, no, na submission during audit. Okay? So, hello po mga ka-YouTubers, no? Thank you for the subscription nyo. Ilan na ba? 4,545. Tingin ko doon ngayon. No? Yung subscribers natin. So, thank you very much. No? And, ito na po yung result ng ating contest, no? So, ilan yung kumuha? 21, no? Yung nag-participate. So, yung nag-participate is 21. And then, basahin ko siguro yung top 10. Yung top 10 na lang. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. So, yung top 10 natin, start tayo sa number 10, no? Banaria Jenny. Siya yung number 10. Yung number 9, Banaria, hindi. So, number 10, Banaria Jenny. Number 9, Intoma Verona Ann. Number 8, Boysing Estrelin. Number 7 is Sorina Jennifer Diladia. 6, tama ba? Y-I-K, no? Wala pangalan. 5, Cayago Vanessa Laika. 4, Manzanero Ira. 3, Buong Galing Prince Michael, no? 2, Domingo Jeremy Cristia. And number 1, siya po yung winner, no? Coronado Ira Marie, no? From Laguna. So, ito po yung inyong prize, no? Na cellphone. Siguro, ipapadala na ito ngayon. Are? Ipapadala na kasi para matanggap na bukas ni Coronado, no? Ira Marie. Congratulations po. Congratulations, Ira Marie Coronado. The examination score is 54 points out of 100, no? So, congratulations. Lakas ng ulan. No? Okay. Ano mo na to? Okay, so I will discuss to you bago yung retention, no? Anong oras na to? 44. Kaya. Kaya pa to. I will discuss to you dalawang regulations. Isang 60-2006, ito yung sa mga electronic records, at yung 9-2009. Bagal ng computer. Ganyan na doon, dito hindi pa. Hindi yan retention management, ha? Ito na. Ay, dapat kinlose pala yun.
Sa akin yan lang, ano ko na, delay lang yan.
Hindi yan record management. Ang ano ko, 16-2006.
Akin na po. Kasi marami pa. Yun na.
Okay. Sige. So our topic is Revenue Regulations number 16-2006 in relation to computerized accounting system. So maiksi lang to eh. Ano pong subject na dito? This is the submission by taxpayers of electronic books of accounts and other accounting records in the course of tax audit and investigation. Di ba, kumuha na kayo ng permit to use computerized accounting system? So, siyempre, yun na yung ginagamit nyo. Since sabi nga natin, iba yung form, iba yung itsura ng computerized accounting system, then during the tax audit, ano ba ang i-examine sa inyo ng examiner? Yung inyong electronic records. So, ito yung guidelines ng mga computerized accounting system users, no? Okay. Ang liit. No? So, ano po yung legal basis dito? The Section 5. Itong Section 5 na to, in-expand ito ng train law, no? Ng power ng commissioner. Power of the commissioner to obtain information and to summon, examine, and take testimony of persons. No? Anong purpose? To ascertain the correctness of any return or in making a return when none has been made. Kung halimbawa hindi kayo nag-file ng income tax return nyo, pwedeng ang commissioner ang mag-file in your behalf. No? Determine the liability of any person for any internal revenue taxes or collecting any such liability. No? Okay. To examine any book, paper, records, or other data which may be relevant or material to such inquiry. Okay. So, books of accounts and accounting records ng taxpayers. So, ano yun? Di ba meron na tayong Republic Act 8792, ito yung Electronic Commerce Act of 2000. So, anong requirement dito? Including the BIR to perform governmental functions using electronic documents. So, 2000 pa, meron na tayong requirements or mandate, no? Kasi along with other ASEAN countries, alam nyo, sa totoo, hindi naman yung bansa lang natin yung gawa-gawa ka lang ng sarili mong regulations o ito lang yung gusto mo. No. Ga-align din tayo with the other countries. And bakit nung 2013 nagkaroon tayo ng enhancement on the features of our receipts? Commitment yun ni President Noynoy Aquino with ASEAN countries na pahigpitan yung pag-issue ng resibo. No? So, hindi tayo yung may kagagawan na ng mga sarili nating batas. Nag-align din tayo with the other countries. Okay, so ano namang nangyari dito sa 2000? Oh, lahat ng government agencies. Kaya may computer center dyan sa UP, sa may CP Garcia. All government agencies dapat computerized accounting system na rin. No? If we require taxpayers to do computerized accounting system, more so yung ating government. No? Alam nyo ba kung magkano yung accounting system ng BIR? Initial lang yan, ha? That's 300 million na loan natin sa IMF. No? $1 million yan. No? Very sophisticated ang system ng BIR. Okay, so yung Republic Act, Electronic Commerce Act of 2000, ito yung mandated na niya na yung even the government should use electronic documents. No? Kaya nung galing ako ng Bacolod, 1999 ako napasok dito eh. Nalipat sa Metro Manila. Although, nag-umpisa ako sa Pampanga, sa BIR, nalipat na ako ng Bacolod. Nakabalik ako dito, Quezon City, 1999. No? Galing ako ng Bacolod, typewriter yung ginagamit. Pagdating sa Quezon City, tinatawag ako ng hepe. Yung report mo, naka-typewriter. So, use the computer. Requirement na sa kanila yung computer. Eh, hindi pa ako marunong. Oh, buti na lang, since values formation trainer ako, ang dami kong mga naging estudyante, no? Estudyante kong mga BIR employees, no? Even yung mga naging commissioner na bandang huli, naging estudyante ko pa, no? Sa values formation. Tinuturuan nila ako, no? So, bawal yung manual, bawal yung typewriter. Ito naman, I was assigned sa large taxpayer Cebu, 2012. Naka 1 year ako doon. Doon, large taxpayer ang financial statement, typewritten pa. Oh, large na to, bakit magta-typewritten pa to? Yung mga, siguro yung typewritten, yung accountant nila, yung external accountants that prepares. But of course, the large taxpayer, hindi na yung typewritten. Oh? Na may computerized na talaga yung ginagamit. Sana na ngayon wala na ha, yung sa mga nasa malalayo natin, no? Visayas, Mindanao. Huwag nang mga typewriter, no? Gumamit na kayo ng computer. May mga mumurahin lang na computer eh, no? Tsaga-tsaga lang muna kayo dun sa kahit hindi masyadong mabilis, but for a start, pwede na yun. Kaysa doon kayo sa typewriter na pag nagkamali kayo, mag-i-snowpick kayo, tapos uulitin nyo na naman ng type. Samantala sa computer, i-delete nyo na lang yan, papalitan, ang bilis, no? So you do away with the typewriter, please lang, no? You invest in computer, ang dami. Makita mo sa internet ngayon, may laptop na 2,900, no? Sabi ko, Hari, may laptop, 2,900. Sabi, mabagal yan, ma'am. Sabi ko, kahit na mabagal, for a start sa mga YouTubers natin na hindi talaga pa nagko-computerize, for a start, pwede na ninyong pagtiyagaan yun. Kasi mag-aaral pa lang din naman kayo eh. Pag nakaaral na kayo, tapos may mga kliyente na kayo, if you are bookkeepers, no? Kakabili na kayo ng mabilis-bilis na computer. No? Okay. So, dyan lang din kami nag-umpisa. Dati. Kaso lang ako kasi nag-NGO ako eh. No? I established an NGO kahit noon pa. Kasi nung bata pa ako, talagang mahilig na ako sa mga ganyan. Dami kong mga sponsors na nagbibigay ng laptop. No? May mga ano ako kaya nung may nagbigay na ng laptop, syempre aaralin mo, matututo ka na. No? So with the authority granted and the requirements prescribed under the laws, the regulations issued to lay down the policies, guidelines, procedures, submission of taxpayers' books. Kasi sabi ko, iba yung mukha ng electronic records. Okay. So, the manner and the format in which such computerized accounting books or records shall be created, retained, filed, and issued. No? Sa lahat yan, may regulations. That's why sinasabi ko sa mga nagtuturo ng bookkeeping, ituro nyo rin pati yung regulations. No? Kasi record lang dyan sa libro, hindi alam mo ano yung record. Turo yung pati regulations. So, when and how such computerized accounting books, records have to be signed or authenticated. No? Kasi bakit? Walang evidentiary value yung records mo kung hindi yan naaayon sa regulations. No, sayang lang. Yung books of accounts mo will be just a mere scrap of paper, no, na pang trust lang, hindi tatanggapin. Unang-una, pag hindi yan registered, walang tatak ng BIR. O kaya nag-record ka dyan, walang supporting documents. O kaya may supporting documents ka naman, sales invoice mo, invalid na. Kasi expired na, dun sa 5 years na validity. No? So those are the things na dapat alam natin. Appropriate control processes and procedures to ensure integrity, security, and confidentiality of computerized accounting books and records. No? Other attributes required of computerized accounting books, records, and the full or limited use of the documents and papers for compliance with the requirements of the BIR. Okay. So, yun yung purpose po ng regulations. Okay. Wala tayo sa computerized accounting books and records. We have defined that under Revenue Regulations 29. RMO 29-2002. Electronic document. O, ito na. Kasi ito yung ipapasubmit sa atin. Refers to information or the representation of information, data, figures, symbols, or other modes of written expression. No? Describe or however represented. Alam nyo saan ang gagaling itong definition na to? From the Electronic Commerce Act. No? Yung 8792. The Republic. No? So, document can be symbols lang, no? Not actually yung mga written na text, no? By which a right is established or an obligation extinguished, or by which a fact may be proved and affirmed. Yan yung sinasabi kong evidentiary value. Which is received, recorded, transmitted, stored, processed, retrieved, or produced electronically, no? Electronically meaning through the internet, through the computer. Electronic document, information or the representation of information, data, figures, by which a right is established, no? Same lang to, electronic document. Electronic signature, no? Ito yung distinctive mark, characteristics. Sa electronic signature, meron niyang mga security features, no? Na dapat, kung sino yung authorized doon sa electronic signature, siya lang may access doon, siya lang pwedeng gumawa noon. No? Kasi may accountability yan ang electronic signature. No? So, yan yung nangyayari sa EFPS natin, yung electronic filing and payment system natin. Na pag nag-enroll ka doon, mayroon ka lang designated na 2 or 3 persons to sign in behalf of the corporation. So, ibig sabihin, pag nag-file ang corporation sa EFPS, either of the 3 authorized lang yung gumawa nun. No? Sila lang yung may access. Okay. Media refers to the physical forms of recorded information. No? So, pwede siyang paper, film, computer disc, computer tapes, any other materials on which the information can be recorded. Ano yung bilog? DVD, di ba? No? DVD-R. Bakit ano yung DVD-R? Recordable. Kasi meron ba yung hindi recordable?
Dalawa yung isa RW, isa
ano yung RW? Rewritable. Ano ibig sabihin na rewritable?
Parang USB siya, ma'am. Pwede mo tanggalan.
Pero yung isa,
Recordable, ma'am.
hindi. Kaya yun yung recordable ang required ng BIR. Yung hindi mo pwedeng palitan, mo pwedeng tanggalin. No? DVD-R. No? Okay. CDR, compact disc recordable. No? So, iba din yung DVD sa CD. No? Kasi may DVD-R, no? Digital video disc recordable. Sa yung CDR, compact disc recordable. No? Pero yung CD wala na, no? Ano yung pagkakaiba ng CD at saka DVD?
Malaki yung capacity.
Yung DVD. Pero pareho lang sila ng mukha, yung bilog. So, kung yung computer wala ng DVD, paano mo gagawin yun? Diba wala na? Yung mga bago ngayon, hindi mo na mapasok. USB na lang o kaya hard drive, no? Kasi wala.
Yung pinapasa sa BIR, kaya yung nasasayangan sa USB. Kaya DVD.
Kasi ang DVD mura lang. Ang USB mahal eh.
Kasi gamit na yun yung terabyte. Yun talaga, malaking capacity.
Kaso lang, isubmit mo sa BIR eh. Iwan mo doon eh, no? Kaya nasasayangan sila. Yung 10 pesos lang, pwede na. So, bibili ka ng computer na may DVD. No?
Meron pa rin.
So meron pa rin. Dami nga natin nakita ko dyan, no? Na DVD natin. Dami naman ito. Hindi na gamit. Meron pa ba tayong ganon? Yung pwedeng saksakan na ganyan? Okay. Kaso lang wala na face-to-face na seminar. No? Kaya paano yung mga software natin, mga handouts natin, di ba soft copy na lang, email send. Wala na. Pero sa BIR, meron pa rin to kasi re-require to sa inyo during investigation. No? Kaya, you cannot do away with the DVD. Kasi yun yung typical na format na ni-require Kahit doon sa bagong 1709, yung related party in documentation, DVD pa rin yung ni-require doon. Properly labeled and then isubmit mo sa BIR. No? So, you cannot do away with the computer. Bibili ka talaga kayo. Yung pwede nyo pang mag-record kayo doon ng DVD. No? Kasi para sa akin, safe din yun, di ba? Kaya mas gusto ng BIR. No? At saka hindi siya agad-agad na virus compared doon sa mga USB. No? Okay. So, database, yun yung stored collection of related data. No? Data, ito yung information in a formalized manner. Ang file, ito yung collection of records. Yung records, ito yung collection of related fields. Ang field or data element, ito yung area of record or part of the record used to store particular class or data. No? So fields are subunits of record. Okay. Fixed length file with its records the same number of characters. Bakit yung record importante? Kasi may prescription yung BIR kung anong klase yung isa-submit nyo. Kung anong klase yung file. Kasi bakit? May gagawin pa dyan yung examiner during the analysis. Kung yung file na ibibigay mo yung hindi pwedeng hindi pwedeng galawin ng examiner. So hindi tatanggapin nyo. File format, the standard organizing and storing the data. The database file format, tama ba yan, Hari? Database file format or DB file extension, Kikita mo pag nag-save ka, yung extension ng file mo, yan, .dbb file extension, Delimited format, ano naman yun? Format composed of records. The fields are not in a fixed position, position in the record. Instead, its field is in the record is separated by field separator characters such as comma. Delimited, yan yung sa mga summary list of sales and purchases, Kasi di ba may mga comma lang yan pagka ka. Okay. Authentication, confirmation that the record is accurate, Sino mag-authenticate? Kasi at the end of the period, lahat ng computerized accounting records mo, ilalagay mo yun sa DVD and papuntahin, meron kang transmittal sa BIR, punta ka sa BIR, tapos patatakan mo yun sa BIR. During the audit, yun ang hahanapin sa iyo ng BIR. Kaya yung sabi nila na may tatak na, may receive na, yun yung hahanapin sa inyo. So, authentication, the record is accurate, complete, and appropriate to the actions taken. So, dapat mako-confirm yan ng BIR. How is this authentication ginagawa? Authentication of hard copy document. So, kung ano yung nandyan sa soft copy mo, pwede niyang hingi ng examiner yung hard copy. Halimbawa, di ba, meron kang record na sales, nag-i-issue ka ng sales invoice. Tapos there is a material na discrepancy or may findings yung examiner to that certain receipt. Halimbawa, may cancel doon pero napaka-material ng amount na kinancel. So sabi ng examiner, sige pahingi, pa-xerox nitong print mo itong ganitong klase na resibo. Pwede yun pag nanghingi yung examiner. So pinapa-authenticate yung electronic copy by reproducing the electronic copy, ilalagay mo sa hard copy. So, linking a digital signature to the electronic file document and design of unique location. Since sabi nga natin kanina, pwede na electronic signature. So, kahit na yung electronic signature should also be authenticated. So, totoo ba talaga na siya yan? Okay. Examination. Ito na yung kumbaga ito na yung pinakaabangan ng taxpayer. Yung pag na-examine na yung books of accounts mo, umalis ako sa BIR, alam mo, iabang-yabang ko pa bakit ka umalis ng BIR? I want to experience what is life outside the BIR, Ilang taon na ako nag-retire, 2013, ano na ngayon, 7 years. Pero yung para sa akin I credit also to myself with all the hirap, with all the lahat. Nakagraduate ako ng law, after I retired the BIR, So at 55 nag-aral pa ako, hindi ako tumigil, May second year namatay yung mother ko. My goodness, sobrang hirap pero wala, no turning back kasi ang sabi ko, talagang kailangan ko doon tapusin because I have no other time. Wala na. After this, ayoko na, Tinapos ko siya talaga. So, ito na yung inaabangan ng taxpayer, yung ma-examine po siya. Bakit inaabangan? Ito na yung pinakakaba-kaba na moment sa life ng taxpayer, So, sabi ko sa inyo, iabang-yabang ko when I retire. Sabi ko sa mga kasama, bakit ka nag-retire sa BIR? I want to experience what's life outside the BIR, sabi ko. I will be sitting in the opposite side of the table. Sabi ko, no? You will be the one to examine me. Kayo may examine sa akin. Ako yung i-examinin nyo. Parang feeling ko ba ang dali-dali? Kasi for 29 years na nag-audit ako, kahit anong hingin mo sa taxpayer, sulat ka lang ng sulat. O, list of requirements, bigay mo lang sa accountant. No? Tapos, pasubmit mo sa accountant, pasubmit. Oh my goodness. Nung nasa labas na ako ng hair, naranasan ko na may issue ng LA. Oh my God. Ibang-iba. No, I tell you. I tell you talaga. Kaya tama pala yung isang accountant na kwento sa akin. Ma'am, first time po ako na examine ng BIR, sabi niya. First time, as in first time, parang na-virgin siya doon. Sabi niya, kinakabahan ako, sabi niya. Kabado ako nung pagharap, first time na humarap sa examiner. Ma'am, sabi niya, kumain ako ng chewing gum. Sabi niya kasi di ba sa pag na-tense ka, yun yung maturo sa atin, no? Mag-chew ka ng chewing gum para hindi masyadong maramdaman mo yung kaba. Sige, chew daw siya ng chewing gum. Ma'am, unang tanong sa akin ng examiner, nalulun ko yung chewing gum. So, sabi ko, ganun ba? Nung nasa BL pa ako, alam niyo, tawa lang ako ng tawa, parang wala. It doesn't sink to me na ganun yung mga na-experience ng accountant. No? It only sink to me nung ako na yung examine. Sabi ko, biro mo yun? Galing ako sa BIR for 29 years, I do audit and investigation. Oh, so tama lang din yung sabi ko na I want to know, to experience what life outside the BIR. Ito nga, sabi ko, naranasan ko nga. No? Hindi ka makatulog, kinakabahan ka. Oh my God, bakit? Kasi there is so much uncertainty in taxation. Hindi mo alam eh. No? Kahit ikaw, alam mo yung records mo. Hindi mo alam ano yung posible na maging findings. No? Sili mo talaga ma-perfect ang recording. Kaya dito, sabi dito, examination of computerized books of accounts, other accounting records. No? Kahit yung mga traditional na, I tell you, mga traditional na tumanda na mga negosyante, may pera na, sobra-sobra yung mga pera nila, mga large taxpayers. Pag nakatanggap po yan ng letter of authority, hindi pa rin yan mapakali. No? I tell you. No? Ito yung inaabangan dahil kinakabahan. Okay. So, books of accounts and other accounting records, documents, schedules, other information submitted by the taxpayer in electronic form collectively referred as computerized accounting books records. Pwede siyang examinin ng duly authorized revenue officers. Ano yung duly authorized revenue officers? Dapat meron siyang letter of authority. No? At kailan na-examine ang isang taxpayer? Once in a taxable year. Very exceptional na lang yung madoble-doble yung examination sa isang taxpayer, just like what happened to Senator Manny Pacquiao. No? Nire-review ko yung mga case nila kasi gusto kong explain. No? May mga cases kasi na 2 beses na examine yung taxpayer. Why? Kasi may mga income siya na hindi na-report during the first time na nag-file siya ng income tax return. So, anong ginawa ni Commissioner Linares during her time? Pina-examine si Senator Manny Pacquiao, no? Prior years, 15 years, no? 2005 to 2009. No? 1995 to 2009. So, ilang years yan? 15 years. 15 years. No? How much is the assessment kay Senator Pacquiao? Income and VAT? 4 billion. No? 4.3 billion. No? Dapat one-time payment. Pero yung VAT na ano na niya binayaran na niya, yung income ang pinoprotest. Kasi may mga withholding naman yun, especially yung income niya na earned sa US. US will not permit na mag-income doon, walang bayad. No? May ano na doon, may bayad na, may mga withholding na yun. So, ang pagkukulang lang ni Senator Manny Pacquiao, hindi niya sinama pagdating sa filing dito sa Pilipinas na dapat sinama niya. Yes po, if you are a Filipino citizen all your income within and without the Philippines should be reported, no? So yun yung hindi niya nagawa. Kaya inassess siya ng 4.5 billion, no? 4.3 billion income and fund.
May tanong ako.
Sige po.
Ganito po yung ibang ginagawa nila. Diba mga, kasi may nawa ko na ko, jewelry sila. Ang ginagawa nila, meron po silang store, diba sa UP. Pero, hindi nila nire-record yung sa labas nila, yung nasa store. Kaya hindi lang pumapasok sa store.
Tax evasion po ang nangyayari dyan, no? Ang question po, may mga stores na ang nire-record sa libro yung na-generate lang ng store, pero yung mga sales outside, hindi nire-record, no? So, may mga, actually, kaya nag-inventory taking, yun ang makikita, yung mga unreported sales. Why? Kasi pumapasok yung inventory mo, saan napunta yun? Nawala yung inventory mo. May purchases ka na 1 million, tapos magkano lang yung sales mo, no? So, there are ways also na BIR how to audit nung mga unreported na yan, no? Na sales na yan, no? So, kaya yung nakaraan, gumawa ako ng inventory analysis, nahagip mo kaagad yung under declaration. Yang sabi ko nga, those na ang negosyo nyo is more sa inventory, nag-invest kayo ng inventory, gumagalaw yung negosyo nyo sa inventory, be sure na properly accounted for yung inventory nyo. At hindi kayo mahuhuli during the inventory analysis. No? Or, kung hindi man inventory analysis, stock taking. No? Yung nire-require ang mga examiners to do counting ng stocks nyo. No? Kasi minsan, wala yan sa record no? Hindi linalagay. Pero pag tiningnan mo sa actual, napakarami ng inventory. Pero ang nire-report sa libro, nire-report sa income tax return, maliit lang. Okay. Ito, at the time of the examination, written computerized accounting books, records must be capable of being retrieved. No? Kaya yung retrieval system, may software din yan. No? From the computer system and converted to a standard format that would allow efficient examination, testing of records, no, using BIR tools during tax examination. Ano tong sinasabi na audit tools? BIR has CAATS laboratory. Ano po yung CAATS laboratory? Ito yung computer-aided tools and techniques ng BIR. No? Binili niya yun, yung software na yan. Yan yung nag-audit pagdating na ng mga computerized records, no? Kaya yung ginawa yung yung CAATS laboratory na yan, parang talaga sa large taxpayer kasi ginawa nga sila na mandatory sa kanila yung computerized accounting system. Kaya mayroong CAATS laboratory, pag ikaw ay large taxpayer na examiner, it is a requirement for you. Once na gumawa ka na ng report of investigation dun sa case mo, dadaan sa CAATS laboratory. Why? Kasi para may findings yung CAATS, incorporate mo ngayon dyan sa report mo. Ano yung mga findings? Halimbawa, i-analyze niya yung sales. Di ba sabi natin, sales should be sequentially issued ang number. No? So makikita doon sa computer, hindi ito sequentially issued, may nawawala na number. At saka gagawa siya ng report, all canceled na transactions, no? Gagawa siya. Incorporate mo yan sa report mo as an examiner. Requirement po. Okay, submission of taxpayer accounting records in electronic form. So, kailan daw yun? Within 30 days from the close of the taxable year. Ito na, yung RMO 29-2002 natin. No? Na-discuss kanina. Provided the BIR with the taxpayer upon audit or investigation, dapat magbibigay na siya ng accounting records in electronic forms. The required electronic or computerized accounting record should be submitted within the due date. Pagbigay kasi ng examiner ng letter of authority niya, meron na din kagad siya na request, no? Na list of request, checklist ng kailangan niya. Nakalagay na din doon kung ilang number of days yung binibigay po sa atin. Usually ngayon, 5 days na lang. Bakit? Na-shorten na rin kasi yung time ng mga examiners to complete the audit. Kaya, na-shorten na rin yung notice nila pagbigay sa taxpayer. No? So, bakit shorten? 5 days lang. On the assumption na itong records na hiningi sa'yo, intact na yan, nandyan na. Why? Kasi last year pa yan eh. No? Wala, ma'am, hindi pa namin makita. Violation na kaagad yan. Bakit? Kasi, bookkeeping nga eh. Diba yung regulations natin should be kept intact, unmutilated, unaltered. No? Yun yung sabi ng train law. Tapos sasabihin mo sa examiner, ma'am, wala, hanapin ba namin, nawawala. Automatic, may penalty ka pa. Okay. Record shall be submitted to the revenue officer, siyempre, kung sino yung may letter authority. No? So, access to computerized accounting books or records shall be restricted to the revenue officers assigned, no, to handle the tax examination. Siyempre, after the report of investigation and the tax docket of the case has been reviewed and approved by the authorized revenue official, the revenue officer shall return to the taxpayer the computerized accounting books and records. Kaya nga sabi ko sa inyo, after examination ng examiner, kunin nyo ulit yung inyong records, wag yung iwan na lang sa examiner. Okay, so kung walang discrepancy found upon tax audit, then good enough. Wala kang tax assessments. Pero alam mo, hindi papayag yung examiner, wala siyang findings. Hindi ka makiklear, talagang hahanapan at hahanapan ka. Posible bang walang mahanap ng tax assessment? Talagang hahanap yan, no? Sabi nga ng mga unang examiner ng BIR, no? Sabi nila, yun ngang 10 commandments, 10 lang yan, hindi pa nasusunod lahat. Pa tax code, na 282 ang provisions. No? Kaya sabi nila, imposible na walang findings, imposible na walang violations. No? Yeah. So, revenue officers, examiners may request for certified true copies in hard copy and or electronic format. Actually, doon pa lang sa permit, may portion na doon na anytime kung may request yung examiner, dapat pinoprovide. No? Kasi kung hindi ka bibigyan ng permit. Pero ang experience ko naman, during the time nag-evaluate ako ng system, very cooperative yung taxpayers. Pero during the audit, lahat na lang ng dahilan para hindi ka bibigyan ng records. No? Requirements for submission of accounting books, records in electronic format. No? So sabi diyan, yung CD mo, no? Papakita mo yung may receive na ng BIR. At it should be the fixed length, flat text, delimited, or database format. No? So, may format talaga na required. At yung mga DVD, CD, no? Hindi ko ba, nagbibigay sila ng, ano ba yun? Yung maliit, na ngayon nga, mas maliit pa. Yung binili ni Charles, sobrang liit. USB, paglagay mo lang dyan, hindi mo na makita, lang sandali. Ayoko dyan. Hindi rin yan tinatanggap ng BIR. Kaya mas gusto ng BIR, DVD or CD. No? Kasi madaling mawala. No? Kaya sabi ko, kung ganyan yung record mo, dapat meron kang yung parang box na safety deposit boxes, doon mo talaga siya ilalagay. Kasi madaling mawala, no? Okay. So, that record should be accompanied by document describing the file, attributes or layout, no? Number of records in its data file, control totals for its numeric field where applicable, no? So, record layouts, record lengths, documentation of key control information, including the transaction cut-off date and time. Usually kasi, yung isang taxable period natin na under investigation is usually 12 months. No? Although yung VAT natin, yung VAT audit group natin, nag-i-examine sila yung 6 months, no? Sa semester. So in that case, kung VAT audit yan, iba yung summary list of sales and purchases ang ipapakita mo dyan, yung 6 months lang ibibigay mo. But If it is a 1 year, one taxable period, tapos all taxes pa, papakita mo yung the whole year. No? So, ano dapat ang gagawin mo? Pagdating dito sa recording, dito sa electronic data files, at the end of the year, yung 12 months mo na one taxable period, ilagay mo yan sa isang CD, and then dalhin mo sa BR, pa-authenticate mo, patatakan mo doon. So, during audit, yung record na yan, yung CD na yan na may tatak sa BR, yan ang hahanapin sa inyo. Wala kang ipakita, no? Kasi nabago mo na. Bayad ka na naman ng penalty. Yun yung sabi ko sa inyo na yung iba, hindi na magpapakita, bayad lang penalty. No? Especially kung may mga binago sila dun sa record, but that is a violation. No? Notarized certification in the form of affidavit shall be executed by taxpayer, attesting the completeness, accuracy, appropriateness of computerized accounting records. No? Yan. In accordance with the keeping of books of accounts and records for internal revenue tax purposes. So, ito talaga yung ini-emphasize ko na please lang yung mga nag-aaral ng bookkeeping, nagtuturo ng bookkeeping, isama na to. Ano to? In accordance with the keeping of books of accounts and records. No? Kasi ngayon, nakalagay dito for internal revenue tax purposes. But it is not only the BAR right now that requires, yung SEC, sobrang dami na din ang requirements ngayon. Yung local government, the mayor's permit, nagre-require din. No? So it's not only BAR na nagre-require, no? ng mga books of accounts natin. No? Sometimes, ibigay mo na yung VAT returns, increasean pa rin yung sales mo. No? So, should be submitted together with the accounting books and records. No? So, in electronic form. Okay. So, authentication ang very important pag accounting records. Okay. Okay. Proper understanding of taxpayers' business process were used to create and maintain the computerized accounting books and records. No? So, taxpayers under investigation is required to provide the concerned revenue officers with overview of the computerized accounting system used during the taxable year period under audit. Alam niyo, pag nag-audit ako, may kasama ako sa tabi ko na representative ng taxpayer. Ayoko yung nag-audit daw lang kasama. Bakit? Usually, sino yun? The accountant. Why? Kasi yung hindi mo maintindihan na records, na explanations, yung kung ano man yung information na hindi mo maintindihan, naka-ready na yung examiner nandyan na sasagutin ka. No? Okay, so dapat pag nagpa-investigate, ready. At sino yung mag-a-assist doon? Yung nakakaintindi ng records. No? Sometimes nga, pag computerized, may kasama pang IT. No? O kaya may kasama pang programmer. Kung wala, sometimes yung group ng examiner, especially sa large taxpayer, no? Nagre-request talaga sila ng IT. Saka yung accountant ng taxpayer. Sometimes kasama pa pati lawyer. No? Na-encounter ako na taxpayer sa Cebu. Pagtanggap ng letters of authority, kinabukasan, 5 lawyer na pupunta sa examiner. No? Ganun sila kalaki. Ganun sila kayaman, no? Dami nilang lawyers. Meron silang mga buildings, meron silang eroplano, meron silang shipping, lahat ng businesses meron sila. No? So, kailangan nila talaga ng lawyers. Subsequent change or enhancement to such computerized accounting system shall require approval of the BIR. First time in the history of my life na nakatagpo ako nung ganun ka, ano ba yun? Red carpet accommodation, no? Sa Cebu. Evaluate ng computerized accounting system nila. No? Ayoko na sabihin yung pangalan kasi sikat na sikat, kilala yun ng lahat. No? Pero nagtanga kasi ako kasi mag-evaluate ng computerized accounting system. No? Pagdating na doon sa taxpayers, may boardroom kasi sila. So doon na kami. O pagdating doon, ang dami na nakaupo. No? Kasi lahat ng mga managers ng mga affiliated companies nandun, nakikinig na lahat. Sabi ko, ano ba to? Okay lang naman sa akin kasi sabi ko, baka gustong matuto or what. So, evaluate ako lahat. Explain ko naman doon sa mga tao nila. Doon lang ako nagtaka pagdating na ng lunchtime. No? Parang may party. Ang haba ng mga pagkain. May mga lechon. Sabi ko, ano ba to? So, sobra naman to. First time ko to na-encounter. Na evaluation lang ng accounting system. Ganun kabongga. No? Kasi may pera talaga sila. At sa dito sa Makati na ano ko din yan. Na encounter. Yung pinakasikat dyan sa Makati. Kilala nyo na yan. No? Ganun din sila. No, nagpa-evaluate lang ng computerized accounting system, bonggang-bongga. Lahat ng mga examiner nakabook sa hotel. No? Pati yung sinasabi ko sa inyo na evaluation ng airline. No? Diyos ko, mag-evaluate ka lang, i-book ka pa sa hotel. Bibigyan ka pa ng free ticket sa abroad. Diyos ko. Sabi ko, tapos pag hindi ka na-examine, hindi ka napapansinin. Ayoko niyan. Retention of electronic documents and electronic files. Ako kasi hindi ako yung nasisilaw kaagad sa mga ibibigay sa akin na favor. I'm very observant. At saka yung sinasabi ko na critical thinking. No? Ba't ka bibigyan? Hindi ka naman nanghihingi. Hindi ka naman mag-a-abroad. Ba't ka bibigyan ng ticket papuntang abroad? Kasi isipin mo na lang bakit niya ginagawa yun, ano yung kapalit. No? So baka tanggap ka ng tanggap. Tapos pag siya na nanghingi, hindi mo kaya ibigay. Para yung nanliligaw. No? Habang nililigaw ka, bigay na lahat. O, tanggap mo ng tanggap. Tapos manghingi siya, hindi mo kaya ibigay. O, kahit ayaw, mabigay mo na. Wala kang magawa. My goodness. Huwag ganun, no? We should think critically kung ano man yun, no? Ganun sa buhay. So, retention of electronic documents and electronic files. This is retention, although i-discuss ko pa sa inyo yung retention and archiving, no? Ng information mamaya. Pero ito na regulations na to already explain the retention ng electronic files, no? Pursuant, kasi may electronic law na nga tayo. So, pursuant to Republic Act 8792, books of accounts, other accounting records, documents, files, schedules, other information submitted by taxpayer to the BIR in electronic form should be retained in their original form. No? Retained in their original form. Remain accessible so as to be usable for subsequent reference. So, ibig sabihin na remain accessible. Hindi yung makurap na yung file. Nakurap na yung file, ano pa i-access mo? No? Posible ba yun? Yes, posible talaga. Lalo pa na virus. Kaya yung mga in charge ng receiving ng electronic file sa BIR, nagagalit. Kasi, o ano na naman yan, yung dala mo. Okay. Naririnig ko sa taxpayer kasi once ako na concurrent chief ng registration at the same time supervisor sa assessment, no? So, yung registration, yun yung in charge ng receiving ng mga electronic files na rini-receive. Nagagalit yung in charge. Bakit? Sabi, ano na naman yung dala mo? May virus na naman yan. Kasi pag may virus, siyempre hindi mo ma-access. Pabalik na naman. No? So, it's not tantamount to compliance pag may virus ka na dala. No? Kaya siguro require na lang talaga itong DVD. Kasi susceptible sa viruses yung mga hard drives at saka USB. No? So, retained in the format in which it was generated, sent, or received. No? So, in a format which can be demonstrated to accurately represent the electronic document generated, sent, or received. So, ito na po yung requirements natin na if you are under investigations, under audit, and then electronic records, yung inyong bookkeeping, So, ito yung requirement. No? Retained in the format in which it was generated. At di ba ang computerized accounting system has a permit, no? Permit to adapt. So, kung ano yung system na approve ninyo, dapat yun din yung system na nag-generate ng ganitong mga records. Why? Kasi pag in-enhance nyo na yan, in-upgrade, at hindi kayo nagpaalam sa BR, same permit pa rin yung ipapakita nyo, magkakaroon na kayo ng penalty. No? Kasi sigurado yun, during the audit, pati yung authority nyo, yung permit to adapt computerized accounting nyo, kukunin yan, titingnan yan, susundan yan. No? Yung mga affidavit, yung mga system flow, process flow, titingnan po yan. No? Kaya ready po kayo doon. Aforementioned books record shall be written in accordance with the rules on preservation. Ano na yung rules on preservation natin? 10 years. Kailan yan nag-umpisa? Noong panahon ni Commissioner Hinares. Pero in-uphold siya noong train law. No? So, 10 years na ngayon, ha? Dating 3 years. Dati 3 years lang, you have to keep all your records kasi
book of accounts ang nire-record? Kaya nakatabi or pati income tax?
pati lahat po ng accounting records mo, income tax, resibo, books of accounts, lahat po yan. Wag na wag po magtapon, 10 years pa yan. No? 10 years. No? Bawal pa magtapon. Kaya nga, sabi ko, pagka hindi kayo sigurado at alam nyo na may mga problema na nangyari, pray na lang kayo na huwag kayo ma-audit. No?
10 years pa.
Kasi pag na-audit kayo, sigurado nyo may deficiency kayo. Pag alam nyo naman na ma-audit kayo, tapos may pagkukulang kayo, i-ready nyo na yung pambayad sa multa. No? So, yun na lang yung katapat para binili mo na yung peace of mind mo. Di ba? Kasi magpapaproblema ka pa. Oh, kaya one time I'm conducting seminars also sa mga tax agent, no? Ma'am, strict yung ganitong BIR. Ma'am, gano'n. Nasa sa inyo na yun kung makipag-away kayo. Kasi sabi ko, I have a staff, yung si Sir Eugene, yung nakita nyo dyan kanina. Sabi ko, marunong na yan. Paano siya marunong? Bawa, may follow-up siya sa City Hall. No? So, instead of makipag-away ka doon or ano, pag nagsingil ka ng fee, service fee mo sa kliyente, kasama na sila. No? Kasi sa hotel nga lang, pupunta ka, magbibigay ka doon sa mga billboy. Yung pa kaya natutulong sa'yo. No? Tsaka pag practitioner ka, dapat may mga friends ka na sa lahat ng agencies. No? Huwag kang mga away. Ay, alam mo, ako, sabi ko lang yan sa inyo, pero nang-aaway din ako. No? Lalo na yung hindi ko nakita na hindi na tama. Talagang, hindi ko pigilan talaga yung sarili ko. No? Kaya sabi sa akin ng staff ko, Ma'am, ako na lang. Kasi kung kayo, aawayin nyo, mapapatagal lalo. So, lahat ng bagay, no? Pwede nyong pag-isipan how to do it na madali, mabilis, no? Kaya buhay diskarte, no? Kaya huwag maarte, mag-diskarte na lang. Kaya nga sabi ko sa kanila, anyway, it's your choice. Gusto mong pahirapan yung sarili mo, di awayin mo yung in charge. No? Lahat patagalin yung papel mo. So, pero kung ayaw mo naman, di makipag-friend-friend ka na lang. No? Kaya ang practice, yung practice yung nagbibenta ka ng serbisyo, may kasamang PR yan, public relations. Sa mga gusto mag-practice, accountant, no? Hindi pwede yung theory ka lang, puro ka lang, magaling ka mag-record sa libro. Pagdating naman doon sa actual na, hindi ka marunong magpagharap sa bayan, no? May sinabihan na ako talaga niyan, si PA lawyer siya. Tapos puro problema yung kliyente niya. Sabi ko sa kanya, do not promise your client the moon and the stars. No? Si lawyer ka, si lawyers ka, alam mo lahat ng theory lang yan. No? Dapat alam mo pa rin paano yung representation, paano makipag-usap. Kasi lahat na lang na sinasabi ng examiner, kukontrahin mo, tapos basahan mo ng tax code. Nako. Patatanggalin yung kaso mo, makakarating pa sa korte. It's not good, no? Kasi Ako naman, no, as tax consultant, wala akong yung paligoy-ligoy sa taxpayer. Oh, ano ba, pupunta sa iyo, magpapatulong, may problema. Tingnan ko na kaagad kung pwede o hindi pwede. Sabihin na kaagad. Para ba yung pupunta sa iyo yung binata, dalaga, mangligaw sa iyo. Alam mo naman na hindi mo type, mas pakasasahin mo pa. Sabihin mo na kaagad, hindi mo siya gusto. No? Pag gusto mo, mahirap naman sabihin mo na kaagad, gusto kita, pakipot-kipot ka muna. No? Ganun lang. Sa practice kasi, no? Yung mga nakikinig sa atin yan, halos mga accountants yan, bookkeepers, o kaya ito yung talagang line ng trabaho nyo, no? Diskarte ang gagawin nyo, hindi yung aawayin nyo yung mga kausap nyo, hindi pwede. Lalo kayong pahirapan, no? Alam nyo, ako yung, sabi ko nga sa inyo, nag-examine ako, audit and investigation ako for 29 years, no? At narinig ko din to sa isang hepe ko sa Special Investigation Division. Alam mo ano sabi niya? Alam nyo, gusto ko yung taxpayer na lumalaban, inaaway ka. Kasi ang sarap tuluyan. No? Sarap talaga tuluyan eh. Sige, kung saan makarating yung kaso, maganda yun kasi lumalaban. Pero alam nyo, sabi niya, yung taxpayer na una pala, nakikiusap na. Parang kahit marami ka pang findings, parang sama-sama ng loob mo na tuluyan mo yung nakikiusap. No? Sabi ko, may point nga din naman siya. Kasi, ang sarap. Lalo na yung lahat na sinasabi mo, nag-a-argue na kaagad. Kasi lawyer siya, si pay lawyer. Parang, tama nga naman, parang ang sarap. O sige, tingnan natin. No? Para makita kung pwede ba talaga yung sinasabi o hindi. No? Kaya yung para sa akin, no? Kung if you are practicing, tuto kayo makiusap. The art of negotiating, the art of hindi yan public speaking, siguro persuasion. kung paano ninyo na i-convince yung kausap nyo na kayo. Kasi may isa tayong YouTubers na, Ate Elsa, nangungunusumisyon ako kasi may hawak ako maraming LAs pero ayaw pumayad ng examiner. So, the art of persuasion, paano may convince. Tama naman kami, may documents naman kami. Nasa sa inyo na yan. Kasi skills din po yan at pinag-aaral niya. Kasi alam nyo, ang skills, inaaral yan, ina-apply, inaaral, ina-harness. Hindi pwede na may skills. Iba yung skills, iba yung wisdom, di ba? Yung wisdom, dito yun. Pero yung skills, how you do it, no? Yung skills, yun ang hinahasa. Yung sinasabi doon sa sharpen the saw. No? Nahasa yung skills. Kasi hindi mo yun matutunan. Parang driving. Driving is a skill. Pwede bang sabihin mo, magaling kang mag-drive? Sa salita lang. Ay, alam mo naman ito, kaliwa, kanan. Lahat na memorize mo yung law doon sa driving. Yung mga, bang tawag doon? Yung pagkumuha ng exam sa driving, no? Kahit perfect pa yung exam mo, pero sa actual, driving is a skills. No? Application ng doon. Ang importante. No? So, ganun din sa mga accountants. Application. No? Magaling na tayo sa theory. Nating naman doon sa how we convince the examiner na ito talaga, hindi tayo marunong. Mahirapan tayo. No? Legal recognition of electronic documents, same with the hard copy. No? Yan na yung Republic Act 8792. Kasi dati, pagka mga soft copy electronic documents, hindi yan tinatanggap ng korte. But because of this Republic Act 8792, pwede na. No? Same siya na, anong sabi dito? Electronic documents submitted for purposes of a tax audit or investigation shall have the legal effect, validity, or enforceability as any other document or legal writing. Ito yung mga conditions. No? If an electronic document is able to maintain its integrity and reliability through time and can be authenticated for subsequent reference. Kaya nga, itong electronic documents may archiving requirement ito. Kasi sabi niya, integrity and reliability through time. No? Kaya, lalo na ngayon, 10 years na nire-require yung ating records that we have to keep, no? So the electronic document has remained complete and unaltered apart from the addition of any endorsement and any authorization. Dapat hindi yun binabago, no? Hindi na pinapakailaman. Kaya nga, ang sabi ng BA, ilagay mo na sa CD na recordable. Hindi na pala pwedeng babaguhin yun, no? Hindi patatakan sa BAR. No? Okay. So it can be relied for the purpose for which it was generated. No? Okay. Electronic document presented or retained to its original form, there exists reliable assurance on the integrity of the document from the time it was first generated in its final form. No? Kasi sa totoong buhay, pag inalter mo yan, malalaman din kasi yan eh. Dahil sa electronic records, lahat yan nakalag. No? So kung may kinancel ka dyan, may dinilit ka dyan, kaya tingnan nyo doon sa technical requirements kanina na sabi ko dapat answer mo doon lahat yes. Kasi pag may no ka doon, hindi ka ma-approve. Defect yun sa system mo. No? Dito na, makikita mo na. Document capable of being displayed to the person to whom it is presented. No? And then yung integrity niya. No? Okay. Compliance enforcement. Where the taxpayer fails to comply with the provisions of these regulations, the procedures prescribed in the issuance and enforcement of sub pena dosis tecum shall be allowed. Ano po yung requirement natin sa sub pena? No? Diba sa letter authority under audit, padala ka ng notice. No? First notice for the presentation of books and records. Second notice after 5 days presentation of books and records. Hindi ka pa rin nagpadala. Final notice, presentation of books and records. Hindi mo pa rin pinakita. No? I-refer na yung case mo sa legal. No? Ano gagawin ng legal doon? Padalhan ka na ng sub pena dosis tecum. Ano yung sub pena dosis tecum? Produce the records. Okay? May mga nakaset yan. No? Kailan? You have to appear to this office, and then bring with you itong mga listahan. Oh? Dumating ka, nagbigay ka, kalahati lang, it's not tantamount to compliance with the sub pena dosis tecum. No? Kalahati lang binigay mo. Hindi ka na nagbigay ulit. No? So yung case mo, ipasa na yan ng legal sa fiscal. Dadalhin na yan sa court. No? Filean ka na ng contempt of court. No? So, magkano ang bail pag na-convict ka? 4,000. Kasi may mga kliyente ako na binil out kasi. So, libro lang. No? Ayaw. Kasi ang iba na mga malaking taxpayer, parang ayaw na talaga mag-comply. Ayaw magbigay ng libro. Ayaw magpakita, lahat-lahat na. So, ikaw na accountant, mahirap ka sa. Kaya sabi ko, ang maganda dito sa taxpayer na to, pakulong na lang to. No? Kaya sabi na iba, kumusta na yung kliyente mo? Sabi ko, kulong na, may warrant na. Sige, matigas na ang ulo. No? So, pagkatapos na, iwawarrant ka, and then i-hearing ka, hindi ka pa rin nagbigay, i-hearing ka. Pero, criminal yon, criminal case. Yung civil case mo, tuloy yun sa examiner, kaya dalawa na yung kaso mo. Isang civil case na i-assess ka doon sa tax liability mo, at isang case na criminal case na may kulong. No? Ilan yung kulong? 6 months. Sabi ko, pakulong na lang, 6 months lang naman. No? Hindi po yan binabayaran na. Yung bail lang ang binabayaran doon na 4,000. Pero after that, tuloy yung hearing. Pag hindi ka pa rin nagpakita, ikukulong ka na ng judge. No? Okay. Okay. Yung question natin, mamaya 4:30 ha. Okay. So, hindi pa tayo record management. Doon pa tayo sa isa. No? 16-2006. Yung sunod natin is Revenue Regulations 9-2019. 2009. No? Exil lang to. So, still in relations with the 26-2006, no? Ito yung maintenance, retention, submission of electronic records. No? Mas latest ito kaysa doon sa isa. No? Okay, so let's have a break of 5 minutes. Retention pa rin to pero latest. Hindi lang naman to. Bakit hindi ito hindi ito Sige. Okay. So we have to discuss revenue regulation 2000. Ito yung maintenance, retention, submission of 2006, no? 2006 ito 2009, no? Okay. Okay. So dito, tingnan natin ano yung purpose, bakit nagkaroon ng ganitong regulations, no? To define the requirements, obligation, responsibilities imposed on taxpayers for electronic record keeping and maintenance of electronic records, electronic books of accounts, electronic records, and other sources of information under the National Internal Revenue Code of the Philippines as amended, no? Kasi obligation to eh, no? Kaya nga mandatory, required, no? So, purpose of these regulations to address the requirements for retention of records through various processes and systems. No? Regulations provide requirements for the access and submission of electronic records to the BAR. No? At ito yung 1.4. No? Ito yun, 2009 nag-umpisa. No? The regulation shall make it mandatory for large taxpayers classified under Revenue Regulations number 1-98 to maintain and or adopt computerized accounting system or CAS. No? So 2009 pa, large taxpayers are already required, no, to keep computerized books of accounts. No? Kaya nga 2009, so 11 years na, meron pa rin hindi nakapag-computerized accounting system. No? Yung sabi ko na bayad lang ng penalties. Pero ngayon wala na silang reasons. Kasi sabi, ang hirap na pumasa sa CSET, sa evaluation, di kami pumapasa. Ngayon, sabi ni Commissioner Dulay, do away with the requirements. Lahat ng ginagamit ninyo na existing na computerized accounting system, gawan nyo lang ng report to the BR na ito yung ginagamit nyo. And that suffice. No? So ano yun? During the investigation, electronic records na yung papadala nila. No? Okay. Okay. So database management system means a software system that controls, relates, retrieves, provides accessibility to data stored in a database. So, hindi lang sufficient na meron ka ng database, no? Ano ibig sabihin ng database? Nandun na yung may information. Ilagay mo na lahat doon. So, meron ka pa rin software na nag-i-index, nagre-retrieve, kung ano yung kailangan mo na documents, no? So, yun yung sinasabi natin kanina doon sa Zero, na marami siyang APIs, no? Yung automatic program interface, no? So, kasi meron ka ng database, so dapat meron ka pang another program na magre-retrieve, no? But with Soho, marami na siyang APIs. Yun yung sinasabi natin na will do the retrieving, no? Electronic data interchange or EDI technology means the computer-to-computer exchange of business transactions in a standardized structured electronic format. Ano nga yun, Hari, yung cellphone mo, wala ng Bluetooth, no? Wala ka nang gagawin na isaksak mo pa, i-link mo pa, pero pwede na makakonect na siya from one cellphone to another, di ba yun yung Bluetooth, no? Makukuha niya yung information sa computer mo, no? So ito naman from computer to computer exchange, yung sinasabing EDI. Hard copy means any documents, records, reports, or other data printed on paper. Kaya nga hard copy. Yung electronic records, ang tawag doon, soft copy. No? Kaya soft and hard. So, alam mo po, kung kukuha ka ng business name dito, soft and hard, bastos na naman. no? Pero ito talaga no? Sa computer, no? Okay. So hard, ito yung hard copy, ito yung physical. Yung soft copy, yun yung sa electronic lang. No? Electronic records means collection of related information in an electronically readable format. No? So electronic records do not include hard copy records. Electronically readable format means information supported by a system, no, capable of producing accessible, usable copy. No? Yung mga accessible copy, no, so taxpayer must provide acceptable copy of electronic records. No? Okay. Storage-only imaging system means system of computer hardware and software that provides for the storage, retention, retrieval of documents. Actually, requirement din po ito sa computerized accounting system. No? Taxpayer. Ano ibig sabihin ng taxpayer? No? Lahat ba tayo taxpayer? Yes, lahat tayo taxpayer. Why? Because lahat tayo nagko-consume. No? At ano sabi sa VAT? VAT is a tax on consumption. So, kahit sino, kahit bata is a taxpayer. Why? Basta nagko-consume ka, kasama yun na kinakain mo yung VAT. No? Kasi kasama yun, pinapass on sa'yo. So, you are a taxpayer. Taxpayer means corporation, companies, persons required to keep books of accounts. Electronic record keeping, no? Electronic business system that create, process, store, maintain, provide access to the financial records. Diyan pa rin yung CDR at saka DVD-R, no? So, kahit sabihin nyo na ano na yan, luma na, require pa rin siya ng BAR kasi mas safe yung records mo doon. That you have to record that sa DVD and then yun yung, or CD, and then yun yung tatak mo sa BAR to authenticate your records. Taxpayer shall maintain all the records that are necessary for the determination of the correct tax liability. So, yun din yung purpose dun sa Revenue Regulations B-1. So, even if you maintain manual books of accounts or electronic books of accounts, the purpose is still the same. At ano yun? To determine the correct tax liability of the taxpayer at any time na i-demand ng BAR. No? Okay. If taxpayer retain records required to be kept under this regulation in both electronic and hard copy formats, the taxpayer shall make the records available to the BAR, no, in electronic format upon request. Okay. Pero, sabi naman niya, nothing in this regulation shall be construed to prohibit taxpayer from demonstrating tax compliance with traditional hard copy documents. Ano yung mga traditional hard copy documents? Yung halimbawa, bumili ka, no? May purchases ka. And then yung pinagbilhan mo yung supplier mo, hindi siya computerized accounting system. Then hard copy documents yung i-issue sa iyo na resibo, which is your supporting documents na i-record mo sa subsidiary sales book mo. No? So, in that case, hindi mo naman masasabi na soft copy yun. Talagang hard copy yun coming from your supplier. Okay. Electronic record keeping requirements for large taxpayers. So, yung mga large. Okay. Mandatory, required to maintain computerized accounting system or CAS thereof. All books of accounts, accounting records shall be in electronic formats. Sa na-evaluate ko sa karamihan talaga sa large taxpayer, mga manufacturing companies, is AP po yung ginagamit, no? Is AP. Yung sabi ko na yung pinakamura na business one, kasi meron na silang version 6 or 7 na no? Mas mahal na yun. Kasi yung pinakamura nila is 1.2 million. No? Okay. All large taxpayers currently maintaining their books of accounts and accounting records in manual form are required to register their computerized accounting systems. Ito yung December 31, 2009. Kasi first time sila na-require dito. No? Okay. So, commercial and or customized software to keep books and records is not relieved of the responsibility to keep adequate electronic records. No? Kailan mag-enhance ka ng system. No? Hindi pwede. Kaya yung sabi ko sa inyo, there was a time na yung QuickBooks hindi na tinatanggap ng BR kasi hindi siya makapag-process ng voluminous transaction, especially sa large taxpayer. So, sa large taxpayer, hindi tinanggap ang QuickBooks. No? Pero ang alam ko ngayon, may mga newer version sila na pwede na. No? Pero karamihan talaga sa QuickBooks, yung mga regular taxpayers ang gumagamit. Sa large taxpayer is AP yung marami. Although may mga ibang software pa rin naman na ginagamit din. At yung huli nga, yung sabi nila, yung zero ang marami. Kasi yung kaibigan ko na sabi ko nasa Tonga, Republic of Tonga, yung ang liit na ng nasa gitna ng mga karagatan ng mundo. No, para hindi mo na makita. Pero COVID-free sila, no? Zero accounting system yung ginagamit. Okay. So, general requirements. Electronic records used to establish tax compliance shall contain sufficient transaction level detailed information so that the details underlying the electronic records can be identified and made available to the buyer. Kasi standard naman yung report. Ano ba yung report na hinahanap ng buyer? Sales. No? Very particular buyer sa sales. Why? Kasi yun yung determinant mo, yun yung tax base mo. The more na may sales ka, the more na magbayad ka ng income, the more ka magbayad ng value-added tax. No? So, yun yung sinasabi niya na sufficient transactional level detail information. No? Mas standard na information. Purchases, expenses. No? Okay. Taxpayers' discretion to discard duplicated records and redundant information provided its responsibilities under these regulations are met. Ano yung mga duplicated, mga redundant na information? No, yung sabi nung isang na-evaluate namin, our information is very secured, sabi niya. If you have double entry accounting, we have triple entry accounting. Eh? Sabi ko, hindi ko na tinanong kung ano yung triple entry. Basta ang required double entry lang. So, bahala ka na dun sa triple entry mo. No? Okay. So, taxpayers are not required to construct electronic records. Bakit construct? Hindi pwede yung construct. Gagawin mo pa lang. Other than those created in the ordinary course of business. No? So, bawal yung pinafabricate mo. Kaya anong requirements natin sa documentation ng business transactions? It should be contemporaneous. Ano yung contemporaneous? It should be existing at the time of the transactions. Hindi yung construct mo lang o i-fabricate mo lang after the transactions. No? Electronic data interchange requirements. Where taxpayer uses electronic data interchange processes and technology. Level of record detail in combination with other records related to the transaction must be equivalent to that contained in an acceptable paper record. So, ano yung acceptable paper record? Yun yung tanong ni Hari kanina. Halimbawa, resibo, no? Computerized accounting system, kasama yung invoicing. Anong sabi niya? Ma'am, does it comply with the format? Of course. Kaya yung format na pinakita kanina sa inyo doon sa accounting system, kanila format yon. Pero pagdating sa atin, yung format na binibigay ng accredited printers natin, yun ang i-adapt sa accounting system. No? Yun din yung format. No? Kung yung mga information na nandun, ganun din. Sundin natin yun yung format. Taxpayer who does not create electronic equivalent of traditional paper document in the ordinary course of business is not required to construct such a record for tax purposes. So, ibig sabihin kung hindi ka nagre-record at the time na may transaction ka, sabi niya, huwag mag-construct. So, ibig sabihin, magiging violations mo yun later on. Kasi, dapat, ang documentation talaga at the time of the transaction. Okay. So, 4:30 na lang. Kasi hindi po tayo matapos, no? Sa 4:30 na lang po, no? Pwede. 4:09, no? Meron pa tayong data retention, no? Anyway, basta 4:30, ano naman tayo, yung kagaya na ginawa natin kahapon, nauna kayo. Kasi yung mga YouTubers naman natin sa bahay, no? Kahit na hanggang alas 7 tayo, pwede, no?
Nasa 25.
Kahapon 20 plus din, no? 30.
Tapos may dumadagdag pa ako nag-question. Para mabuti niya 26.
So, electronic data interchange requirements. Taxpayer uses electronic data interchange process and technology. So, level of record detail in combination with other records related to the transaction must be equivalent to that contained in acceptable paper records, no? Information such as vendor name, ito yung ni-require niya. Invoice date, product description, quantity, purchase price, amount of tax, no? So, sa ngayon, yung ni-require na noong 2013, yun na yung requirement, no? So, dito mas very detailed, may shipping detail pa, no? Codes must be identified, some or all of the data elements, provided the taxpayer shall provide method which allow the Bureau to convert the coded information into auditable data. Okay. Electronic data processing system requirements. Ano ba yung requirements sa electronic data processing requirements? Similar to that of the manual accounting, no? Saan ba galing yung regulations natin sa manual accounting? Sa VIDAS 1, no? So, similar. Okay. Meron ito may mga requirements kung ano yung mga information that should be required or na-contain, no? So, business process information, no? Ano yung requirements? Taxpayer shall be capable of demonstrating, among others, the following. Functions being performed, no? The internal control, used to ensure accurate and reliable processing. Internal control used to prevent unauthorized addition, alteration, or deletion of written records, no? Documentation required for electronic records include record formats or layouts, no? So, yun yung format kanina na sinasabi natin, yung mga files. Field definition, including the meaning of all codes used to represent information. File descriptions, no? Data set, name. Detailed chart of accounts and account description. No? So, following fields are mandatory for the following. General ledger, nandiyan yung date, reference, brief description or explanation, account title or account code, debits, credits, general journal. So ito na yung required na mga information. No? For general journal, nandiyan yung date, reference, brief description, explanation, account title, debits, credits. But here we are talking about computerized accounting system. We are not talking about the manual. Kaya kung ano yung mga sinasabi dito na information, yun yung ilalagay nyo dun sa electronic journal nyo. No? Sales journal should be the date, customer's TIN, customer's name, address, description, reference number, or the document number or the sales invoice. No? Amount, discount, what amount, and then the net sales. For the purchase journal, Date, supplier's TIN, kasi supplier na, ikaw na yung bumili. No? Vendor's name, address, description, reference number, amount, discount, what amount input tax net purchases. Dito sa purchase journal, dapat nandyan din yung withholding. No? Especially if top 20,000 corporations kayo, mandatory for you to withhold lahat ng purchases. No? So in that case, kung top 20,000 corporations kayo, dito sa purchase journal nyo, mayroon pa kayo dyang other columns. No? Sa withholding. Inventory book, date, product name, description, unit, price per unit, and then amount. Inventory book is a special kind of books of accounts. Okay. Transaction integrity and security system control. No? Ito yun. Access controls to ensure that only authorized users can have access to a computer system to process data. Alam nyo, sa totoong buhay, kasi i-review ko yung mga tax cases ng mga artista. No? So, during my time, very strict po sa access. Diba? Kasi sabi natin, computerized na yung BAR. So, yung mga, employees, may access po yan, no, lahat. May access na encoder, may access na ano. So, it was parang na-subject sa controversy. Why? Kasi, pag nag-encode ka ng mga returns, mga formats ng income tax return, kaya nga ngayon, ang ginagamit, electronic filing na. Diretso na sa database yung pinafile natin, hindi na dumadaan yun sa mga encoder ng BIR. Why? Kasi it was found out na mayroong isang kinasuhan ng BIR ng tax rate. Kasi hindi nagpa-file ng returns. Kinabukasan may pinail na. May pumasok na sa system. Natawag po yun lahat, as in lahat. Sino kawawa doon? Yung inutusan na yung access niya ang ginamit. No? Kaya sa mga may access sa computer, hindi kayo basta-basta nagpapagamit ng access niyo. No? Kasi, especially kung mga highly confidential, may under controversy na. Naku, parang yung pinapaputol yung leeg nyo, no? Tapos gamitin yung access nyo. Input-output controls that ensure the accuracy and security of the information. No? Actually, ito yung magpapa-seminar sa atin, no? Yung installation ng mga internal control at saka fraud detection. Okay. Backup controls that guarantee the retention of backup copies of electronic records. Controls to ensure that there is no accidental or intentional editing. Ito yun yung sinadya na i-delete yung ibang transaction. Editing or deletion of recorded or completed transactions. No? Kung meron mang halimbawa, na-delete o halimbawa, may mga adjustments, no, ng recorded transactions or canceled, dapat nakikip track yan, naka-record yan sa computer. No? Person making modifications, no? Kita din. Date of change, previous transaction details, current transaction detail, and reason for the change or deletion. No? So, very important po yung access. No? Changes to business system. Okay, so changes to operating and or electronic business system occur, the capability to access and retrieve data must be preserved. No? So kahit may changes pa yan, dapat importante talaga yung data must be preserved. Before implementing new business system, the taxpayer must ensure that so sufficient detail will be captured and produced to ensure proper determination of internal revenue taxes, audit trail of its transaction, adequate internal control, system ensures transaction integrity and security. Pabalik-balik yan, dun pa rin sa retention management natin, meron pa rin tayo dyan. System will capture and save readable format information required by BIR. BIR auditors have access to all information produced by the system. Ito yung matindi. Ito yung umaayaw ang multinationals na ayaw nilang bigyan ng access yung country manager nila on their system, especially yung worldwide na system. No? Adequate backup and restore procedures. System will continue to offer the capacity to export the required information into a commonly used non-proprietary form. Okay. Location requirements, no? Maintenance. Taxpayer computer hardware or software shall accommodate the extraction and conversion of retained electronic records in accordance with Revenue Regulation 16-2006. Yun yung 16-2006, yun yung in-explain natin a while ago, yung sinundan ng 9-2009. No? Records that are retained by copying or backing up the data to another medium must be done so in accordance with the media manufacturer's suggested procedure. So, ano na to? Backup electronic files. Method of record retention must be put in place. No? Okay, so, importante po to. Ensure that the backup data files can be restored in a format that will be accessible and usable by the BIR. No? Ensure that intended data is actually being written to the medium being used. No? Ensure that the backup procedure does not overwrite prior period backup or logs. No? Ensure that the medium is uniquely labeled in a readily identifiable manner. Ensure that a log is prepared to identify what records and data have been recorded on such medium. No? So, lahat yan naka-record yan sa computer dapat. Hindi yung naka-disable yung mga logs mo. No? So, ensure that the name of the software and the version number used to create the records are noted on the medium label and in the log. Ensure that proper electronic business system software and operating system are available to restore the backup files to their original environment. No? Kaya lahat yan ng computer. Ma'am, hindi pwede kasi ganun. Kung ang tao lang hindi pwede, pero yung computer kaya lahat yan. No? Ensure that there is periodic testing of backup records to verify that the backup records can be restored into an electronic readable format. No? Location. Records must be kept at the taxpayer place of business in the Philippines or another place designated by the examiner. No? Available to revenue officer for audit purpose. No? And then records kept outside the Philippines, accessed electronically from the Philippines are not considered to be record in the Philippines. Okay. Actually, mga na-related lang to sa 16-2006 eh. Yung pinaka-importante lang dito, yung large taxpayers, they require na mandatorily to keep computerized accounting system. Use of third party for electronic record maintenance, pwede rin, no? Yung mga outsourcing natin. Okay, so taxpayer may engage in the service of a third party to provide custodial and or management services of the record and shall notify the BIR prior to such arrangement. No? Utilization of third party shall not relieve the taxpayer of its obligation under the regulations. Okay, so access and submission of electronic records. Taxpayers may arrange to provide BIR with hardware, software, personnel resources to access electronic records. Yung mga conversion na yan to electronic record, standard na yan. No? Okay, so ito yung alternative storage media. Bakit alternative? No? So, taxpayers may convert hard copy of documents received or produced in the normal course of business and required to be retained under the regulations. No? To microfilm, microfiche, or other storage only imaging systems and may be discard, no, the original and may discard the original hard copy documents provided the conditions enumerated are met. No? So, yun yung alternative na storage media. Microfilm, microfiche, and other storage imaging systems shall comply among others with the following. So, itong mga sinasabi natin, no, pwede ninyong ipang-outsource to. No? Provided very cautious kayo when it comes to information na ma-generate nito. No? Okay. Daming ano dito, no? Logbook maintained to include the following, no? Date of imaging, signatures of the persons authorizing and performing the imaging, description of the records, image, and whether source documents are destroyed. Okay. Yung authenticity po ng documents. No? Effects of hard copy record keeping requirements. Okay. Electronic records retention time period, how many years? 10 years na under the train law. No? Registration requirements. All computerized books of accounts, electronic records keeping, electronic business system, components thereof shall be registered with the BIR. Penalty, how much is the penalty? Under section 255, no? Okay, so repealing clause na siya, no? So, yun po yung 9-2009, ano yung features dyan na sa regulations na yan. May mga specific provisions na sila as to the format and as to what informations are needed. No? Hala, 4 minutes na lang. Pero retention na lang kasi na ano na natin, yung retention and record management. Na tackle na natin yan eh. Okay, so let's now have, diretso na to ha, kasi alas 4:30 na eh. No? So, record management, record retention, so dalawa to. Although, dun sa 6-2006 and 9-2009, nandun na yung requirement na record retention. No? So, ito yung document retention. Record retention program includes the systematic storage, no? Tracking, destruction of business documents and records. So, retention program identifies the records that need to be kept and outlines guidelines for how long different record types should be stored and how they should be destroyed. Okay. Yung mga iba dyan, basahin nyo yan kasi I patterned this from the ARMA or the Association of Record Managers and Administrators kasi sila yung sa Word, sila yung gumagawa ng mga framework ng para sa recording, no? Kaya Association of Record Managers and Administrators, ARMA, no? Okay. So itong financial records retention times, no? This vary, hindi naman ito talaga na dito sa atin, sa US ito, no? Kasi yung sa atin, wala naman tayong record retention na standard, no? Although sa government meron, kasi pag na-condemn ka ng mga records, may mga permit pa po yan sa COA or the Commission on Audit. Then may mga requirements lang dyan sila kung ano na yung pwede, no? I-dispose. Okay. Inventions, copyright retention times, no? Ito, pati yung mga intangibles natin, may mga retention time din, na patents, copyright, trademarks, service marks, no? Na patent din. Okay. Insurance, record retention times, no? May mga accident reports, 6 years, fire inspection reports, 6 years, no? So, iba-iba yung retention time. Okay. Record management is a must-have function of the companies, no? Kasi you are what your records tells about you, no? So kung ano yung record mo, ikaw yun. Extension ng personality mo yan, no? Kagaya ko, ang gulo-gulo ng records ko, no? Ang gulo, parang hindi ako marunong yung maayos, talagang magulo kayo. Pero pag may hanapin ka, para sa akin naman, wala akong nawawala na records. Kalat lang, pero nandyan lahat, no? So, record management is very important, especially pag voluminous na yung transactions mo. So that nakaka-retrieve ka kaagad kung ano yung kailangan mo, no? Kaya, kailangan may records management, no? So, even individual households need to practice good records management, no? Okay. Records management, systematic, organized, planned, and controlled process of managing or tracking the life cycle of records. Pero sabi natin, may mga records na forever talaga i-keep mo, no? Okay. Creation of records. The creation of records should be at the time of the business transactions, no? Okay. So, maintaining and storing the records, no? Archiving of records, i-archive na natin siya, no? Okay. Anong sabi kanina dito nung BAR doon sa archiving natin? Lagay mo siya sa DVD, lagay mo siya sa hard drive, no? Then patatak mo sa BAR. No? Then itago mo. Kasi kung ma-LA ka man o hindi ka man, yung may tatak na yun ang hahanapin sa iyo. Oh, disposing of records after 10 years. Oh. Okay. So, yung mga other consideration ng record management, basahin nyo na lang yan, ha. Importance ng record management, very important yan. Okay. What are the benefits ng good record management, no? Data can be found faster, easier, so decision making is improved by immediate analysis and information retrieval. Ito pa, improve record keeping reduces resource waste, no? Less paper and storage system space is used when proper protocols are followed, no? So, kaya maganda yung may record management ka talaga. So, outsourcing can be an option. Pa-outsource mo yung archiving mo ng mga records. So, ano yun? Parang sa bangko na uupa ka nung, ano ba tawag doon? Yung parang vault, no? Safety deposit boxes, no? Na doon mo ilagay yung mga title mo, mga jewelries mo, pera mo. No? Yes, depende sa bangko, no? So, binabayaran po yan. Re-renew din. Safe siya kasi may ano naman sa bangko na guaranteed nila, no? Title, no? At saka yung marriage contract, dapat nandun din yun. Kasi baka mag-expire yun eh. Ano? Yung corporation ngayon, wala na rin expiries, ha? No? Okay. So, yung iba pinapa-outsource nila. But be sure lang sa outsourcing yung confidentiality ng data or the security, no? Ng data. Okay, so with that, no, I would like to say thank you. At saka ano yung mga natutunan natin since this morning, we discussed about the computerized accounting system and then yung mga sample na mga softwares and then how it is being run, no, yung actual pinakita natin sa inyo. And then we discussed about the computerized accounting system, no, yung sa 29-2002 and then sa 16-2006 na RR and then yung 9-2009 and then the record management. So with that, we hope na nakapagbigay tayo kahit kunting kaalaman, no? Yung sa atin lang is only an overview. It's up to you. From there, makaka-take off kayo. It's up to you to expand your knowledge, no? Unlimited naman po kasi ang knowledge and you can derive it from kwento-kwento sa mga experts, no? Pwede kayo mag-research sa internet yung mga information na gusto niyo pang malaman, no? So with that, I would like to say thank you and we'll start with our Q&A, no? So tanggalin mo na muna to, Hari. No? CR lang ako ulit. Tanggalin mo tong ito, oh.
Hello. Sound check.
Okay. So, hello, YouTubers. Thank you very much. And start lang po tayo ng ating question and answers po. Okay.
Ang galing po kay Sir Alan Sartorio.
Alan
Sartorio.
Alan Sartorio, shout out po.
Ma'am, hindi ba madaling ma-expose ang financial data sa database kasi pwedeng kunin yung data na may mga access kumpara sa manual clicking?
Sa bagay, lahat naman yan may risk, no? Yun ang tinatawag natin na risk sa information. Kaya nga, lagyan natin ng security, no? Yun yung sabi ko sa inyo na, yung sa akin na 3 laptop, no? Pinahiram ko pagbaba lang ng mga, wala na, no? So, may risk po talaga siya. That's why it's up to us how to put internal controls o yung mga safeguards para po yung ating records ay safe at hindi ma-hack or makuha nung may access. Kasi ang number 1 po talaga sa totoong buhay, sa mga crimes, sa mga embezzlement or whatever, sino po yung talagang threat dyan? Internal. No? Sino yung may internal threats? Yung may access. No? So, be sure na yung may access natin. Yung iba, meron yan silang pinapapirmahan doon sa binibigyan nila ng access, yung tinatawag na yung non-disclosure of confidential information, pinapapirmahan yan doon. So, ang ibig sabihin lang dyan, pagka na-link o nag-leak yung information o yung records nyo, either doon sa 3 na binigyan mo ng access doon sa information, sila yung unang-una na sabihan na natin na magiging liable. No?
Question number 2, ma'am, galing po kay Sir Ryan Chua.
Shout out to Sir Ryan Chua, no? Napaka-active. Thank you.
Sorry, pag gumamit daw po ba ng accounting software na ganyan, yung katulad ng present natin kanina, kailangan daw po ba i-register sa BIR?
Yes.
Tapos kung anong form daw ang gagamitin?
Yun yung 29/2002 na 1900, no? Yun yung apply to application for permit to adopt computerized accounting system, no? Kailangan pa yan. Kasi pwede mo siyang gamitin, personal mo for internal control purposes. Pero may manual books of accounts ka noon. Pero kung gusto mo na yun na, hindi ka na gagawa pa ng manual na books of accounts, ang gagawin mo, yung computerized accounting system mo, yung software mo, pa-approve mo na yun sa BIR. Kumuha ka na ng permit to adopt. No?
Ito naman ang galing kay The Last Virgin on Earth.
Maniwala ka. No. Ang ganda naman ang pangalan, Last Virgin on Earth. Pero hindi yan totoo ha. Kasi marami pang virgin. Tsaka dami pang pinapanganak na virgin eh.
Sabi niya, yung mga present daw natin kayo na ma'am, yung po ba yung example lang natin na accounting software or recommended ba yun ng BIR?
Ay, hindi tayo nagre-recommend ha. Sample lang po yun. At sa totoong buhay, marami pa po yung software. So, kayo yung mamili para sa inyo. Sample lang po natin, we do not recommend. No? Kasi, unang-una, depende yan sa budget nyo. No? At saka, depende sa needs nyo. Depende sa risk. Sabi natin, may risk yung paggamit ng electronic records. Depende din yan how sensitive, no, yung business information nyo. So kayo yung mag-analyze, mag-evaluate kung ano ba talaga yung kailangan nyo and what kind of software na pwede o para sa inyo, no?
Galing po ulit kay Sir Ryan Chua. Yung mga software daw po ba kanina, yung mga resibo daw ay ina-accept ng BIR?
Yung
mga resibo ng accounting software.
Format pa lang po yun. Pagka pina-approve natin yun, yung resibo will conform with the standard receipt ng BIR. Sample lang din po yung kanina, no? Kasi doon sa resibo na present kanina, wala nga siyang permit number, no? So ano yung talagang resibo na standard, no? So ito yung resibo po na standard, no? Ito yung standard na resibo, no? Sales invoice, no? So anyway po, pag kumuha kayo ng permit sa BIR and during the evaluation, talagang sasabihin po sa inyo yun, no? Kasama yun sa evaluation, no? Sige, tayo. Okay, hello YouTubers, no? May mga face. Okay. Kung walang COVID, minsan 200 po yung umattend dito na face to face, no? So marami. Kaso lang because of the COVID, bawal po. Kaya may social distancing tayo, no? Okay. So bye-bye. Ingat po kayo. No, yung mga YouTubers natin sa bahay nyo, tuloy lang po tayo sa question and answers and we will accommodate questions, no? Walang limit. Okay.
Okay, next question na po ulit galing po kay Sir Benjamin Ladesma.
Benjamin Ladesma. Okay.
Yung
shout out.
zero accounting daw po ba ay accredited ng BIR?
Meron na po na ibang user na, kasi user po dyan kasi ang kuha ng permit to adopt computerized accounting system. So meron na mga na-approve na, no? So hindi yung sabi na accredited kami ng BIR. Hindi, kaya yung user, yun yung apply. Kasi sila yung kukuha ng license to use with the zero, no? So sila yung mag-apply sa BIR. No? So meron na, may mga user na tayo na na-approve na.
Next question po galing kay Jezabeth Bare.
Okay.
Kailangan daw po ba na ang bookkeeper is certified to use the accounting software application? Because in my case, I was asked for a SAP certification.
Yung ibang company, they require, no? Kasi depending on the need ng bookkeeper, kasi matagal din ang training sa SAP. So, anong preferred nila? Preferred na nila yung nakapag-train na, marunong na gumamit ng SAP, no? So, in your case, siguro yung pangangailangan ng company, such that ang kailangan nila, ASAP, marunong na kaagad. Hindi na sila, ayaw na nila mag-train pa, no? Kasi yung iba, sila na yung mismo yung nagte-train. So, in your case, yung company na siguro gusto mo applyan, nagmamadali yun, no? Kaya require na sila nung certificate na nakapag-train ka na sa SAP.
Galing po kay Bea and Katniss. Bakit po kailangan...
Shout out, Rhea.
Bea po, Bea.
Bea.
Bakit po kailangan magbayad ng mga nasabi nyo pong accounting software? Para saan po?
Bayad sa accounting software. Pagka gusto nyo pong gumamit ng accounting software, hindi po yan free, may bayad po yan. No? Ano yung bayad na yun? license to use, o kaya yung one-time yan. Yung iba, one-time payment, yung iba naman, subscription, no? Ano yun? Magbabayad kayo. Although, kung gusto nyo naman, mag-download kayo, mayroon ding free. But yung free kasi, limited lang yung time. Minsan, 1 month, 2 months. After that, magbabayad ka na, no? So, yung accounting system, kasi yung accounting system na sabi mo na, halimbawa, ida-download mo lang or free, pagdating na regular na yung business mo, tingnan mo meron tayong tinatawag na taxable period, which is 12 months. Kung hanggang 1 buwan lang yung libre mo, manual ka ulit pagdating ng second month. At saka hindi mo siya pwede na ipa-approve sa BIR, no? So, ang accounting system mo pa rin is manual. So, kailangan mong bumili ng accounting software para yun ang ipa-approve mo sa BIR at yun na yung gagamitin mo na day-to-day, no? Kasi yung mga libre na yan, limited lang yung time na binibigay nila, hindi 12 months, no? So, bibili talaga kayo, babayaran nyo.
Ma'am, ano daw po mangyayari kung na-close mo na sa City Hall business permit section yung business mo, pero after a year mo palang i-close sa BIR yung account?
Ay, dami mo ng open cases, no? So, ito yung open cases na uusapan kung pwede ba daw siya sa amnesty. Hindi yan pwede. Kasi ang open case kasi, ito yung hindi ka nag-file, no? Nag-close ka na ng business, tapos pinabayaan mo na. Although, kung halimbawa, naman, nag-close ka na sa City Hall, hindi ka pa nakapag-clearance sa BIR, tuloy-tuloy pa rin yung filing mo ng operation sa BIR, then wala kang open cases. Ang magki-clear ka na lang sa BIR, ano yung clearance na kukunin mo? Closure ng business. So, ano sabi natin doon sa B-1? Upon closure of business within 10 days, submit your books and records, no? Para bigyan ka ng clearance. Kasi, magko-close ka na. So, ano pa? Submit mo yung list of unused inventory mo. Babalik mo yung resibo mo sa BIR, no? And then, kung halimbawa, existing ka na for the last 3 years, i-refer yung request mo ng closure to the examiner, and then the examiner will require or audit your tax liabilities for the last 3 years, no?
Galing po kay Ma'am Julia Aguilar.
Julia Aguilar? Shout out po. Ma'am Julia.
Kaya daw po ba ng QuickBook ang mga loan katulad sa mga cooperatives?
Depende po kung maliit lang na klase ng cooperatives at ano yung nature ng cooperative. Kung halimbawa lending, no, na hindi naman buong Pilipinas, palagay ko kaya, pero kung buong Pilipinas na at saka marami, hindi nakakayanin, no? Anyway, bago nyo po bilhin yung QuickBooks, ipa-evaluate nyo na muna, no? Kung kakayanin yung transaction nyo. Kung kakayanin, then go. Pag hindi, huwag nyo bilhin, no? Huwag nyo bilhin kasi sayang lang.
Galing po kay Sir Ryan Chua. Sabi niya po, uso sa Pinas ang multiple company.
Yes.
You have to pay per company on those system. Iisa lang ang team.
Ha?
At, kailangan daw po bang bayaran na per company siguro dun sa accounting system?
Pagka halimbawa ang software na binili mo such that it is very big and can accommodate mga 4 companies, depende na yun sa service provider. Kasi pag sinabi mo na ganito kalaki 4 companies ang magbabayad o ang gagamit, no, pepresyohan ka rin nila ng iba. Kasi depende din yan sa user, no? So, depende na yan kung kanino, sino yung may doon ka na makipag-transact sa provider, no?
Galing po kay Jen Yik. Sa lahat po na accounting online system, paano po set up ng EWT? Kasi usually output tax lang po ata nare-recognize.
Pagka ganyan ang system mo, huwag mong bilhin, no? Kasi kailangan yung system mo, may payroll system din siya that recognizes the expanded withholding. Hindi. Payroll is compensation no? Salaries. Nag-withhold siya ng salaries. Yung sa expanded, yun yung sa mga accounts payable mo, sa mga purchaser mo. So, dapat capable din siya to withhold, no? Yung mga 1% for goods, 2% for services, 10% for the professionals, or 5% or 15%, no? So, dapat naka-keep track din siya. Kasi di ba sabi sa atin kanina, when we presented those softwares, may mga softwares na multi-currency and multi-tax rate. So, yun yung piliin natin.
Galing po kay Maria Cristina Adraw. Kung may business po ako, required po bang mag-computer accounting system ako? Ano po ba ang minimum na gross sales para i-require na need na mag-cash? Large taxpayer lang po ba?
Ang required po talaga na mag-computerized accounting system is the large taxpayer. Anong sabi natin sa large taxpayer, ito yung ang withholding tax nila na binabayaran for a year, at least 1 million. Income tax, at least 1 million a year. VAT, at least 1 million a year, no? Para maging classified ka as large taxpayer. So, kung hindi ka large taxpayer, optional na yung paggamit ng computerized accounting system. Bakit natin ini-encourage yung mga tao to use the computerized accounting system? Kasi we're talking about bookkeeping and we're teaching people to bookkeep. Pero kasi sabi natin, bookkeeping is the heart of tax compliance. At we want also na globally competitive yung ating mga tax professionals. So with our taxpayers. So anong gagawin natin? Para hindi tayo mahuli, we use the accounting technologies. No? Kaya sinasabi natin na mag-maintain tayo ng computerized accounting system para computerize yung ating recording. But it doesn't mean na aside from the large taxpayer, mandatory. Hindi po. No? For the non-large taxpayer. Hindi po siya mandatory. So, ano yung mga requirements natin or recommended natin? Depende sa line po o business ninyo. So, kung maliit lang, pwede na yung sabi natin na over-the-counter, QuickBooks, off-the-shelf. Pero kung malaki na talaga, so depende na yan. Maghanap na kayo ng system na that will cater your kind of business. Yung sabi ko nga sa inyo, sa large taxpayer, manufacturing companies, maraming gumagamit ng SAP. No? Nasabi ko sa inyo, ang pinakamura dun is more than 1 million.
Next question po, galing po ulit kay Jezabeth Bare. Paano po kung hindi computerized accounting records yung backup ko? Kung hindi manual, accepted pa rin po ba yun?
Yung backup mo manual, hindi po pwede. Hindi po pwede, hindi po accepted. Dapat yung backup mo, computerized. Kasi ano ba yung sabi natin na backup? Pag nag-backup ka, ilalagay mo siya sa storage media, yung hard drive. Ilalagay mo siya sa ibang media, no? Ilalagay mo siya sa ibang lugar. So, dapat electronic din ang gagamitin mo, no? Hindi na pwedeng manual. Halimbawa, computerized ka na, tapos mag-maintain ka ng manual. Hindi po ganon. Yung iba na computerized, and at the same time, meron pa silang manual na books. Baka maraming gumagawa niyan. Walang permit to adopt computerized accounting system yun, no? Yung at may manual na, may computerized pa, walang permit po yung computerized nila. That's why, mandatory sa kanila to maintain at the same time the manual books of accounts. Pero gumagamit sila ng computerized system. Ang problema lang, walang permit yung computerized system nila.
Galing po kay Maria Cristina Adraw. Kung kayo po ang tatanungin, ano po sa mga computer accounting system ang maire-recommend nyo po sa amin na affordable at effective?
Affordable, QuickBooks, marami pong gumagamit. Kasi hindi ko alam yung page 3 kasi yun ang marami din ako na encounter noon, no? So, pero ang ngayon daw, ang marami talaga, zero, no? So, although, palaging marami ang, maraming gumagawa ng software developer, kaya maraming lumalabas palagi, no? So, mag-abang kayo ng kung ano yung bago, saka ano yung madali gamitin at mura, no? Yung sabi ko sa inyo, subscription na lang naman ngayon. So, magbabayad ka. Kagaya nung zero, di ba? Soho ba yun? Yung $20 per month, no? That's 1,000 pesos. For the convenience, no? Casio. So, para sa akin I'd rather pay 1,000 a month for the software, no? Wala ka pang maintenance.
Okay. Galing po kay Lady Jean. Apo, can a freelance bookkeeper subscribe to a CAS to be used for his or her clients to expedite their reports?
Yes, pero bawat isang user yun, may bayad yun. Hindi yung accounting system mo, pwede mong ipagamit yun, pero sa provider mo, may bayad yun bawat isa. No?
Sabi niya, ma'am,
Pwede naman, marami ding mga accountants na meron silang system tapos pinapagamit sa client.
sabi po, does it have to be registered to BIR by the freelance bookkeeper?
Kung internal mo lang, hindi mo na siya pwede pa-register. So, ang ipa-register mo doon, yung manual books of accounts mo. Pero kung hindi ka na magmamanual at yun na lang yung gagamitin mo, you have to register that. No? Kailangan may permit to adopt computerized accounting system.
Ito po yung follow-up niya, ma'am. What are the disadvantages on the part of the clients who are using manual books?
Disadvantages, matagal. At saka susceptible sa error, at saka matagal. Mano-mano biro mo post ka sa journal, tapos i-post mo sa ledger, tapos mag-generate ka ng reports, no? Matagal. Samantalang sa computerized accounting system, input ka lang ng resibo, input ka lang ng konti, mag-generate na siya, magpo-posting na siya sarili niya, and then mag-generate ka na ng reports, and then available pa siya anytime, anywhere, no? So, marami yung advantages ng computerized compared to manual.
Ma'am, sa kanya po ulit galing kay Lady Jing. If freelance bookkeeper uses the computer accounting system on behalf of his client, but client would still use manual system, will BIR penalize his client?
Hindi. Kasi the manual is tantamount to sufficient compliant as long as yung manual mo is kompleto. No? So, gusto mo pahirapan sarili mo, may manual ka na, may computerized, pwede naman yun. Basta kompleto yung recording mo doon sa manual.
Apo. Sabi po ni Ryan Chua, ang haba daw po pala ng proposal nung computer accounting system. So, hanggang di daw po ba na-approve manual bookkeeping?
Hanggat ang haba ng processing, no? Kasi depende yun. Ang tagal kasi pagka yung evaluation team, ang tagal niyan. Sa dami ng mga nila, konti lang sila. That's why, minsan, pag na-miss mo minsan, halimbawa, nilagay ka na sa schedule, mami-miss mo yun, 3 months, 5 months after ka na ulit. Kasi, babalikan ka, kung daming nakapila. No? So, matagal. So, habang wala ka pang approval doon sa computerized accounting system mo, you continue to maintain a manual books of accounts. No? Continue ka pa talaga. Kasi hindi mo pa pwedeng gamitin yung computerized. Kahit nandyan na sa iyo yung software.
Kay Sir Ryan Chua po ulit. Computer accounting system application will take years. Pero pag loose leaf, mas madaling i-file?
Madali ang loose leaf. No? Ang kailan lang sa loose leaf, at the end of the year, sa bagay, parang computerized accounting system din. Pero ang loose leaf, bookbind ka at the end of the year. No? Lahat ng mga books mo, journal, ledger, ipapabookbind mo yan. Lagyan mo ng affidavit, how many pages o yung content ng book mo. And then dalhin mo sa BR, patatakan mo. No? So, yun ang loose leaf.
Kay Sir Ryan Chua po ulit. Ano ang difference ng may cash register sa wala? Yung printout doon di naman valid as official receipt. Pag nanghingi ka ng OR, saka lang sila gagawa ng resibo.
Hindi. Valid po yun, no? Ang resibo na lumalabas sa cash register machine is a valid receipt, no? Kaya ka lang binibigyan ng official receipt, halimbawa, kung nanghihingi ka. Why? Kasi halimbawa, sistema o requirements sa opisina mo o sa mga disbursement nyo. Pero kung hindi ka nanghingi, hindi ka nabibigyan because the cash register machine tape is already a valid proof of sales, which is the receipt, no? Kasi may permit yung cash register machine at may mga requirements yan. Ano yung requirements? Bago mo gamitin yung cash register machine mo, may mga accredited. Yan yung may mga accredited na provider, no? Kasi bakit sila accredited? Alam na nila yung format ng cash register machine na ibebenta nila sa kliyente, compliant na with the requirements ng BIR. At ang isa pa ngayon sa mga may cash register machine, meron na silang tinatawag na e-sales reporting wherein every end of the month, yung total sales nila generated by the cash register machine, pinapadala yan sa database ng BIR, no? Nire-report na. No? Kaya valid po yung resibo ng cash register machine. In case na nanghingi kayo ng OR, saka kayo bibigyan, yung cash register machine tape nyo, pinapabalik yan sa kanila. Pinapalitan na lang ng OR. Why? Kasi i-report nila yan doon sa books nila. No? Otherwise, madoble sila. Madoble sila ng resibo, hindi pwede. Sila naman yung ma-penalize. No? Kasi pareho lang yan eh. Yung OR at saka cash register machine, both valid proof yan ng resibo. So, kung i-issue nila yun sa isang transaction, mape-penalize sila. No? Kaya ang gagawin, pag nanghingi ka ng OR, ibalik mo yung cash register machine tape.
Galing po ulit kay Sir Ryan Chua, follow-up question. Yung POS receipt po ba is good as official receipt?
Yes. Point of sale machine. Parang cash register machine din po yan. Magkaiba lang sila ng feature because the cash register machine, yung dati, di ba may mga tape roll pa yan, pero ngayon computerized na. Ang point of sale machine, talagang computerized yan. No? May sariling memory, may sariling computer na siya, may sariling software. Usually ginagamit yun ng mga restaurants. No?
Galing po kay Ning Garcia.
Okay, shout out. Ning Garcia.
Paano po kung nag-ooperate na pero hindi pa na-approve ang ATP? Pero may books na. Pwede na po ba i-record na lang sa books ang sales? Kahit walang nai-issue na receipt?
Non-issuance of receipts kayo, outright yan, may penalty. No? Dahil nyo na yung resibo. Kaya ngayon yung mga nag-ooperate na, wala pang resibo na printed, bibili kayo sa BIR ng BIR printed receipts. No? Pwede kayo bumili ng isang booklet lang. Habang wala pa yung ATP nyo, yun ang gamitin nyo na i-issue sa customer. At yan ang i-record mo sa libro. Pero yung wala kang resibo, nag-record ka sa libro, automatic yung penalty mo non-issuance of receipt.
Galing po ulit kay Sir Ryan Chua. Is QuickBooks considered computerized accounting system recognized or allowed by BIR? Do you recommend it for us to use it?
Pwede po. Kasi ako tanong ako sa QuickBooks, ano yung price nila sa akin noon 55,000, no? Pwede po. Ibalik nyo lang at saka pero marami na kasing QuickBooks na na-approve so ibig sabihin compliant na po ang QuickBooks, no? Alam na yun ang BIR. Pag sinabi mo, anong software mo, QuickBooks, alam na nila kaagad yun. Dahil napipicture na nila yan, paano sila mag-evaluate, no? Nakikita na nila yung system.
Galing po kay Sir Noel Niego.
Di ba kahapon, nandiyan din yan siya. Shout out to Sir Noel.
If service-oriented business, what software po ang highly recommended?
Service?
Service-oriented business.
Pwede na rin. Yung mga, the same lang naman Same lang naman yung standard. QuickBooks is alright, no? Tsaka yung mga, yung sarili natin na zero, yung sa Sage Intact, no? Pwede din yun. So, Casio, no?
Casio. Galing po kay Sir Josefino Relien.
Oh, sir. Hello, good afternoon. Sumali ba siya? Hindi sumali sa exam no? Kala ko sasali kayo, hindi kayo sumali sa exam.
Ito po yung tanong niya, ma'am. Sa mga small business lang po ba pwede po gamitin ang pag-record sa transaction ay Excel lang po? Allowed po ba sa BIR?
Kahit na hindi po small business, kahit big businesses, pwedeng Excel. Kasi Excel is also a very powerful na software, no? Yung iba, ano nga lang, no? Ang ginagamit na accounting system is software, Excel, no? So, pero manual kasi hindi sila approve sa loose leaf, no? Pero halimbawa, loose leaf ka, tapos ginamit mo yung Excel, pwede. No, sino mga gumagamit niya na malalaking establishment? The banks, no? Loose leaf yung mga banks. Pero ngayon, halos wala ng banks na loose leaf, computerized na.
Ito po yung follow-up niya, ma'am. Kung paano daw po ba i-apply paano po ba i-apply din ba sa BIR yung loose leaf?
Yes po, na-apply yan. Anong form, di ba yung BIR form 1900 din, no? Tapos, i-generate mo ngayon yung format sa Excel, yung gusto mo na ipa-approve na mga journal, ledger, cash receipt, cash disbursement, at saka yung report generated. Di ba, FS mo, balance sheet. Lagay mo na ngayon lahat yung format na yan, and then i-attach mo sa request letter mo, i-refer yan sa examiner, evaluate ng examiner, i-refer pa yan sa legal, bago yan mapunta sa director para permahan, i-approve.
Galing po kay Ma'am Leonora Chuatoko.
Okay.
What if you were not able to write the TIN of the clients on the sales invoice, but the corresponding VAT were reported in your VAT report?
Ako, so anong TIN po yung ginamit ninyo pagdating sa summary list of sales and purchases? Oh? Although, yung iba ginagamit nila 0000 lang. No? Kaso lang, pagdating sa audit na naman, no? Kahit na tinanggap yan ng computer, sin 00, hindi mo ma-pinpoint yan kung sino talaga yung taxpayer. No? Kaya, at saka violation yan, kasi requirement na pag issue na resibo, but registered ka, may corresponding name and TIN ng customer.
Ma'am, sabi ni Sir Elien, hindi daw siya nakahabol sa exam, hirap daw kasi.
Okay. Di bali, okay lang po. Active naman kayo, no? May nanalo na no? From Laguna po yung nanalo.
Galing po kay Sir Ryan Chua po ulit. Paano kung mga sales walang name ng napagbentahan? Minsan kulang-kulang. Paano i-report yun? Walang surname, kunyari.
Mahirapan kayong gumawa ng ng summary list of sales and purchases. Paano tanggapin nyo ng system? Walang pangalan ng customer, lang po. As if none, as if wala. No?
Galing po kay Jenny Banyaria.
Shout out, Miss Jenny. Banyaria?
Banyaria.
Okay.
If may computer accounting system na po, no need to have a manual book account from BIR?
Basta approve na po, may permit to adopt computerized accounting system ka, hindi na kailangan yung manual books of accounts. Pero kung wala pang approval, wala ka pang permit to adopt computerized accounting system, kahit meron ka ng ginagamit na software na computerized accounting system, mag-maintain ka pa rin ng manual na books of accounts.
Galing po kay Jude Nino Arjeta.
Parang ang hirap ng pangalan, pero shout out. Jude, no?
Jude Nino.
Okay.
Any advice daw po sa mga nagsisimula pa lang ng career nila as a bookkeeper?
Talagang tutukan nyo yung bookkeeping. Why? Sabi ko, the heart of tax compliance is bookkeeping. So, if you want to start right your career, masterin nyo yung bookkeeping. No? So, ano yun? Alamin nyo yung regulations ng bookkeeping, paano nagre-record ng libro, ng mga resibo, yung rules on business transactions, on keeping ng mga records, and also yung mga issuance na receipts. So, yun ang pinaka-importante. Bakit? Kasi hindi lang magtatapos yung trabaho nyo as bookkeeper doon sa nag-input kayo sa libro, gumawa kayo ng FS. Hindi yan magtatapos dyan. Ang pinaka-crucial dyan, yung pag na-audit na yung kliyente mo, na ikaw pa rin yung haharap. Kasi ano sabi ng kliyente mo? Ikaw harap niyan kasi ikaw gumawa. No? Sabihin ng kliyente mo, pag may question dyan yung examiner, hindi ko kayang sagutin. Kaya ikaw yung haharap. So, yun ang paghandaan mo. No? Na during the time of audit, ikaw yung haharap, yung tanong niya, kaya mo sagutin. No? So, parang kaya mo sagutin, alam mo lahat. Kasi, di ba sabi ko, for 29 years nag-audit ako, meron din ako na-experience na lahat ng tatanong mo sa accountant, alam niya, kaya niya sagutin. No? Tanong mo about sales, alam niya lahat. O saan yan? Sales yan sa ganito. Alam niya i-explain. With the whole thing, alam niya i-explain. So, alamin mo, no? Yung bawat detalye ng transaction so that during the audit, kung ano yung tatanong sa iyo, kaya mong sagutin. At saka hindi lang yun. Yung sabi ko na segmentation ng financial statements, yung mga breakdown ng mga account, dapat alam mo din yun. So, sa good bookkeeper, alam mo dapat, no? Tsaka, ito pa, isa ha, sa good bookkeeper, you want to start it right. Size mo yung kliyente mo, no? Kasi ikaw, gusto mo compliant, gusto mo ganito. Pag yung kliyente mo ayaw, yung kliyente mo hindi nagbibigay ng resibo, tapos pagdating ng filing, gusto niya siya yung nasusunod, explain mo na sa kanya talaga kung ano yung risk, no? Huwag na pabayaan mo lang, tapos pagdating na ng problema, ikaw yung sisisihin.
Galing po kay Angeline Ilio.
Okay, shout out, Miss Angeline. Kumuha siya ng exam, di ba?
Ako kumuha siya. Sabi niya, how to deduct the tax for the CSW in the government?
Ano CSW? CSW.
How to deduct the tax for the CSW?
I-chat mo muna yan. Mamaya natin yan balikan. Deduct. No?
Ito, next na lang po muna ma'am kay Jenny Banyaki.
So, anoin mo siya dyan na paki-verify kung ano yung ibig sabihin ng CSW. Give us an example para alam natin sagutin.
Sabi niya, how many months is...
Kasi CSW, creditable withholding tax, dapat CWT. No? Ngayon lang natin narinig kasi yan no? Pasensya na po. Okay, sige.
Kay Ma'am Jenny Banyaria, ito na yung last na nagtanong. Sabi, how many months is the validity of OR purchases na pwedeng i-report kay BIR?
Validity.
How many months?
Validity ng OR na pwedeng i-report?
Kay BIR.
Kay BIR?
Apo.
Yung OR? Kasi yung OR itself, may validity yan na 5 years, no? Pero kung yung sinabi mo yung OR na
Purchases man
purchases, at the time of purchases, doon yung po yan, i-report na kaagad. Hindi yan pwede na validity. Binili mo siya ngayon, tapos after 2 years, 1 year mo pa siya i-report. At the time of the transaction po yan. Bakit? Kasi dapat sabay kayo nung binilan mo at ikaw na nag-report. Otherwise, magkaroon ng discrepancy, padala ka ng letter notice, no? Kasi hindi kayo magmamatch. Kung kailan in-issue yung resibo, that's the time na i-report mo na siya. Wala na.
Wala naman. Kaya tanong ko lang kung ano yung CSW. Baka daw CTW. Sabi nung iba.
Baka, withholding tax siguro. So, yung sa government. No, kasi alam ko, ang withholding po sa government, pag VAT registered ka, wini-withhold na din yung 5% na VAT, no? Form 2306, Certificate of Final Tax Withheld, no? Ng VAT. So, saan mo yan i-deduct? I-deduct mo yan. Pagka withholding yan sa VAT, i-deduct mo sa... hindi na nga kasi ang VAT right now is final. So, hindi mo na siya i-deduct kasi final na siya. So, yun na yun. No? Mag-a-adjust ka na lang doon sa presumptive input mo kung sobra o kulang, either na nag-income ka o nag-charge mo sa cost, no? Yung... input tax ng sale to government. Meron po tayong video on sale to government. No? So, kung yung withholding naman na sinasabi mo na sale to government, merong sale to government na ang wini-withhold naman is income tax. So, saan mo yan gagamitin? 2307 naman ang form doon. No? Saan mo yan gagamitin? Pag nag-file ka ng quarterly income tax mo, at that time, na nandoon yan sa date ng certificate mo, kung anong time yan, halimbawa, August, so, isama mo siya dun sa anong quarter, ang August, third quarter, no? Kasi yung third quarter, July, August, September, no? So, kailan yan i-file? November. Sama mo doon yung 1% na withholding on income. Pero yung VAT, sama mo yun doon sa monthly, no?
Sinagot na siya namin. Sabi niya, mga contractual po sa mga government agency.
Contractual, may mga job orders, no? So, kung salary po siya. Depende. Pero karamihan dyan, salary ng mga contractual. No? So, ano yun? Withholding sa income tax. Kung nag-withhold kayo sa income tax. Pero kung expense yan, And then, ang classification niya salary, meron kasi tayong tinatawag na government accounting, no? So, tanong nyo kung sa accounting, sa government accounting, anong code niya, anong classification, then doon nyo siya gagamitin. Ang sundan nyo dyan, o kaya kung hindi kayo sigurado, magtanong kayo sa COA, no? Kasi yung Commission on Audit, mas maganda talaga sa COA. Bakit? Kasi yung COA mag-audit niyan, no? So, alam yan ang COA. At alam ko sa mga agencies natin, may naka-assign na COA, Commission on Audit, no? Kasi mahirap kasi magbigay tayo ng opinion, hindi natin nakikita yung dokumento, no? So, yung sa atin, explain lang, pero ang accurate talaga na answer dyan is the COA, the Commission on Audit, no? Okay? Wala na.
May question pa po kay Lady Jean. Ma'am, pwede pa ba yung cash nakapangalan sa OR, wala ring TIN? Di po makiklaim yun as sales revenue income? Or pwede pero di maklaim sa output ba?
Oo, pwede. Talagang ang BIR naman kung anong favorable, pwede. Ang problema mo lang pagdating sa recording, no? May kulang. Pero since sales yan, record mo na. No? Kung walang PIN yung customer, no? Alam ko tinatanggap sa sales yan Ang mahirap lang pag ikaw na yung nag-claim ng input, which is your purchases mo. Pero pag sa sales, hindi masyadong stricto kasi ikaw yun ikaw yung nagre-report Favor yun sa gobyerno. Okay, so with that, we conclude this today free bookkeeping seminar. And thank you very much sa mga YouTubers natin. And then congratulations doon sa nanalo po. No, thank you very much. And hopefully nakapagbigay tayo ng additional information sa inyo. And hindi tayo face to face Sana kung face to face tayo, nakapapicture. Ganito na yung view natin. So, meron tayong mga live streaming, no? Kung may mga tanong pa kayo. Si Sir Lilian, nandoon yan palagi, no? Kaya, thank you very much po, no? Thank you and good day.